right. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, depending on where you're tuning in from today. My name is Joe Grabowski, and I will be one of your hosts for this crazy 3-day weekend that we have planned. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Women Blaze Trails Festival, our first go with this very exciting festival. We are going to have 3 days of live events, beginning with 8 hours today, a 2-hour block this evening, and then 2 big 8-hour days on Saturday and Sunday. We're so excited to have everybody joining in for all of these live events. Of course, tuning in, you can be interactive as well. You can use the chat sidebar, introduce yourselves, let us know, what you're up to, what you're finding interesting, and of course, send us in some questions for each of our speakers as they wrap up. All right. Well, a little bit about exploring by the seat of your pants. So exploring by the seat of your pants is all about inspiring the next generation of scientists and explorers. So we run educational events, live guest speaker events, live virtual field trips, up to 50 or 60 a month for classrooms everywhere. They're always 100% free for classrooms to join in. We like to create that level playing field where anyone, any classroom, any student can tune in as much as they want. So we launched in 2015. We've run well over 2,000 live events, connecting 500,000 students with scientists and explorers from over 80 countries. So always lots going on at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. If you do want to check out our website, you can see it down here, exploringbytheseat.com. You can find some more information. Of course, this festival is 100% free for everybody to join, but we are raising funds for a month worth of classroom events. So if you're liking what you're seeing, you can head over to exploringbytheseat.com, or you can head over to our festival page, womenblazetrails.com, and you can find that spot to donate. If we raise enough funds, that will be over 50 live events for classrooms to tune into. So it should be great. And any support, of course, would be greatly appreciated. So womenblazetrails.com is your hub for the weekend. You can find the schedules. You can find the bios of the speakers. You can learn more about Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. Lots of stuff going on that website. You can even tune in live there. You can find all the links that you need to tune in. So that is your home for the weekend. We would love it if you use social media, keep everybody in the loop. So you can, of course, tag us. That's us on Instagram and Twitter, EBTSOYP. And of course, use our hashtag WomenBlazeTrails. So a few more things before we introduce our first speaker. We have some great hosts who are going to be joining us throughout the weekend, and they'll all be introducing themselves shortly throughout the day and into tomorrow. We've got some great hosts from the Explorers Club joining us. We've got my colleague Jesse from Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, and a good friend of mine, Wes, who's going to be doing some hosting for us. So we're really excited for that. And one last thing, I want to do a few shout outs to some of the groups who helped make this happen. Meridian Treehouse, run by Wes, who we'll meet later. Great behind the scenes stuff, great hosting for us. And his graphic design hosting of live events is second to none. So check out Meridian Treehouse. OSA Conservation, located in Costa Rica, an amazing group we work with for classroom events. We're going to be doing 2 live events with them in the field. We're going to be live in the treetops of Costa Rica in the canopy, and then we'll be live at one of their areas where they're restoring cattle land that was grazed on, and they're restoring it back to rainforest. They do an incredible job. So 2 virtual field trips to keep an eye out for. And I should mention the Toucan Rescue Ranch as well in Costa Rica. We'll be visiting them twice as well to meet some of their staff, some of the sloths, and learn more about the work they do. A shout out to the Explorers Club, an amazing organization. We have many speakers joining us from the Explorers Club. This year, they're celebrating 40 years of women in the Explorers Club. So head over to their site, check out some of their live events. And we have 3 amazing hosts joining us from the Explorers Club. And Reach the World. Reach the World is a great education organization. They connect students with university-age students traveling abroad. And the students can meet them, interact with them throughout a term. It really is a great experience. And a shout out to our one of our big sponsors, Lenovo EDU. They have just launched a great new form for educators, all kinds of great resources, ways to connect, learn, and navigate this new online world that is becoming more and more prevalent in the classroom. And we will introduce more of what they're up to as the weekend goes on. Okay, I think that's more than enough for me. I think it's time to get to our first speaker. I can't wait. I'm going to bring KM in shortly. KM co-founded the Center of Sustainability PH, women-led youth environmental nonprofit in Palawan Island, Philippines. Through this work, they established the Cleopatra's Needle Critical Habitat, the Philippines' biggest critical habitat. In so doing, they protected their city's biggest watershed, the ancestral domain of the disappearing Batak tribe, and countless endemic and endangered flora and fauna. Here we go. Let's bring KM in. Hey, KM, how you doing today?
Hello, I'm very good, thank you. Good evening from the Philippines.
Oh, it's so great to have you joining us from there. I know it's evening for you. Beyond thrilled to have you launching our festival. I'm going to let you take over for a little bit, and then we'll see if we have a couple questions.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you again so much for having me. I'm so excited. So I am KM Reyes from Palawan Island in the Philippines. And to round me up really quickly in a nutshell, I'm actually going to play you a video right now just to give you a nice roundup of what I'm all about. So Joe, you want to hit play there? So this is just a little video.
I'm Karina, and I'm coming to you from the best island in the world, officially, Palawan in the Philippines. Did you know half the world's forests are destroyed? And here it's even worse. The Philippines was once 95% covered in virgin rainforest. Now only 3% is left. That's right, it's almost all gone. And yet, the Philippines still remains one of only 17 megadiverse countries, and we boast the highest concentration of terrestrial biodiversity on Earth. In layman terms, or lay people terms, this means that in 1 square meter of Philippine land, you'll see more diversity of fauna and flora than anywhere else on the planet. As a conservation lobbyist and Nat Geo explorer, what I want you to remember about me is that 1, I make national parks, and 2, I deal with indigenous and local communities. How? Meet my team. We are the Center for Sustainability PH, a women-led youth environmental nonprofit from Palawan Island, known as the Philippines' last ecological frontier. Our work comes from communities, is for communities, and goes to communities. With my team, we enter our local virgin rainforests, which we've played in since childhood. We organize our local communities, we lead scientific research, and with the support of our communities and the proof of science, we lobby our local politicians to protect our forest. Does it work? Yes. We successfully lobbied to the Philippine government to pass the law in 2017, which established the Cleopatra's Needle Critical Habitat, protecting a swathe of virgin rainforest half the size of Hong Kong. It's now the Philippines' biggest critical habitat. But protecting Cleopatra's Needle isn't enough. The United Nations says that 30% of the planet needs protection by 2030. This ensures clean drinking water and a stable global climate, not just for us, for our children and grandchildren too. So now with my team, we're working to establish another national park in Palawan called Kensad, home to the #1 poached animal in the world, the pangolin. And after Kensad, we'll make more national parks until all our last remaining forests here are protected. But to do this effectively and sustainably, achieving genuine inclusion of women in forest protection matters. Achieving genuine inclusion of indigenous communities in forest protection matters. Because we are not only excluded in the Philippines, as the second deadliest country globally for land defenders, we Philippine conservationists are as endangered as a species we are trying to protect. So, wherever you are in the world, join me in being a part of the fastest and easiest ways for us to mitigate our climate crisis. How? Support indigenous and local groups to conserve forests. And 2, plant a tree in your neighborhood, and whatever you do, keep it alive. Thank you.
Alrighty. So that's me basically in 3 minutes. And I just wanted to give that to you now because it's kind of like the end product. It's something that I recorded like just a couple of weeks ago. And this is when I've already kind of been through this whole journey. And now I know kind of like who I am and what I want to do with my career and how I want to be a change maker. And I wanted to do this talk today that I've done before that's called The Power of One, because this festival is obviously about women blazing trails. And I want to talk and highlight a little bit about the women that I came across and encountered in my own journey that blazed the trail before me and helped me kind of figure out what I wanted to do. So I'm going to share the screen really quickly, and so you can see my little presentation. We're going to power through it. So here we go. So this is me. I am KM Reyes. I'm a National Geographic explorer and co-founder for the Center for Sustainability PH. As you can probably pick up from my accent, I'm Aussie also. I'm Australian. I was born and raised in Sydney to Filipino parents. And so I want to talk a little bit about today about, how I came to believe in this idea of the power of one. So this happened because of my travels. So to tell you a little bit about my journey, I'm a really typical Aussie in that everything ends in traveling. So the countries highlighted in green are some of the destinations where I've lived and worked. The big chunks of my time was in Latin America, North America, as well as North Africa and Europe. And I want to zoom in on some of the places that I've worked in so I can start introducing you to who the ones are. And so some of these this one right here is actually some of the communities that I worked in Medellin, Colombia, which is also kind of informally known as a slum. And growing up in an affluent city like Sydney, I was actually surrounded by narcotics, and I was very curious to understand where this came from and, what the impacts were in their origins. And the result was actually really terrifying. You're looking at basically powerful drug syndicates that use slums as their points of sale, and impoverished communities who have nowhere else to live that are literally caught in the crossfire between competing syndicates vying for control of the drug trade. So I was working in education with children at the time. I was doing community organizing work, and I was doing things like international cooperation, fundraising, kind of dabbling in different kinds of things. I was also teaching yoga in the communities as a way to kind of teach nonviolent methods. And then from there, I jumped fields and worked in the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, working in sustainable planning and tourism. And here I was working again with communities, always with communities. But I was doing it with engineers and architects, trying to help this kind of network of people create sustainable livelihoods in their area. And so you kind of see me then starting to move more into kind of conservation-ish kind of work. And then finally, in the end, I was working in the slums of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And so this is a photo here. Oh, sorry, what did I just do? I meant to, oh, now I'm totally gone. Share screen, sorry. Here we go, we're having a technical issue here. Here we go. And so this is a community that I worked in that's actually quite similar to Colombia. I worked in an amazing project run by a woman who was basically working with kids, trying to show them life outside of the favela. If you can imagine, like, these kids are living in an area with world-class beaches, and because of the shame and the issues of coming from a slum, they're very scared to step out and, go down to the beaches and that kind of stuff. And so she was really working with these communities to kind of raise them out of this kind of shameful situation that they felt that they were in. And this photo here is Gigante, which also means giant in English. And I just wanted to show you him because he was a kid that his mother was a drug mule. And here you see him really soft and playful, but he was actually one of the toughest kids I've ever met. And we called him Gigante because even though he was so minuscule, he walked around the neighborhood like he ruled the roost. And so who brought me with him? It is this amazing woman who was my first one, and her name is Neuza. And so she ran the nonprofit where I worked at with Gigante. And many of the kids that I worked with were actually children of drug traffickers. And these traffickers hoped for a better life, basically, for their children, which is why they, involved their kids working with Neuza, this woman here. And she worked in the most impossible conditions, like minimal funding, regular drug wars disrupting her activities, trying to run, constructive activities with violent kids, just dealing with all sorts of, social and financial problems at home. And so for me, she is the one, because she taught me very early on. She said to me, Karina, I'm not supposed to be a leader. And I was like, why? And she basically said to me, look, I'm Black, I'm from the slum, I'm uneducated, I'm a woman, and I'm old. And she showed me the different layers of discrimination that lots of people work through to become the one, to become change makers and to become leaders in their community. And she showed me that it doesn't matter, what odds are stacked up against you. There is a way for you to be a change maker in your own community. And so around this time, I also started doing a bit more reading and studying with environmental security. And I realized that I was working in these communities that were extremely impacted by environmental conditions. And when I kind of had that awakening, I realized, okay, this is what I need to do. I need to actually connect communities to our local environments as a way of coming out of impoverishment. And so after several years abroad, I first started dabbling in conservation with my work back home in Sydney. I co-founded a clean beach movement called Responsible Runners, and we were basically doing just cleanups, like 30-minute cleanups on the beach. And this was a really important part for me in my journey, because it was about how to translate actions that you do on the ground into something that can make a bigger impact at a policy level. And so what would happen is that we would collect this data, we would, plug it into a database, and then later on that was actually used for better recycling policies and just better like zero waste lifestyle policies and different ways for local government to encourage that. So after a couple of years in Australia, I finally, did my return to country, so to speak, and I went to the Philippines for the first time, and I ended up in Palawan. So just to situate you really quickly, Palawan is in far western Philippines. And as I said in my video earlier, it's the last ecological frontier of the Philippines. It's one of the last strongholds of our last 3% of remaining forest. And it's actually home to, has three UNESCO sites. So it's a biodiversity reserve, a World Heritage Site for the Puerto Princesa City Underground River National Park, and the Tubataha Reefs Natural Park, which is one of the world's best dive sites. But despite all of those recognitions, we're dealing with a lot of threats in the area. So there are many illegal activities happening on the island, including dynamite and cyanide fishing, which destroy coral reefs, large-scale mining, despite special laws banning this, and mass deforestation, as you can see here. So this is a shot that we took in my project site at Cleopatra's Needle that was deforested just above a waterfall. So if you can imagine the watershed running off that was just completely destroyed from this happening. And so faced with all of these challenges of, the destruction that was happening in Palawan, we basically decided that we wanted to organize as a local nonprofit. So we are the Center for Sustainability, which I talked about a little bit before. And just really quickly, I want to highlight that Othaniel, who's on the very far right, he was only 17 when he first started and was 21 by the time we got our first national park. So it really shows you, as we're seeing more and more, that doesn't matter how old you are, you can protect. You can be a change maker at any age. And so this is our major area. It's Cleopatra's Needle Critical Habitat. And it's a huge area. It's 41,000 hectares, so like 2.5 times the size of DC. And it's very tall. It's 1,593 meters above sea level. So getting up there is takes about 3 days. And so what I want to talk to you about now is actually like how we protected the area, because I think a lot of people don't understand how to make a national park. And so the first step is community organizing, and this is how we build trust with the communities, we get their consent. And with this area, we were working with Indigenous communities. So just some snapshots of some of the different activities that we were doing. Community organizing happens in the field, it happens in boardrooms, it happens in community halls, it happens at night when our Indigenous communities are most available to talk. So it was really a 24/7 job, and there's only 6 of us, going across 10 communities. After we get community consent, which took about 2 years, we have to do research. And this is where the real fun begins. This is where, as a National Geographic explorer, you have so much fun doing research. So just some quick snapshots of what it looks like. From our head office, it takes 2 hours to get out the area and then hiking for about 2 days to get to our base camp. And you can see all the river crossings that we have to get to get there. And then this is just a really typical research expedition. So we're studying birds here, insects, herpetofauna. I also want to highlight that when you want to protect an area, you need to justify every single inch of forest that you want to protect. So we were actually working across all different taxa, so fauna and flora, orchids, cycads, plants, trees, the whole lot, and not just, you know, the fauna that I've shown here. Finally, once you have that scientific part down, is the really fun part, which is basically lobbying. And, you know, we're two women, Jess and I, who do the lobbying. And it was a real slog. Basically, we were just knocking on doors left, right, and center. It was very, very hard for us to get a presence because we're young, because we're women. So we were just knocking on doors at local government, provincial government, municipal government, until finally we ended up with my second, the one, who is Gina Lopez, who's an extremely wealthy Filipina, who was the head of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources at the time. And we basically hijacked her at a public event, pitched to her in 2 minutes. And the incredible thing was that she decided to listen to us. And what showed me why she's the one for me, basically because it was like, it doesn't matter how rich you are or how poor you are, you can make a difference and you can make change. And so we got that sweet piece of paper because of the work that we did with her lobbying. And that's Cleopatra's Needle Critical Habitat. So this is just a quick infographic of some of the, you know, achievements that we went through. I'm not going to go through it now, but the big thing I want to highlight is that, you know, we chugged it out for 5 years and we were 6 Palaweños that were doing it. It was just a really hard slog. And incredibly enough, we were recognized for our work in 2019. And I just want to say that, you know, as a National Geographic Explorer now, I've got this amazing network of people, but at the time we were working in isolation for the first few years and it was really, really hard. And so having this kind of recognition was really important. And finally, last but not least, I want to highlight that this woman is my final, the one, and nothing would have happened. All of these achievements that I'm talking about now in like super lightning speed, wouldn't have happened without her. This is Mother Erlinda. She's the female tribal counselor of one of our key Indigenous communities. And on the last day of consent, where it looked like the community actually wanted to reject what we were doing, she actually stood up to a room full of men and basically told them that it was time to protect the forest and it had to happen now. And what that showed me is that sometimes when you're extremely tired and exhausted from the work that you're doing as a leader, as a change maker, like I was in the years leading up to getting the consent from the communities, someone else to have faith that someone else will step in and be the one for you. And that there are other people out there that are going to help you. But as I said before, protecting Cleopatra's Needle isn't enough. We have to protect more. And so our target is actually to protect all of the remaining key biodiversity areas in Palawan. We have 310,000 hectares left to protect. So a little bit more than the 41,000 that we have already done, but it's completely possible. I have faith. And yeah, so I hope I'll just wrap this up really quickly. I hope you'll join us in Protecting 30 by 30. Please follow us on social media and interact with us, engage with us there. And that's it. I'm going to go back. I think I'm out.
All right,
yes.
You are back. We've got you live on camera. Wow, Cam, amazing work, inspiring work, a great way to kick off our festival. Thanks so much for sharing your story with us today.
No, thank you. I feel like I literally blazed through that, but I wanted to get like all of it in as quickly as possible.
Well, this festival is all about blazing trails, and I think you blazed a tough one for everyone to follow today. That was a great presentation, Cam. So those who are tuning in right now, I can see we've got a great crew tuning in already to start the day. Use that chat sidebar, send us in a question or two for KM. I want to give a shout out to a few I can see who are joining. An excellent teacher who's been an Explore by the Seat of Your Pants follower for a long time. Bernadine is joining us today. It's great to see you, Bernadine. We've got Mr. Hill's grade 8 class tuning in from York Region, Ontario, which is really cool. And our first question here, we've got one in the chat. This is from Kaylee. Kaylee's wondering, I think you might have mentioned you've been in Morocco. How long were you in Morocco?
I was in Morocco for a total of 2 months. It was a very short stint, that one. I was working with an organization in Spain that had very close ties with Morocco.
All right, very cool. So I think, what I really saw from the story that you shared with us is, doesn't matter what age you are, it doesn't matter how small you might feel, every voice matters, everybody can stand up and make a difference. So, during today, Friday, it's a school day, so we should have lots of classrooms tuning in as well as the general public. What advice would you give to students in the classroom right now who are thinking, you know what, there's an area local that I want to protect, or I want to, stand up and have my voice heard on an important issue?
Yeah, amazing. First of all, do it. There's not a more exciting time to take hold of what's going on our planet than right now. We're at a really scary time, but also a time of great innovation because we are in crisis mode. So I think the best way, especially as a youth person, is to reach out to your immediate network. So your friends, your family, have your community support you and listen to your ideas and what you're interested. And then from there, start interacting and engaging with people that maybe have a bit more responsibility. They can also help amplify your message. So that's, your teachers, your parents, maybe your principal, and maybe see if you can make a difference just in your own school. That's a really, really important part of the work that we advocate, which is, the sustainability and conservation starts at home. So if you can do something really important in your own neighborhood, like plant a tree, that's already a huge start. And then from there, your passion will be infectious.
All right. I love it. I think that's a common theme a lot of explorers, a lot of scientists share is, they can all think of a time they met someone, saw a documentary, read a book, had an inspiring educator, and it kind of flipped that switch and ignited a passion and kind of led them on their path. And it sounds like something similar happened to you growing up, and you were able to channel it into just an amazing organization. So we've got a couple more questions coming here. Our grade 8 class, Kenny is in their class, and he would like to know, what was your education path? What did you study? Oh, I think KM may have froze on us. We'll give her a minute and see if the connection comes back through. She was a little bit nervous about her connection in the Philippines, so I think we've been really lucky so far. We had a really great presentation, and the Q&A was going well. So I'm going to give just a moment. We'll see if KM is able to come back in. I think I see the wheel. Hey, KM.
Hello. The
All
beauty
right.
and pain of being in Palawan.
You know what? I know you were a little nervous about the signal, but the presentation was beautiful. So if we have a little pause here, not a big deal. We did have a great question from a grade 8 student who's tuning in. This is Kenny. And Kenny's wondering about your education path. What did you study?
So I studied political sciences. I actually changed several times before I found my real calling. And that's where my background in lobbying and policy change happens. I always say to my researchers and to my community organizers, the work that you do is only as important as the piece of paper that you bring back, because for us to have real impactful change, not just now, but into the future, it's really important to have that policy and that prove, that what you're doing will have longevity.
All right, excellent. Another question here. We've got Savannah joining in, and they're wondering, what would you recommend for a young woman who might be maybe a little nervous or afraid to get out there, take a chance and do similar work to what you're doing?
I always say to reach out to your immediate community firstly, and start looking for other people in your community that might share a common interest. And it doesn't even have to be the community in real life. It can be a virtual community. I've got an amazing network of people that I've found through the virtual sphere, whether it's on Instagram or Facebook, WhatsApp groups. When you find that and you meet people through that, you actually start to see that you're not alone. There's lots of people out there that want to support you and, be a part of your own journey. And, also hit me up for a message if you have any questions or you're afraid. Like, I've been through that and I go through that still every day. So yeah.
All right, very cool. Some great advice. And you mentioned hit me up. So I am going to share your connections, your contacts here in a banner so that, people can follow your work on Twitter. They can follow your work on Instagram. And check out more of Cleopatra's Needle. It sounds like just an amazing place, and congratulations on a huge accomplishment. And it sounds like you're not slowing down. You've got a lot more planned.
Yeah. We're going to try and protect the rest of the island. Let's see if we can get it done. But I think that with a lot of support from a wider network, it is possible. It's lack of resources. That's the biggest threat to our conservation work.
All right. Well, KM, absolutely great to have you starting us live for the Women Blaze Trails Festival from the Philippines. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you so much for being with us today and inspiring those who are tuning in.
Yes, thank you. I'm so looking forward to watching the other 49 plus speakers. So I will be here for that.
All right. Great, Cam. Right. Enjoy the rest of your evening, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Have an amazing day. Bye.
All right. Well, that was awesome. Huge thanks to Cam for a great presentation. We're going to be transitioning shortly into our next speaker. She's already waiting backstage live from India. So excited. But I do want to do a couple more housekeeping things. So we have another really exciting festival called the Global Biofest, or the Global Biodiversity Festival. And we did our first year last year. It was in May. We had over 68 speakers over 3 days. We had viewers in over 100 countries. We even had a book published out of it. It was an absolute blast. So of course, we're doing it again this year. I'm going to share a link here. The website will start to update shortly, but you can check this website and see a little bit of what we got up to last May and check out some of those past events and get ready for the Global Biofest because it is going to be another wild weekend in May. A couple other things to highlight. If you're tuning in, if you're liking what you're seeing, please share via social media. The more you're sharing, the more that helps get eyes on what we're doing and showcasing these amazing women in science and exploration that we have joining us from all over the world. And of course, keep up to date with the festival. Any changes to the schedule will be there. You can tune in live on the website, womenblazetrails.com. Find the schedule, find the bios, anything you need is there. And I do want to give another shout out to Lenovo Edu. They are supporting us during this event. There's the website down there. You can check out their educator community that they are growing and developing. And we will share more about that as the weekend continues. Okay, I think it's time to bring in our next speaker. I'm really excited. So we're heading from the Philippines to India now, and we are going to spend a little time talking conservation. So we've got Dr. Purnima Devi Barman joining us. She is globally known as the Stork Sister. She's a conservation biologist from Assam, India. She is the founder of an all-rural woman army group called Hegala Army, with 400 leaders comprising 10,000 women members in villages in Assam. Purnima is the recipient of the Whitley Award. This was in 2017. If you don't know what that is, think of it as like the Green Oscar for amazing work in conservation. And she earned this for her crusading conservation movement to protect the highly endangered greater adjutant stork, locally known as the Hegala. So I'm going to bring Purnima in with us now. Hey, Purnima, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. Hi, Joe. How are you?
Good. It's so great to see you. I feel like just hours ago we were testing online.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. So
All right.
I was really worried about the connection, but it's fine now. I'm really very happy. Thank you.
All right. Well, Purnima, we're happy to have you joining us, and we're more than excited to learn about your story and the work that you're doing. So I'm going to let you take over for a bit.
Yeah. Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Yeah. So yeah. So I can share my screen, right?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, thank you.
So for those who are tuning in, this may just take a moment because the connection's a little bit slower. But we'll get connected and we'll get it up.
Can you see my screen?
All right, I see it.
Oh, that's great. Okay, I was really worried about the connection, but finally, yeah, I'm into this. And thank you so much, Joe, for this wonderful opportunity. I'm very blessed and privileged to be here. And thank you so much for connecting me with so many women. And I was very inspired by KM, and yeah, really hats off to her. And yeah, today I'm from Assam, and as you have, thank you so much for your introduction, kind introduction. And I am from Assam, from India. It is Assam is from northeastern part of India. And today I would like to share my entire journey within this 25 minutes of time, how we are working in Assam to save this bird called Hargila, greater adjutant stork, and locally called as Hargila bird. And before that, I must have to share share one story. 12 years ago, actually, how I came, into this conservation effort. So I want to share with all of you. So actually, 12 years ago, I went to a village to do my PhD. I was very desperate to do my PhD on this bird. Everyone is only of means common people, policy makers are obsessed with only the mega species, charismatic species. So I wanted to do my PhD on this bird after my masters, and and yeah, and trust me, I didn't know beyond PhD. I thought that PhD would be the ultimate, and I was very desperate to be an academician. So that was my dream. So, but everything changed in my life through an incident. I landed in a village called Dodora village in Kamrup district of Assam, and I had a life-changing encounter with a woodcutter, a person who had cut down his own tree which had 9 nests. I'd like to show some kind of visuals like this was a huge tree which we call as kadam tree, Anthocephalus kadamba. This had 9 nests, 9 baby birds, and he cut down the trees, and a few six died, a few six were alive. When I was there, I was so embarrassed, and trust me, I was an introvert and I didn't know how to speak much, but I dared to speak to the person why he had done so. And I think I was a very bad communicator, and he was reacting on me like anything. He was yelling at me, and his neighbors joined him, and they surrounded me and started clapping at me, teasing me, mocking me, and they said that the tree, that the person who had cut down the tree, he said that this bird is a bad omen. Don't you know this bird is a bad omen, and you are expecting me to keep this in my backyard? This is a bad omen. This doesn't need to leave, and so why don't you take it to your home? It is a duty of forest department. Why should I bother about that? And they surrounded me, and then I was really very embarrassed, and I asked them, requested them, please help me because I want to rescue those birds with all of your help. And then they started mocking me that oh, this lady would eat, actually this lady would eat this meat of this hargila bird on the way, so it might be very tasty or delicious, something like that. I was just listening and listening, and then when I was coming on that day back to my home, I became restless. I Something happened inside me, and I realized that what is the value of my education, what I am going to do by doing this PhD research if I couldn't even motivate those people. And something changes happened, and I just decided to stop my PhD, delay my PhD, and I decided that one day if I would be able to rope in these people, then only I'll start my PhD again. So it is important to bring the birds into the habitat and minds of the people rather than my thesis. So with this view, with this determination, the very next day, early morning at 6 a.m., I reached to the village again and I started meeting people. And trust me, since that day, I have been working with more than 10,000 families in the village. I wanted to be an academician, but now I am very proud myself to be introduced as a community member, as just a layman community member. So thank you so much for listening to my story. And today I'd like to I'd like to mention how we came to the next step, and so far what are the challenges. And this is a summary kind of slide. Like I want to share that Hargilla is an endangered bird according to IUCN Red List, and they are technically more endangered than rhinos, tigers, and elephants. So we need to do a lot for the lesser known species also. And the global population is around less than 1,200 birds. Habitat loss, poaching, and poisoning are the major threats. And the bird is treated as disease-carrying pest, bad omen, or unhygienic bird. That is the hugest part of the conflict. So, and here you can see the picture, and this picture tells the entire story of the conflict and of the threats. Actually, this you can see that the how close the Hargilla bird build nest, and as I have mentioned that they are treated as bad omen or disease carrying pest or a scavenger bird. Hargilla, Hargilla is a local name of greater adjutant stork. Hargilla itself means it is a combination of two words, har plus gila, means bone swallowers. So they are not welcome much. So so people hated them, and then once the birds come to a tree for nesting, the tree become vulnerable. People just try to get rid of the bird. And so, and I might have to mention here about the incident when I met that those people, those tree owner who had cut down the tree 12 years ago. That incident I'm sharing with you. Actually, I must admit that it is not at all fault of them. They are not aware. Actually, there is no awareness about the wildlife conservation or importance of the bird, so we can't blame them. It was, I think they were I think they were in their place and they were just sharing what they feel. So it is, I think, our duty to rope in and work with them and spread the message of conservation and build ownership. And so we started doing a pre-campaign survey why people cut down the tree, and we found some results that, as I have already mentioned, that they treated them as meshy, smelly birds, and the nest fallen chicks was a big headache for them, because more than 45% chicks, baby birds, where you can see some birds, right? These are the baby birds. Actually, they look like adults. So these birds, more than 45% birds fall down, and if either they die or directly die after falling down from the nest, or if not attended also, sometimes they die. So we found that it was every year we found this mortality. And when these are not attended, or when sometimes they can't come to know also when these birds are die in the nest, then people become annoyed of them, and they just cut down the tree because of the smell and all. So we just developed a PR campaign, and started a conservation project in the villages in Assam. And we started with a determination that one day we would bring the birds into the tradition and cultures of the people. And with this determination, we started our campaign with different target groups. And then we started motivating the tree owners, making friendship with them, understanding their concerns, which was so important. And when we work with communities, or for a conservation project, being consistent or persistent is so important. And then we started doing lots of awareness, a restless campaign, like 24, it is our 24-hour job. We did a restless awareness campaign in the village in Assam, so that people, so that it hit people's mind, policymakers' mind all the time, how important it is to save Hargila bird. And then we formed, and slowly throughout, during our work, we gave birth to a all women Hargila army, who are rural women and who are called Hargila army, and who are the protector of the tree, voice of the tree. And now we have more than 10,000 women who are the place members of Hargila army, who is, I am very proud. And our rural women who never knew earlier that they have a role in society for conservation, now they are so proud to be Hargila army. They want to be Hargila army. Like if there are a few women who have not joined, they want to be Hargila army. So every day, at least 30 or 40 members join us as Hargila army, and this way we are spreading our effort more, more and more. And our work is an integration of science, protection, education, awareness, pride, and empowerment and tradition, which I have mentioned already. And we most of the time when we found that women didn't want to come to the meeting, they often rejected because they had to cook for their husband, for their children. So we came with a different education module. So we merged cooking festivals with our environment education modules. Here we are, for example, here we are playing Web of Life, an environment education game, and here we have at the same time we merge it with a cooking festival or cooking competition. And this, became the biggest hit. Our women liked it, and they started coming like anything, and we befriended, and we started this mission together. And this is one of our very important event, which is called Hargila Baby Shower or Hargila Panchamrit in Assamese. And this is a baby shower. And I have a question. Have you ever visited or attended a baby shower of an animal or Hargila baby shower? And if not, please come to Assam to attend, to meet our Hargila army and join the Hargila Panchamrit event or Hargila baby shower. So here we, when the birds are in the breeding season, when they lay eggs, as I have told you that the people cut down the trees. So I felt that they don't like lectures, they don't like lectures, they don't cut the trees and all. So rather than that, I just came to the mind that why not coming with a different idea. So we just started doing Hargila baby shower, and we celebrated it exactly like the way we celebrated for the Assamese expecting mother. And this also became one of the very important events. Our women became so emotionally sensitized, and they became so participatory in this event. It was one of their closest event. Earlier they laughed at this event, but they became so participatory, and every year we are waiting for the Hargila baby shower. And so this way we started again. This is also another very important event, how we merge like Hargila education into Gita Bhagavat procession. It is Gita Bhagavat is our holy book. And so we merged this Hargila campaign into our holy book, where more than 8,000 people come to the street and celebrate. And we merged Hargila into the celebration of Gita Bhagavat, that is our holy book procession. And we have a program called Communities Teaching Communities, and our women are very proud to be a part of that. They are educators, and then they educate other group, and then the other group educate others. And this way, actually, we can reach more and more people. And this is one of the campaign which we continue throughout the breeding season, which is a pride campaign and which is very effective tool. And we don't miss any opportunity. Here you can see this is a tableau in our Republic Day, our women participating in this tableau. We don't miss any opportunity to create awareness. And as Joe introduced about my Whitley Award, I'm very thankful to Whitley Award because after that, the life of the communities, the life of the species, and the life of myself changed. And and we could establish a weaving center also for the women, and we could support more and more women, more and more communities, more people, more students, and our we became stronger and stronger. And you can see how, and I want to mention that this work is not only saving the bird, it is also empowering women and social changes in the villages also. And you can see how proud our women are, just they are weaving the storks stork motif in our traditional attire. And here you can see our women group, just they are weaving. This is a part of from our weaving center. And then we link them with market so that they can sell our products. And we also got support from New Zealand High Commissioner in India, and we offered sewing machines to them. And I would like to mention that during lockdown time, during COVID, it was really very difficult everywhere, especially for the communities. And and then at that time we came up with this idea to produce face masks, and we produced more than 11,000 face masks to distribute among the communities. And with this support, our communities also earned a good amount of money and support for their family, which was really very helpful for them. And I'm very proud that, just during the pandemic time, we learned many lessons how to survive in hard time and all. And then those lessons taught us to be more and more productive. And I tried to support more and more women to produce more and more attires and all with new ideas and designs. And then these all of these products are available online. And people love to support our women through this website, which is called Pasu Pakshi, means birds and animals, which is dedicated for wildlife. And we also initiated lots of reward schemes for the school children, tree owners children and all. And we work a lot with the schools, and we name them as champions or guardians of the stork, who is really very which encourage them a lot. And these are some classes converted into craft hargila classes. And we also work with the rag pickers community in garbage dump, and we try to work as mass edge to work with them. And this picture I'm sharing because it is I'm very inspired by this picture, because every time when I go and meet these rag pickers children, they are the star, I think, because they teach me a lot. Because how to be happy, they teach me how to be happy, how to be productive, with the limited resource. And and I'm very proud to mention that we are going to launch our Hargila Learning Center next month. It was this picture was from when we started this, and we are going to now launch our Hargila Conservation and Education Center next month. And if anyone wants to join us, support us with ideas, with environment education plan, any ideas, artwork, you are mostly welcome. We would be very glad and honored for that. And I am also a part of Women in NASA Network, which is a global group. And through this group, I met many women, and who are really doing great work for the cause. And I'm very thankful to WIN. And we are also working very closely with district administration and police. Kamrup Police is our partner, I think, who is one of the strongest part of our project. And as I have mentioned that our work is a part of protection, pride campaign, empowerment. So this is a part of our, just rescue and rehabilitation part. So we rescue the birds. You can see on the right side, we put nets under the nesting tree, and then we rescue, and when we put the nets, the injury of the birds become less, and then we rescue them and then hand raise in the zoo, Assam State Zoo, with the support from Assam Forest Department, and then we release them in the wild. And then we are trying our best, but definitely we have to think of a very dedicated facility about this. And this picture I'm sharing because I'm very inspired by this picture also. In a very hard condition, we rescued this bird, and we spent lots of time, and doctors and all, we did devoted there lots of time, and finally this bird was released very successfully in the wild. And we found him after 2 years also, because we had a tag also, and we could found him. And and then we are also trying to trying to analyze some cause of the dead birds and all, and results are not good. So in some birds we found many unusual materials. We are also studying the egg cells of the birds to study the heavy metals. And here I am very excited to share, because on the right side you can see that this is the first experimental platform in Hargila, which we did in 2017 after I got Whitley Award. And in 2017 I was not successful, but 2018 we were successful, because we found a hatchling there which flew away. Then and this year also we have hatchlings, and so far 5 baby birds flew away in these 3 years. So isn't it exciting? So I'm very proud to share this with all of you. And on the other side you can see my bamboo platform. I have 3 bamboo platforms to study the breeding behavior of the bird. One of them is, you can see this bamboo platform with our limited resource, which is made by our villagers. I'm very thankful to them, and I'm still safe so far with their support. And I stay on the top of this bamboo platform. I stay there for sometimes long days, and then I study the breeding behavior of the bird, and I keep myself hiding with the camouflage and all. So, and finally, as I have mentioned, that my PhD got a backseat, but finally in 2018 I did my PhD also, thanks to God and all. And I'm very inspired by this experimental breeding platform, which I'm out of excitement I'm sharing. And the same kind of experiment we did in Assam State Zoo also, because I have a very good partnership with them. So we tried the same kind of experiment in the Assam State Zoo, and Assam State Zoo became the first zoo to breed them. The idea behind this is the experiment we want to see. We want to see, is it is it successful, same in the zoo and same in the wild. And then finally results are rewarding. Tree owners developed ownership feeling, which is so important, and the village became the largest colony in the world. And since 2010, not a single tree cut down, and nest numbers increased by 8 folds. Means when we started our work in 2007, there were only 27 nests. Now we have more than 210 nests, which is more than 8 folds, and this colony became the largest breeding colony. And when we started when we started our work in entire Assam, we found only 400 birds, and now we have, when we counted before COVID, we could do a population count, but we had to stop again. There was another population survey and nest survey which we had to delay. But I'm mentioning about the pre-COVID result, we found more than 950 birds in Assam, and which I think we are hopeful, and bird population is vulnerable. And trust me, everyone, working with people is the toughest challenge, but it's a joy also. It's a lesson learning also. So these are some achievements which I want to share with all of you. And yes, I want to mention that we women are unstoppable. We have to break the barriers, the stereotypes, and sky is the limit. Even, we have to think beyond the sky, beyond the limit. And this picture, I'm very inspired when I see a tree. These tree are holding the birds, and they are so inspiring. And last month, I went to a different colony in Assam, and this tree was supposed to be cut down by a tree owner, but we made him not to cut the trees. We tried to convince him, and but we took some time from him. Please give us 5 months. We will do something. We will do something. Please give us. And we tried to motivate him as much as we can. And I hope he will understand. We are going to meet him again next month. And I want everyone to protect our trees. They are our inspiration. They are holding these hargila birds and other species and habitats of many birds, and they themselves inspire us. So thank you so much, everyone, for all to it. I'm greatly thankful to all my donors, all my supporters, villagers, everyone. Everyone for your kind support. Otherwise, we could not have been there. And thank you so much. And yeah, thank you so much, Joe, and everyone, Whitley Awards, Danny, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be here. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, Purnima, that was great. Thank you so much for sharing your story today. It is so inspirational. And to think it started so negatively with that experience you had, a really poor experience, and you turned it into just a powerful force to protect the stork. Amazing.
Thank you so much, Joe.
So, Purnima, I want to squeeze in a quick question here. There's a grade 8 student tuning in. His name is Ibrahim, and he is wondering if the stork conservation work you have been doing has led to other groups trying the same thing to conserve other species.
Oh, yeah. So, okay. I can read the question. Hargila conservation led to studying and conserving. Yeah. I think from our work, as I have also mentioned that in 2017, I got Whitley Award, and suddenly this Hargila bird became center of attraction, in comparison to the other species like rhino and tigers. So, so I think after that, many people in Assam and India who actually from my personal communication, I can realize that, that they are inspired, and they say that they are very inspired, and they want to do more and more works. Every day I get so many calls from students, from not only from Assam or India, but from students or conservationists who wants to work more and more for other bird species. Yeah, and I myself, I have a huge network in Assam with the other conservationist group who are working on birds, who are studying on birds, and we inspire each others and we exchange ideas. Yeah, thank you so much, Joe.
Okay, well, Purnima, thank you. I know it's getting later in the evening in India. Thank you for sharing your amazing story with us. And I, for one, am looking forward to continue following your work.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, excellent. So, Purnima, I'm going to let you get on with your evening. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're going to bring our next speaker in.
Okay, thank you so much, Joe. I thought that I would have more questions, so I was waiting. But if not, then thank you so much for your kind listening. I'm really very honored and thankful to everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Purnima.
Bye.
All right, well, that's a wild start to the morning. We started in the Philippines, headed to India, and now we're going to go to another side of the world. We're heading to Colombia. But before we head there, I'm going to bring in our next host. We have Kate Bosler joining us. Kate is an environmental journalist, a conservationist, and a graduate of Columbia University, where she earned her Master's of Science to tackle complex and pressing environmental issues. How are we doing today, Kate?
Hi, Joe. Good morning. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
All right, excellent. And I should mention as well that you've been loaned to us from the Explorers Club, where you are a member as well. So great to have you joining us this morning. And you have two really awesome events coming up. I am definitely going to tune in. But for now, I'm going to hand it over to you and let you take over for a bit.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Hi from New York City. Our next speaker, as Joe mentioned, is from Colombia. She is a National Geographic explorer and had an enviable first job working at a zoo. She was trained as an architect and a landscape architect. And during her time at the zoo, she met cotton-top tamarins for the first time, a very distinguished and adorable looking monkey. I hope we'll see lots of pictures. And she was so impressed by this animal that she was inspired to want to learn more about their habitat and the threats facing it in the tropical dry forests in northern Colombia. She then joined Proyecto TT and now leads efforts to secure this wonderful area filled with biodiversity. We will be doing a few questions afterwards, so as they occur to you, please drop those in the chat and we'll get to them. Rosamira, thank you so much for being here. I'll hand it off to you and join you at the end.
Thank you. Hello to everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us to share our stories, and let's get right to it. I will share my screen. And there we go. Here's the object of my love and my passion, the very cute little cotton-top tamarin. This is their home. It's the tropical dry forest in northern Colombia. Just a really amazing place where this little 1 pound monkey lives. And even though they're little, there's a lot of similarities to us humans. So they live in family groups, just like we do, mom, dad, and the kids. They're very territorial. So just like us, we don't welcome unwanted visitors to our home. They don't either. The babies, which are born in pairs once a year, learn everything from their parents and from the adults, or every adult in the family. Everybody helps care for the babies, just like we do. And they have a very distinct diet. You can see them chopping on some weird insect there and sucking on sap that comes out of the trees. But mostly they eat fruits that grow from the forest where they live. And there's always somebody watching out to keep everybody safe. And mommy is usually the one that has like the lead for where to go, where to sleep, what to eat, and especially how to care for each other and stay safe. So lots of similarities to us humans, you could say, regardless of the size difference. But something very special about this little monkey is that it's only found in Colombia. You don't find it in the wild anywhere else. And even within the country, you can see in the map of Colombia, just that black blob in the north region of Colombia, that's the only place on earth where you find cotton-top tamarins. So that makes them really, really special, especially for us Colombians. It's our responsibility to care for this little monkey. But unfortunately, challenges are many, mostly related to habitat loss. So the traditional activities like cattle ranching, agriculture, really have put a hold on protecting the forest. You can see in the images, but also local communities that log the largest trees to sell the wood or to use them for domestic uses such as firewood or fencing or fixing their homes when they have issues. And then another thing that it really affects cotton tops is the illegal pet trade. They're so beautiful with their white chocolate hair and their charisma. People think it's cool to have them as pets. So there is an illegal traffic going on, mostly within our country. It used to be internationally as well in the past, but that is really putting cotton tops in danger. And that is why this is a species that is considered critically endangered. That is one step away from being extinct in the wild. This is it. So we have about 7,000 left. But the forest that is left is very little. It's less than 8%, and about a third of that, it's only what's good, that has forest that has food and shelter for these little monkeys. So they are in very critical condition. And that is what we do at Proyecto TT. This is the project that I lead. And our purpose, our sole purpose, is to guarantee a long-term future for this very cute little monkey that it's only Colombian. And for that, we have 4 pillars that you see in this image, which is, we have tried to put together an integrated conservation model that tackles every one of the threats from a different angle, so that way we could be more effective. So I'll tell you a little bit about what we do in the forest, and then I can take your questions at the end. But this is the places where we work, and you can see in the map, which is a part of the distribution area of cotton tufts, those little green dots. That's all we have out of forest. So we're focusing on work where there's like clusters of forest, and we're doing there all of our conservation programs and try to save what there is in there until we have more time to grow the forest, and just try to find a balance between the needs of people and the needs of wildlife, especially the cotton tufts. So I want to start by telling you a little bit about our research work, which is how the project started more than 35 years ago, actually. A great woman, Dr. Ann Savage from the US, came to Colombia to study these monkeys in the wild, not speaking a word of Spanish. Still a mystery how she did it, but she set the basis of all of what we do now, and she's another, a trailblazer for sure. But we used telemetry to track the monkeys. You see Daddy here with a little backpack. And that is how we are able to track the animals in the wild, because this is a 1-pound monkey that hangs out 30 to 40 feet above the ground. So it's not easy to see them. And on top of that, they don't like humans because they get hunted for the pet trade. But this way, we're able to find them every day. And our team, Francie and Felix here, go in and take notes and learn everything there is to know: what they eat, how they interact, when they take a nap, when they reproduce. It's like a soap opera that you follow every day and just kind of record all those stories. And that's how we know so much about cotton tufts. We have for 30 years, more than 30 years, studying the species in the wild and in captivity as well. So now we know a lot about the monkeys. And the amazing thing is we can use all of that knowledge to conserve the animal, to help their conservation. So this is how we do it. We follow groups every day and learn a lot from them. And we use all that information also to do population surveys. That's how we know that there's about 7,000 left in the wild. We have done 2 population surveys, and we're actually getting ready to do a 3rd one next year when COVID allows, after 10 years. And it's going to be very interesting to see how all of our efforts have contributed to more forest and more monkeys. So fingers crossed for that. But there's the huge science base in everything that we do in the field to study the animals and to use that for conservation. But we are aware that the main threat is the forest. So my personal mission has been to work hard with environmental authorities on one side to protect whatever's left. Those little green blobs, we're making a huge effort to protect those, and then make sure that at least we have that protected to start with. And to that, we have been able to protect 5,400 hectares, working with environmental authorities in creating public protected areas. But we have also created our own, and this has been, one of my dreams come true, to have a reserve where we can work, track monkeys, and protect wildlife that is actually neighbor of 1,000-hectare national park. So we're extending the area that is specifically for the animals, and we're very proud of this beautiful forest that we're saving for the monkeys and for all wildlife, for that matter. But we cannot do these things alone. And we also have a 3rd strategy, that is working with local farmers. You see this crazy map here with lots of colors. And what it is like a spider web of forest corridors that we're planting so that cotton tufts can move around from one forest fragment to another, because they never come down to the ground. So connectivity is very important. And we're doing this with the farmers. within their land. We would love to be able to buy, all the land in the world to protect it for wildlife, but it's not a real alternative. So we're working with farmers. They're setting aside corridors. We plant those corridors. We have a beautiful nursery where we propagate seeds that we collect from the trees, plant these trees, grow them, mark them, and then plant them in the corridors of the farmer's land. And then we monitor their growth and their survival. So that way we can build slowly, because it takes a while and we have to be patient. We're building forest for the monkeys and for wildlife, one tree at a time. So far, we've planted like 100,000 trees in the last 3 years, and we're protecting like probably 250 more hectares of forest for the monkeys. This is what we want to see. We want to see the little monkeys be able to move around, find food, find territory, find new mates whenever they need. And for that, we need large trees and connected corridors. And this is something that we're leading with the work in the communities as well. And we know that we're always talking about cottontails because this is the species we love and we work to protect. But saving the forest for the monkeys, we're saving the forest for all these amazing wildlife species that live in Colombia, and especially the birds and lots of mammals that are part of our huge biodiversity. So we focus on cottontails, but the impact is really wider than that. And not only the animals. Saving forests, we all know, that provides a safe water source for people. Look at these kids, enjoying the rain. And we know water is just crucial to us. And then, we also have resources, food and wood, if we use it sustainably, which is what we want. So trying to find that balance between saving the forest and research and the animal, we have two great programs that touch directly on our communities. And one of them also works with a bunch of amazing women, also trailblazers, leaders from the local communities that make these beautiful bags. Guess what they're made of? Recycled plastic bags. We collect them before they go into the streams to litter or the forest or the lakes and create so much pollution that is created by plastic bags. And they crochet these beautiful bags and make what we call the eco mochilas. And the fun thing is they can do that while they are at home. They can chit chat, watch a soap opera, and just do their life, but be productive. And with that, generate an income for their families. Because people that use forest resources, they do it because they need to support their families. They need to feed their families. With this, we're giving an alternative. And look at these beautiful bags that are already in the runway of many prestigious designers here in Colombia, which is amazing. And also in the shelves of fashion stores, where they're starting to combine plastic bags with other materials to make these beautiful, fashionable plastic bags. But we don't only do bags. There's another group of friends in the community, also leaders and ferocious women working to make these amazing plush toys. They laugh a lot, they have fun, and they send a message out with these little plush toys. Yeah, you want a cotton top? Here's one. Just buy this one. You're helping the communities, you're helping cotton tops, helping the forest, and you learn that this animal needs to be in the forest and not in our homes. We also work with the farmers. Some of them are, within the same families. They get an income for helping us plant these trees that we plant every year on the rainy season, and they also get, income by helping us transport these little plants, because some of these places are not reachable, not even in a motorcycle, even less a truck. So we need to use the good old bull roads that are used in our local communities for transportation. And that's also opportunities to create an income and work with the family, not only with the females, but because we know that it's different social groups, but working with their relatives in the farmers, which are the ones that plant the land, the farm. And then we're getting everybody involved. And all together as a family, we started offering the opportunity for people, audiences, to come and see our work, our social work, and our research work. Unfortunately, we are on hold now because of COVID, but it's an amazing experience to see the monkeys and then talk to the people that are helping protect the monkeys, especially these amazing women in the local communities. And working with them has been great because everything they receive, they invest in their own family, in their homes. And that has been a great learned lesson that motivates us to continue this approach of involving the family, but women especially because of their impact in their own families. What we want from this community work is stories like Mr. Hector Barrios, who in his parcel found a little cotton top that had fallen from a tree. It's a baby girl. In other situations, he probably would have sold it or would have kept it as a pet, but he's committed to the conservation agreements they signed to work all together to protect the forest. He called us, and we were very successful, able to return this little baby to her family next week using vocalizations pre-recorded and sending, calling the family, and they came in and got the little baby and took it with their family. So this is a success story from a family in the field that starts, understanding that animals need to be in the forest and that they are very important in getting this message out. So we're very proud of that. And of course, the future generations of Colombians and little kids, we have a whole set of programs for kids that start in elementary school, understanding the differences between wild animals and domestic animals. And then they learn to train their dogs as a way to strengthen their relationship with their domestic animals and discourage wanting to have a cool monkey with, white rock hair as a pet. Then in secondary school, they have a longer program, semester program, where they learn more about cotton tops and how can they help. They actually go to the forest, and all of the stories in the booklet, they bring to life in the forest. And that is where we go straight to the heart for these kids and get them really engaged. Just having a happy day in the forest. These images, of course, are pre-COVID, and we're looking forward to taking the kids back to the forest when it's safe to do so. But they have a great day. They see the monkeys, they see lots of wildlife, and they understand that they have a very important role in protecting their natural resources. And then we have stories like some of these kids, they just don't want to leave. They want to continue involved. And this is Rosa. Rosa is one of our teachers now who teaches other kids in her community about cotton tops, but she went through all of those programs and now is one of our leaders in our community. And we're very proud of her and appreciate her commitment. And like Rosa, we have, a group of very committed young individuals that we're sure are going to be the best ambassadors of our work. We celebrate the Day of the Cotton Top again this year. We had to do it virtually, looking forward to meeting with communities again and celebrating to cotton tops and life by doing what we do, what we love to do: dance, music, poetry, art. And what a great way to connect people with nature and with their own culture by instilling value on a little monkey that it's only found in Colombia and that needs our help to survive. Making it fun, going to the heart, creating those special connections between what makes you proud of your country and of your biodiversity, and also addressing the needs of people that just want to make a decent living and provide for their families. And here I want to highlight our team. You see a lot of trailblazers here, and we're basically half and half, a very diverse team that it's 100% in the field, making all of these programs work, and in making sure that everybody falls in love with cotton tops, just as we are all in love with this cute little monkey. Thank you very much. Here's our social media and our website if you want to see more of our work, see great images and videos of cotton tops, and follow us and learn and support our work. All of that, eco mochilas and plush toys, you can also purchase online on our website. So thank you so much for listening, and I would be happy to answer any questions if there's time.
Rosamira, thank you so much. Lots of comments about how cute the monkeys are and some questions.
Thank you, Kate.
Yeah, protecting biodiversity is such important work. Even if some of us never directly visit these places, they offer our imagination so much.
Yes.
So primates and monkeys are, of course, highly intelligent and clever. Someone was wondering if they ever try to remove their tracking backpacks.
No, we were very careful to design this way to carry the backpacks. So daddies, as you saw in some of the pictures, and mommies carry the babies in the back for 10 weeks at least until they're able to walk on their own. So having something on their back, it's common. It's very, they're used to it. And we have never in 30 some years of studying seen any cases of that. Besides, they're very light. So they're like 10% of the weight of one of the babies that they carry in the back. So we made sure that it was something that was healthy for them, and it wasn't disruptive at all for their day-to-day activities.
And someone asking what kind of foods do they like to eat? And maybe does that differ when people keep them versus what they're foraging?
They eat fruits from the forest, nothing like we eat at home. It's fruits, but it's different fruits. Fruits that grow in the forest, they're usually very little. And we have tasted quite a few of them, and they're mostly sweet. So these guys are like a sweet thing, like we love chocolate or candy. But the great thing about that, them eating, their diet is probably more than half of their diet is fruits from the forest. And it's more than 60 different species of fruits. So when they eat those fruits, they swallow the whole fruit and then poop the seed. And that seed comes out ready to germinate. And new trees come in the ground of the forest because of cotton tops moving around and pooping quite a few times a day. But that is actually one of their ecological roles in the forest. They're seed dispersers, and they also pollinate because they suck on the nectar of flowers. And with the little hair here, the pollen gets stuck, and then they go to another flower and just help the balance of the forest and just keep that equilibrium. So yeah, they're very sweet tooths. And for protein, they do insects and also sap from the trees, which gives them a lot of energy, especially on the dry season.
Even their poop plays an important role in the ecology. Yes. And I'm sure you're learning about all of these interactions and in the web of life and in that sphere. And because there is so much biodiversity, are you ever surprised at things that you're finding out about the ecology there, interactions that you perhaps didn't know about, or species that you hadn't been familiar with?
No, it's amazing to go into the forest. Our team that goes into the forest every day. And again, that's their office. Can you imagine having a forest for an office? And in 30 years plus of studies, of course, we've learned a lot about cotton tops, but it never ceases to amaze us because we go to a different place and we saw some variations of their behavior. And it is all depending on the context, on what they have available. And I think the fun thing is, the most fun thing is to see how similar it is to us, how they, moms kind of like, ground their kids, or they demand them to behave, or they just, pull their hair and say, quiet, it's just fun and just to see the similarities. And of course, seeing other wildlife is just amazing. We see, it's a huge biodiverse forest, and we see all sorts of little creatures, big creatures, spider monkeys, howler monkeys, sloth bears, lots of little, ants and snakes and birds. Gosh, macaws, which are my second favorite, of course. Not first favorite is cotton tops. But yeah, it is amazing. And for the kids, when they go into the forest, that's when we get to say, look at this. Isn't it worth to save this? And you can do it. You can help us out. And actually, the story of the poop is the one that the kids in our education programs remember the most. They just get it, how important it is for wildlife.
Of course. And we had a couple of concerned audience members wondering more about the hunting that happens and what we can do about it.
Well, I think all of us as citizens of the world can just, strongly reject anything that has to do with the illegal traffic. In our case, in Colombia, we encourage kids and people in our audiences to not purchase cotton tops for pets, to not support any activity that is related to hunting cotton tops and keeping them as pets. That's for our specific work. But around the world, and I know there's an audience from many places in the world, there's issues all over the place. And you can just reject that and make sure that your day-to-day life supports conservation in many ways. Whatever you purchase, whatever you use, the kind of waste that you generate, you can just be sensitive about that. Learn, inform yourself, read, and just reject that and never accept that. And get your family involved, get your friends involved, get your coworkers involved. And you sometimes you feel like one person doesn't make a difference. Yes, we do make a difference. It doesn't matter how little this is. I really encourage you to just one friend that you convince not to have any exotic animals as pets, or purchase things that damage the elephants in Africa, or the monkeys in South America, or the bisons in North America. It's all over the place. We can do something about it. So I encourage you to do that. Just read, inform, learn, and just make a difference and make changes in your life.
And I appreciate you bringing that up, and distilling those links is so important, and getting the education and realizing how all of us can do our part to make the planet a better place for all the other species we share it with. I'll leave you with one last question. You touched on it a little bit. Lots of people wondering, for being conservation minded, how they might prepare themselves for a career to help wildlife. Perhaps you have a few examples of earlier experiences that set you on your path.
Listen, yeah, I'm a weirdo in a way that, when I started life, I had something else in mind. I trained as an architect, with a landscape architect. I loved nature, but look at where life brought me. And it was just because I felt really passionate about making things right and finding balance between nature and humans. I think what took me to here was that experience on, eye to eye with cottontails at the zoo for the first time on my first landscape architecture job. But if you like it, if you feel passionate about nature, read, learn, inform, and just learn about the challenges and try to set solutions for it. There's a lot of people working around the world, and you will see that at this event. Lots of women also pushing for, many social and environmental causes. And it is because you feel the passion. That's the first thing. And you love what you do, and you can dedicate 100% of your life to this. But you need to understand, you need to read, you need to learn. And organizations like ours can provide you that information now with social media. It's all there for you to look, to review, to learn, and to ask questions anytime for us to communicate with you. But if you feel that passion, go for it, because the world needs more people, more, trailblazers, more women working hard, and more humans, after all, just, being sensitive and just chipping in for protecting our nature and our natural resources and our wildlife and cottontails. You can purchase the cottontails online as well and help us out as well.
An adorable way that we can all hang out with them. Rosamira, thank you so much for your important work and for being with us today. And everybody, please check out her organization and the social media links that she shared earlier on. We'll put them in the chat as well. Thank you for being with us. All right, and next up, we are going to go somewhere way far out. I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint and see if you can figure out who our next scientist is. Here we go. Well, you might have proctored a guess. What an exciting morning it is when I get to wake up and speak with an astronaut. Nicole Stott is joining us. She is going to talk about her space aboard the International Space Station and Space Shuttle, also an undersea habitat, the aqueous habitat. And she is very multi-talented. She is an artist as well. And it encourages people to use art as a way to appreciate spaceship Earth as our shared home and our need to behave like crewmates. She is a veteran NASA astronaut. Her experience includes 2 space flights and 104 days living and working in space. I will hand it off to Nicole to share her exciting presentation, and I'm sure everyone will have lots of questions. Nicole, thank you for being with us.
My pleasure to be here with you. This theme, Women Blazing Trails or Women Blaze Trails, I love it. I think that's what exploration is all about in general, right? And we're all doing it, I think, in one way or another. We're all exploring in both familiar and unfamiliar places. And today, as Kate mentioned, I'll share a little bit about my time in space, but also about how that has come back to Earth for me as well. So let's see, we'll share screen and we'll go out. Like, I always have to talk myself through it, as Joe knows. All right, let's see. Is it working for you guys to see the presentation? Yay, I think so. Okay, cool. All right, so I always tend to start with this slide for any talk I give because I get asked a lot what it was like just to be in space, my memory of living and working in space. And this one picture kind of wraps it up and reminds me of it all, and that it's really beautiful. And as you can imagine, you know, living and working in space through the window, it's quite gorgeous. It also, I look at it and I see this little silhouette of the space shuttle Atlantis. And while it looks like it's just hanging there, you know, still in space, I know that we're traveling at around 17,500 miles an hour, or at about 5 miles a second, which means we lap the planet around every 90 minutes or so. And that means we get one of these stunning sunrises or sunsets out the window every 45 minutes. I also know I'm inside that little space shuttle with my crewmates. We're on our way home from my first flight, which was a little over 3 months on the station. And I know that my friend and crewmate Jeff Williams is on the space station and took this amazing photo for us. All right, next one, let's see. Okay, so this, you know, this picture here, when I think about exploration, to me, it's about curiosity and discovery. And I was very fortunate to have parents who shared what they loved with me. And for me to be able to be curious and discover from the cockpit of my dad's airplane to see Earth from a totally different perspective that way. And as we prepare to go to space, to live and work there, we're doing that same kind of thing by going and exploring in other extreme environments. For instance, it was mentioned that I had the opportunity to live underwater. I did that for 18 days on a mission in the Aquarius habitat off the coast of Key Largo, sitting at about 60 feet below the surface in this Aquarius habitat, about the size of a school bus, roughly the size of one of our space station modules. And pretty much everything about that environment, with the exception that it's water surrounding you versus the vacuum of space, is as close as you can get to what it's going to be like to live and work in space. And so it's this way of looking at our planet, I think, in a whole new way, but also of learning to explore even places like space by going underwater. We kind of joke that we get to go to live and work in inner space to learn how to live and work in outer space. And my time in space was spent primarily on the International Space Station, which I hope you will agree is just this wonderful, like, masterpiece in space. If you laid it out on the ground, it's a little bit bigger than a football field. We live and work inside these modules that are pressurized, so we can float around in our normal clothes. We don't have to wear a spacesuit all the time. But this space station, and I could talk about it all day, is absolutely the best example of living off the grid, the best example of international partnership, of how we can live and work together as peacefully and successfully as an international community, and just a wonderful example of the kind of technology and challenges that we can overcome together when we decide that there's some greater good mission to do so. And I love showing this picture and reminding people that for over 20 years now, This spacecraft has been orbiting the planet every 90 minutes, and with representatives from 5 international space programs representing 15 different countries together. Absolutely the best example of how we should be living and working as crew members here on Spaceship Earth. And just to follow on what the theme of conservation, I'll tell you, the way we live on our mechanical space station, you know, the spacecraft that we've built to mimic what, as best we can, what Earth does for us naturally. Every day we're aware of how much CO2 is in our atmosphere, of how much clean drinking water we have, of the integrity of our thin metal hull, and it's how it's continuing to protect us, and the care of all of our crewmates that we share this place with. So again, I will say, I think just the best way to think about how we should be living and working together here on Spaceship Earth. My time in space was spent with these folks. And I show this because I think as crewmates, we want to enjoy ourselves. We should enjoy the experience we're having, the exploration that we're doing, the place that we're living. But we should also know that when things go wrong, that the people that we have around us will have our backs, and that will work as much as humanly possible to solve the problems that we have together. And these absolutely were those people for me in space. And I think that the point of going to live and work in space in this microgravity environment on a space station is that that we can look at things differently, that we can take gravity out of the equation, and we can be learning more and more scientifically about things we thought we already knew a lot about, but we look at them in a different way. Everything about the science that we're doing and the way we work on that space station is ultimately about improving life here on Earth, which I just loved. I mean, for me, that was the reason to go and do something like be an astronaut and fly in space. And we get to look at things differently from places like, you know, working on a spacewalk, putting ourselves in our own personal spaceship, going outside and climbing around the station that is our home, and looking at things a little bit differently. I'll just, you know, a little joke here. My mom says that this picture is the one that reminds her why she was afraid while I was in space, because, you know, in her mind, there should always be a 2 hands on the space station rule. And the absolute, I think the ultimate, like, perspective changing experience was the opportunity to look out the windows of our space station, to experience our home, this planet below us, in a whole new way. And when I think about it now, it was kind of like I was exploring without even really knowing that I was exploring. When I was looking out the window, I was learning new things for sure. I was being surprised every time by the view I would see. I was in awe of how just gorgeous this planet that we share as a home is. And I found that view kind of evolved for me. I'm in Florida right now. I grew up in Florida. I considered Florida my home. I wanted to see Florida from space. And so if I knew it was going to be out the window, I flew to that window to try and see it, to try and capture it with a picture too. I thought of Florida as my home. I wanted to see the Earth, you know, complemented by the space station, you know, in an artistic way, looking at these solar arrays that collect all that solar energy and generate all the power for us on the station, but experiencing that through the glow of one of those sunrises or sunsets circling our planet out the window as well. I had to get my brain wrapped around things appearing different and appearing almost unbelievable to me. You know, like, for instance, this is my crewmate Al crawling along the bottom of the space station. That's the glow, the blue glow of Earth, you know, 250 miles below him. And just having our brains accept the fact that Al has no sense of up or down. Al feels like he's crawling along the floor. And so you don't have to worry about Al falling back to Earth from that position. the geography of our planet, getting to know Earth in kind of a more intimate way, being able to look at a picture or a view of Earth through the window and know, okay, that's the desert patterns of Africa, not Australia, or understanding which place on Earth I was seeing without having to look at a computer reference to do that. And then it really evolved to me from that look at the familiar, wanting to see that understanding of how things will appear to me, the geography of our planet, but just to kind of the awe of the next kind of beautiful part of the art of Earth that I was going to see. And this is a way zoomed in picture. It's a tiny little island, naturally shaped island in the Red Sea. And I remember looking at this and thinking, wow, God must have a wonderful sense of humor, because these kinds of things are scattered all over our planet. And I think as humans, we're curious. We're meant to discover them. We're meant to go explore and find them, understand them. This is absolutely my favorite picture that I took from space. Again, way zoomed in. It's a tiny little chain on the northern coast of South America called Las Rocas. And I remember looking out the window and thinking, man, it looks like somebody had reached down with a big paintbrush and painted a wave on the ocean. And this one image has been a huge inspiration for me. It was while I was in space, and it is now, in that I had the opportunity to paint with watercolors while I was on the space station. I think about these things like art in space, music in space, sewing, writing poetry, even the photography that we do out the window. It's like we're putting the human in human space flight. And I had the opportunity to paint. That image was my inspiration for the painting I did in space. It's been the inspiration for my own personal artwork that I've done since retiring from NASA. But it was very thankfully to me, the thing that allowed me to get introduced to some folks that are working with kids around the world doing all kinds of wonderful art projects. And we've focused them on, space themed art therapy programs. And we've been able, I hope this will work. I'll just kind of fast forward through this, to work with children and hospitals and refugee centers around the world, creating these art spacesuits. Our spacesuit company, ILC Dover, who creates our real suits, has volunteered to quilt these together for us. They have, several of them have actually flown to the space station, and we've been able to watch the kids experience this and then watch these suits fly through the space station. And I can tell you, every astronaut who sees one of these colorful, gorgeous art spacesuits wants to know why they have to keep wearing the white ones when they go out and do spacewalks. We have a project in work right now called Beyond, where we are hopeful to get at least one child from every country involved with the art spacesuit. And we have the hope of crossing our fingers of not only flying that suit in space one day, but of taking that suit to display and participate in the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow in November, COP26. So very thankful to be included in that. And now I reflect back again. This is another picture of Florida from space, a little bit different perspective. There's no denying that Florida is part of a planet that's our home. And that's the way I think about home now. I think about the fact that we're on this planet, our relationship to everything else around us that's interconnected, to exploration that we've done with robotic missions out to places like Saturn, and this image where we're learning more about the rings and everything about Saturn. And yet this little dot of light beneath those rings is us. And we always want to understand better our relationship to who and where we are in space. And I think there's no better image than this iconic Apollo 8 image known as Earthrise, to show us, to express to us who and where we are together on planet Earth. And I can tell you through my experience in space, it's a complex thing to do these things in space. And yet I came home with 3 very simple lessons that are: we live on a planet, we are all Earthlings, and the only border that matters is that thin blue line of atmosphere that blankets and protects us all. So I'm very thankful to be here with you all today. And I'm thankful that we are all crewmates here on Spaceship Earth. I'll try to stop sharing. Okay, did that work?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Thank you so much for such inspirational photos. And I love the Earthrise one. The poet who spoke, Amanda Gorman, at the inauguration, has a beautiful poem,
Yes,
Earthrise, that I implore all of you to look up. It's a stunning one. I had the good fortune to speak with one of your colleagues recently, Kathy Sullivan, first American into space, and she shares your sentiment, as I'm sure so many astronauts who go to space do, looking down and seeing the interconnectedness. She also spoke about being able to see some human-created physical borders and things like agriculture having transformed the land. I'm wondering if you've seen any of these kinds of signs and what that meant to you.
Yeah, I think we do. You know, there's always this this idea that you don't see borders from space, right? You know, we've heard that a lot before. I think what you don't see are the lines drawn on the maps, right? You know, we have this visual of this flat map with lines drawn all around things. We don't tend to see that, but we do see, you know, how we have kind of played into the landscape, right? You can see massively cleared areas of land. You can see the shifting of, you know, like the glacial activity. You know, Patagonia is one of these favorite spots to view and photograph. You can see fires burning. I mean, those are the kinds of things that, in one way or another, we know we are having an impact, a direct role in, and it's pretty overwhelming to look at it that way, because there's this contrast, I think, between looking at Earth from space as this beautiful, you know, undeniably, indescribably beautiful place, and yet knowing that, you know, there's another side of it. And, you know, I'm a rambler, but the way I like to think of it is, you know, we watch from space. We have this just amazing vantage point on Earth, and it's like we're watching everything with the mute button on, right? You know, these massive hurricanes, right? Swirling white, billowy hurricanes are moving across the planet. It looks gorgeous from space. Absolutely gorgeous. And yet, as a girl who's grown up in Florida, I know that you get to the other side of that hurricane, and it's not the gorgeous, quiet, billowy white, you know, hurricane that I see from the space station. And so I think that's as humans, we have to balance out that understanding we have of things like that, and know that that we can play a role in turning it into that more beautiful view that we see, that more equitable view that we see from space, and make that a reality down here on the planet too.
And whether the photos are taken from the International Space Station or from satellites, these photos that give us this view are so important to understand how the climate is changing and what we can be doing about it. That picture of you out waving, that made your mom a little bit nervous. It's so beautiful and stunning, but I can't help but wonder, do you ever get a little bit scared? And if so, what do you do for a sense of courage?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Kathy had some words about that. You know, it's interesting. Scared is not a word I would use. Respectful, diligent, deliberate, understanding of the kind of the extremes of the environment that you're in. I think that's all something you are working with the whole time you're out there, right? You know that this is a critical piece of hardware that's protecting you when you're out there. You know that tether is important, that my mom was watching for every time I stopped somewhere. She's like, you better put that thing on the station. But I don't think it's fear. I think it's respect for all of those different things, the risk and where you are and the work you're doing. And thankfully we have such amazing training, you know, where a bulk of the training that we do is all about all that stuff we think can go wrong. So you feel like you're prepared, you know, to deal with it if something did, if that answers the question. But I'll tell you, it's not like there's not fear in any of it. But I think for me, it was fear in a different way. The fear was not about the space station, about the spacewalk, about launch or landing. To me, it was more of a personal fear with respect to my family, to how I knew they were feeling as they were watching me do all of this stuff. I mean, it's much more difficult to watch somebody you love strap onto a rocket or do a spacewalk than it is to be the one doing it. And this fear that something might happen to them. My son was 7 when I flew the first time, you know, that something might happen to them on Earth and I wouldn't be able to be there. That's where, if I think about the word fear, that's where I had it.
And I'm sure these extreme environments run the whole spectrum of human emotion, and it's really what you make of it and the lessons you learn from it. And I think that's absolutely incredible. We had a question on the particulars of the hardware and the spacesuit. Berkeley is wondering if you can hear through it.
Well, you can't hear, I mean, if you're inside the station where there's, you know, air and you've got a pressurized environment, if you're inside of the spacesuit, if somebody yells really loudly or if an alarm is going off inside of the space station, you could still hear that. But once you leave the space station, once you go out into the vacuum of space inside of this protected, you know, spacesuit, you're not hearing anything from the outside of the suit. But you hear like the pumps and the fans inside of the suit, kind of the hum of that. You hear, you know, of course, the comm through your headset with your crewmates and the people inside the station and that are down on Earth. You hear your own breathing and shuffling, you know, inside of the suit. But it's really this kind of comforting environment, both from a feel, you know, just like, oh, I'm snug in here, to it's like you feel the support of those people through the sounds that you get through your headset and the suit. Yeah.
And because we're part of this educational outreach program that it's really trying to connect young students and focusing on women in the sciences. And of course, yesterday was the United Nations Day, yes, International Day of Girls in Science. I was looking over some of the statistics, and one of the biggest gender gaps is in engineering. And it's still a big place where the United Nations is trying to amplify efforts to include younger people and feeling encouraged and comfortable to take this path. And I love that you use art as a tool to sort of break down some of those barriers. Can you talk a little bit more about that, just finding different ways to engage people? Yeah,
I think, you know, for me, the art, you know, or like what we would think of kind of this creative side of things, I think it's like this universal communicator, right? It allows us to find a connection with each other, to express ourselves in a way that we might not otherwise, you know, technically through the ones and zeros. And it helps us make a connection. I think, you know, it's why I love participating in these events with you guys, and the outreach that's being done, is that we're able to establish a presence, right? We're able to be available to young women and young boys too, to see what's possible. And I also love it because we can get at them young through, you know, through these platforms, right? And I really believe that while I don't like to stereotype anything, I think young girls really do need to see examples of, you know, of women that have done what they think might be impossible for them, and to find a belief in that. I mean, if I think about the one thing that might have stopped me from getting to have the opportunities that I have, it would be myself, doubting myself out of even making an attempt at them. And, you know, and having this kind of visibility with other women and being out there, I think it's our responsibility. And I'll just put a shout out for the space program and space exploration activities. At least what I know of it from the NASA side is hugely progressive when it comes to, just the demographic of women and diversity in general. And I'll throw out 2 examples. Our NASA astronaut office is now roughly 40% women, as compared to just 10 years ago where it was 20%. And both of those numbers exceed, just like you said, what people are finding in engineering programs. We really need to keep doing these kinds of things to encourage women to get out there in the engineering workforce, because the people that are hiring want you. NASA wants you.
Absolutely. And I'll mention one thing and then leave you with a final question, which is the Explorers Club, which, Nicole, we would love to have you come and be part of our next year of programming featuring women explorers. To your point about representation, so important to have these kinds of programs out there. So I'm wondering, when you do get downtime in these extreme environments to relax a little bit, what's your go-to? What do? Do you listen to music? Play cards? What's the deal?
There's always music playing. I'll say that. Even through the workday, every module has some kind of music going on. If you can, if you're not on the comm loops and stuff. That one picture I showed floating in front of that cupola window, I guarantee you 99.9% of the time, and if an astronaut has free time, that is where they are. They are just absorbed in it. It is one of the most transcendent experiences I have ever had. And you can listen to music in there. You can talk to your family from there. That is the place to be. And I had the opportunity to paint a little bit too. People will do those kinds of things as well. Well,
I'd love to see that NASA astronaut playlist. Maybe you can profit a deal with Spotify at some point.
Quite diverse.
Nicole, thank you so much for your time and for being with us. Such exciting work you do. I encourage everyone to check out the organization more, and hopefully we'll talk to you again in the future sometime soon.
Yes, absolutely, Kate. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nicole. And we'll bring our next host, Jessie. Let's see, we'll just add you in here. Jessie, welcome for being here.
Thank you, Kate. What a fun, amazing series of speakers we've had so far. Holy, 4 incredible women to kick off our festival, and great job hosting. It's been so much fun watching in the background before getting to host, so I'm so excited to get started today.
Well, I'm leaving everyone in competent hands. Jessie is the Vice President of Education at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants and the founder of Science Literacy Week in Canada, and he will help you out with our next set of speakers here. So thanks, Jessie.
Thank you so much, Kate, and I can't wait to get started. Well, we've had people coming in from several countries so far as speakers. We've had people tuning in from all over the world, be they family members of some of our speakers. We've had teachers. We've had all sorts of viewers. So thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We really, really appreciate it. Before we dive in with our next speaker, I just want to note we are 4 speakers in to a 50 speaker festival today. So to my knowledge, this is the largest Women in STEM Fest virtually ever in history, which is really exciting. We are bringing astronauts, cave divers, canopy explorers, deep sea biologists, and more. And it is such a thrill to get to bring them all to you live for free. Since COVID closed schools back last March, we've run over 500 free live interactive broadcasts for classes. And so if you have the chance, if you want to consider donating and supporting our efforts to bring those sort of broadcasts to kids around the world, you can check us out on the Women Blaze Trails site, so our festival site, or at the Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants site as well. So do check that out. If you get the chance, you can learn more about the incredible work we're doing to bring such amazing people as Nicole to classrooms around the globe. So I know it's a tough gig following an astronaut, probably the toughest thing you can do, but we have someone who is very much up to the challenge, one of our favorite speakers here at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, Dominique Gonsalves. So she is the manager of elephant ecology at the Gorongosa National Park, which is easily one of the most amazing and resplendent ecosystems in the entire world. It's always a thrill having her on to talk about elephants. And alongside that, she is also a huge advocate for girls, women in STEM, for education, for women's rights. She is an amazing speaker. You guys are in for a real treat. And without further ado, thank you so much for joining us today, Dominique, and take us away.
Hi, Jessie. Hi, it's a great pleasure to be here. And I just want to say congratulations to all women in STEM, and let's keep doing this and bringing more women with us. With no further ado, I'll just share my screen and let's hope this goes well, because every time I try this, it's not really the way.
It's gonna work.
Okay, it's working, and then I'll play.
Perfect. Yeah? You are all set.
Good. So yeah, today I'll talk again about a little bit about Gorongosa and also the elephant population in there. Mostly focused on the challenges and the recovery of this amazing population. So for those of you who don't know, Gorongosa National Park is a protected area in the end of the Rift Valley, which is in central Mozambique. And where I am from exactly, actually, and because of the location right in the end of the reef and that low valley, it has a massive variety of habitats from rainforests, Afro-montane, grasslands, and woodland savannas, floodplain, everything you can imagine, and of course all that combination gives this area, this national park, a huge also number of diversity in terms of biodiversity, basically. And Gorongosa National Park is also is part of the park in Mount Gorongosa, which is where the rainforest is. And around this area, we have this gray zone that we call the buffer zone. This buffer zone is very important. You'll know why in a few minutes, but it's in this buffer zone that we have our communities living, our communities that have about 200,000 people living around the park. And it's also in this buffer zone where all the, let's say, all our efforts towards conservation and human development are targets for. Not only this, you might have heard before that Gorongosa is considered one of the most successful restoration projects so far. And, it was not always like that. It was not always that easy because Gorongosa is also a dark story. It all happened during 16 years of civil war in Mozambique. The park was decimated with the wildlife, the large mammals especially being declined from 90%. But since 2008, the restoration project started and things are going way better now. Our wildlife numbers are coming back. But the most important thing for Gorongosa now is how we change the perception of how we do conservation in Africa or in Mozambique, at least at this time. And this time we see Gorongosa has as a coin with both sides, and one side is human development and another side is conservation. And remember, I said we have about 200,000 people around us, and it's important for us that these people who live around this protected area, this wildlife area, is also happy. And that is why we have many programs under the human development umbrella, which is from education. I'll talk a little bit about it. Education, about health, water and sanitation, and many other things, all under the human development umbrella, really looking into our communities and with a big emphasis also in gender equality. The other side of what we do, of course, we have in the park is the conservation side. And just like any other protected area in Africa or in the world, Gorongosa is also under threat because of the, habitat fragmentation, poaching, climate change, and including human-wildlife conflict. So our rangers are doing an amazing work keeping our species and our biodiversity protected since they started working. We could say, we normally say that poaching is declined about 72%, and now we have women rangers. We are looking also protecting of other species, not only the high well-known ones, but even the small ones and the ones that are really being targeted, such as pangolins and others. So Gorongosa has about 600 employees, and 98% of these employees are Mozambican from the communities around the park. So these are some of my colleagues. You can see over there, one of them is a women ranger. And not only that, we also focus a lot in the sustainable development, because we want our communities, we want to help lift our communities out of poverty. And to do that, we need to, we can't just rely on donors and not only to deliver our programs, but we need to become self-efficient, especially our communities. And it's under this sustainable development umbrella that we have many things. We do a lot of agriculture, conservation agriculture. We do honey and cashew, and the most successful so far has been our coffee, our Gorongosa coffee. And it's been a success, but the most important thing about this coffee is that 100% of the profit supports our programs such as girls education, if you buy Girls Run the World, or wildlife conservation, if you buy Elephants Never Forget, or rainforest restoration, which is up in the Mount Gorongosa, where is our rainforest, if you buy Speak for the Trees. And this, I need to mention that this coffee has been growing in Mount Gorongosa under the shade of the native forests of our rainforest. Mount Gorongosa was going under fragmentation and habitat destruction, and that was the way that we also, with the community, managed to kind of try to stop that action and actually bring the rainforest back with the coffee. Of course, we also have a new science department, and the park management is mostly guided by science. Mostly, I would say, actually is guided by science. And I'm very proud to say that I'm part of the science team. And I'm even more proud to say that in the science team, I would say 98% of us are women, and mostly Mozambican women also. This is one of my colleagues, Laura Makamu. She was just the manager of our wet lab or molecular lab in the park. And it's in a science department. We have many things. We do many things. One of the most amazing ones I always find most amazing is documenting our biodiversity, the biodiversity of the park, because we really believe that it's hard to protect and maintain something that you don't know you have. So we have this long-term, this constant effort of documenting everything from plants, animals, fungi, everything that we could see, or even things that we are trying to find. And many of these things are new species for science. So far we have more than 6,000 plus species documented, and we also helping other places around Mozambique, around Gorongosa, other protected areas to start something like that, to start documenting their biodiversity. Besides that, the scientific department also have other programs, which is looking to key species, key habitats, monitoring and counting, for example. And one of these is the elephant program. Is one of the key species. The elephants of Gorongosa is also a dark side, a dark story, because they were one of those species that were almost completely decimated during the Civil War. They were hunted, their tusks was sold their ivory was sold to buy weapons, and they were, just to say, from 2,500 elephants in an entire area before the war. After the war, was less than 200 elephants that survived that war. So these 200 elephants that survived the war, of course, extremely traumatized with scars of war, as Dr. Paul mentioned it, and showing different kinds of behaviors. But the thing is, since the restoration started, this elephant population is growing. Now we can say that we have more than 800 elephants, and they're growing, they're reclaiming their habitat. And that is why in 2018, after I finished my master's in conservation biology, I was encouraged to start the Gorongosa Elephant Project, ecology project. This project aims to do long-term monitoring of our recovering population in this Gorongosa marshmallow ecosystem, and also, see what's going to happen not only to the elephants in terms of behavior, but to the habitat and to the people who now live really close to these elephants. So these are some of the things we do. We do a lot of GPS coloring and tracking. When we started, we started with just coloring and monitoring lead females of elephants, but now I can say that we have at least 23 colored elephants, male and females. We're following some family groups and some bulls and some male groups. And this is really important because knowing where elephants are, we can better protect not only the elephants, but the habitat and also the people who live next door to these animals. And it's also under this kind of point that we also collaborate a lot with other colleagues and researchers from other institutions and universities. So this was me with our veterinary in Mercia, collecting fresh dung samples for one of our partners and for one of the genetics and diet studies. So this thing happened a lot during the coloring, and well, I can say it's fun. But the other thing that also is happening with this population is not just this nice recovering and reclaiming of their places, but also bring some challenges for us, so the communities, and for the elephants themselves, which is human-elephant conflict. So as you can see, Gorongosa southern border is just limited by this river, which is our river, the Pungo River. And it's quite a shallow river in certain times of the year, and it's nothing for elephants, basically. They cross back and forth, and as they cross, right the other side of the river is where our communities are. And our communities are mostly farmers who depend of the farming products for their livelihoods and basic needs. So you can see that already brings a little bit of shade into this interaction between the people and the elephants. And basically what happens is our elephants cross and either walk through the farm or eat everything in the farm and destroy some of the farmers' infrastructures. And that is some of the examples of human-elephant conflict. So one of the things we do also as the Elephant Ecology Project is that we support the Human-Elephant Coexistence team. This team is actually a team that is mostly composed by members of our communities, and just with some supervision and guidance from my colleagues and many departments of the park, such as arts and science, sustainable development with the honey, and also conservation with all other things we need to put all this together. And at this time, we have been using some of non-lethal mitigation methods. Some of them are not being used anymore, but I'm gonna stress here the beehive fences and improved silos that has been showing, really good results, not only stopping elephants to enter into farms, but also protecting the harvest once the people harvest their farms with improved silos. So if you don't know, the beehive fence is a very famous method. It was proved by Dr. King, and it started in Kenya, in Tsavo area in Kenya, and in Gorongosa was tested by Branco et al., and it showed to be very effective. So we started implementing it on a massive and a bigger scale. And so far we started with only 200 beehives to build different fences, but now we have about 600 hives. So we'll see what's the number of fences that's going to come out of this 600 beehives. The way it works is very simple. These are hives that are suspended and linked by ropes in, let's say, an elephant's entry points or around farms. And as the elephant tries to go through it, as you can see here, I hope it plays, as the elephant tries to go through, it's blocked. But what happens most of the time is that the bees come out and really sting the elephants because of that motion that the elephant provokes on the hive. This is just from one of our camera traps exactly on the bee fence, and the beehive fence. The other nice thing about that is these bee guards produce some honey, and this is an alternative source of income or revenue for our community collaborators. These are some of my colleagues, and they were just super happy to show their honey, and I have to say the honey was delicious. This honey is also then taken, it's sold to the Sustainable Development Department of the park, and then it's all processed and sold everywhere in Mozambique, and all the revenue, of course, belongs to the community collaborators. The other thing we do is the ground monitoring. This is important. I have to say, it's not just because I like to be around the elephants in the field, but it's mostly also to monitor the behavior, see who is with who, if everyone is all right in terms of injuries, and recognizing individuals or registering new individuals. What we do also is now we started to look at the body skull condition, just seeing how big the elephants are. It's looking at the fat reservoirs in the elephants. And I have to say that in Gorongosa, at least because of the observations we have so far, they are all in a very good shape, and with a medium, an average of 3. The other thing about the monitoring is that since the park is starting to now manage this new other area, and bottom right over there, named Kokada 12. This was a hunting concession area that since the park took over, of course, hunting stopped, and the park, our rangers, our colleagues basically cleaned the area with all the traps and snares, and now we're starting to manage it. And way before, we would go there and do biodiversity surveys, but we would, regarding elephants, all we could see was just signs. Actually, these are pictures of very fresh signs. My first time there was just very extremely old signs. It was actually hard to believe that there were elephants in there. But we know by seeing the signs that it's possible, but we didn't really know when exactly, how many. So one thing we did is to try to assess the elephant population of this area, and try to monitor, hopefully do some coloring and tracking. So we just set a camera grid of about 50 camera traps in this area. Not enough at this time, but was just a starting point, and we started to monitor it. And it was amazing to see that not just elephants, of course, but a lot of more mammals and other interesting things that we've never seen before have been there, such as aardvarks and other things. But of course, a lot of elephants, a lot of elephant family groups, males, some with nice tusks, some with shorter tusks, some still growing, a lot of babies. And I'm so happy to say that we only did 2 monitoring, which means that we only changed the cars and batteries twice since last year, exactly same time as this year. And I was already able to identify 17 different individuals. That means that I've been seeing 17 individuals again and again over through this tons of photos that we got from the camera. So this has been very exciting, and we hope that, pandemic permitting, especially this year, we hope to color more elephants and really see if they go, where they go, and if they actually go all the way to the Zambezi Delta. The last but not least, and there you go, we're going to talk about now girls' education. We do support the Elephant Ecology Project, do support girls' education and girls' club programs in the park. This program is a strong program under the human development side. And what we do, we basically host them sometimes as a safari, or when we can, we visit the clubs, and we act as role models. What I do when I do that is, especially I share my story, I share my work, I talk to them, they ask me questions. It's just a nice moment of, girls together talking about different things, challenges in life and other things. This, for me, for us, exactly, this is very important, because these girls need to understand that they can still have a life full of opportunities. To give some context, these are rural areas of Mozambique where most of the girls drop school of age of 13, 14 and get married, and then maybe when she's 15 or 16, she already is pregnant or already lost pregnancy, something like that. So with girls club is just an after school program where girls come and they do many things, including playing, but they also master their skills in numeracy, reading, women's rights, and many other things. They get to meet people from other places, and including us as role models, but they also have time to play because they are still girls, they need to play. So this is one of the things that we do. And why is this so important? Because I really believe that, the women and girls that live in these rural places and really in the door with these wild places that we really want to protect, they are the key. They are the ones that are gonna lift the communities out of the poverty. They are the ones that are gonna really help, because they are the ones that are in direct and daily, interaction with nature. And they need to be able to make good choices that allow people's and wildlife well-being. And these choices only come with education. So I really believe this is, for example, my case is my example. I'm here talking about my work, and maybe I am contributing to conservation because I was able to get education. So this is just a silver lining of everything. This picture, for example, represents the day that I was with the team. We were coloring these male elephants in an area very close to these communities. And these girls, some of them, not all, they were in school and they just basically ran out of the school to see this elephant. And so many other people did, but these girls were there. And I believe that this was a kind of the same way that it was such an important, nice experience for me, and I have a beautiful memory of it. I hope that they also have it, and they see what one can be, what a girl can be once she keeps studying. So that's it. Thank you.
Dominique, what an incredible presentation as always. Thank you so much for sharing all those stories with us today. And really, you epitomize this community conservation approach that we see so often nowadays around the world, linking in the communities, linking in girls, connecting girls' education and public, access to these amazing places with saving incredible species. So thank you so much for sharing all those stories with us today. And I really appreciate you joining us. So let's dive in with some questions. We've got time for a few. There's some great ones that came in on YouTube as we were talking there. So our first one is from Fallon on YouTube. Can you buy the coffee or the honey in Canada? You talked about these amazing things. Can we get them in the US and Canada, around the world, or is it just locally that you can buy them?
I'll say honey so far is only locally, it's only in Mozambique. I think, all these policies of trading, and especially with honey, is more complicated. But coffee, yes, you can buy in the United States, you can buy in UK, actually even in some shops, or you can buy online. Just visit our GorongosaCoffee.com or the Gorongosa National Park website.
Yeah, fantastic. And I'm going to bring up that website at the end so people can check that out as well. So Meha wants to know, do you really need a master's degree in conservation to be a conservationist? I guess she wants to be a conservationist when she grows up. Is there an option for people if they don't have that sort of high-level schooling?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, it really depends on what you want to do. Maybe you want to do some research, but I don't think so. I have one of my friends actually, you can be a conservationist just by doing things in there. And then if you really need it or you want, you can get the kind of education diploma. But a lot of us, especially in the communities around, they are already conservationists without any diploma. So unless you want to do some kind of research, some kind of paper, writing, publishing papers or something like that, definitely. But you can just start, and then you see sometimes just experience counts a lot too.
I love that message, and it's something that we have in a lot of our broadcasts where no matter what you're interested in, whether it's conservation or space or the deep sea, go and seek out those opportunities, do those things, you volunteer your time, and it leads to often some really, really cool things for you guys in life. So great answer, Dominique. Let's take a couple more before we wrap up. We've got one from Berkeley. Very simply, Berkeley loves elephants and wants to know how much baby elephants weigh.
So I wish I knew that. I don't know, and I'm sorry, I don't know exactly how much they weigh, but I would say that they're pretty heavy still. Let me try to remember, because I remember once our senior vet was talking about it. I don't know. I can maybe check and answer later, but I don't really know. We mostly focus on the weight of the big elephants and things like that, and never the.
How about that? So I'm curious, as a nice follow-up then, if we can't identify the babies, they're big babies, but when they get to be full grown, how big do these elephants actually get?
They can get to 6 tons.
Wow, that is it's unfathomable, really. And I want to follow up with that question. So you have this opportunity to be in the field with elephants. You get to monitor them, go up close and personal. What is that experience like for our kids joining around the world that may never have been out in the wild, never been to East Africa and seen an elephant in person? What is that experience like to be that close to such a magnificent animal? Yeah,
I would say in general, it just shows how small we are as a species, as humans, because they are pretty immense, like massive, and they're powerful. Just their presence is enough. But I would say in Gorongosa, it's even more accentuated, because if you just visit maybe some other places, and elephants are more, they tolerate more people around. You might have just nice, lovely experience that they don't mind. They just eat and, play around you. In Gorongosa, that can be rare, as they tolerate people way less than other places, so you can end up being charged, and that is when you realize that you can really do multitasking without even notice. In my case, is like I am trying to drive and escape, and I'm listening and smelling, and it's all senses up. But the nice times when they just relax, it's really nice. It's really rewarding to see that such a majestic species just allow you to be there and share that moment and see how they play, how they do with the young calves and other individuals in the group. It's really amazing. But most important thing is to remember, you really remember, or you realize how small we are as humans, and we just especially if you're in a wild place area like that, in a national park or something different from a zoo, you'll just see that you're also part of that. You are connected with that. You're part of that chain, basically. Yeah.
That is a beautiful message to wrap up on. And I want to share, again, you highlighted this throughout your presentation, but if anyone wants to find out more about the Elephant Ecology Project, all the amazing work Dominique is doing, and learn more and see more from the incredible Gorongosa National Park, head to gorongosa.org. It's a really beautiful website. You can find out more about how you can take part and contribute to their conservation efforts. And it's just an amazing place in the world. So do head and do that when you're done this broadcast. Dominique, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate you taking the time for us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see you soon and have a wonderful rest of your day. Keep up the amazing work. And what we'll do right now is head on to our next speaker. So before Dominique, you may have seen, if you stuck around this long, we had Nicole Stott, who's an astronaut, took a little break with conservation there, and we are heading back to space. So it is the most exciting time to ever be interested in space, to think about going to space. There's so much going on, and no one epitomizes that more, no one showcases that more than Kelly Gerardi. So she is a social media star. She has broadcast all over the place. She's a fantastic science communicator, an author, a scientist astronaut candidate with Project Possum. She has done so much to communicate the wonder and magic of space. And so it's such a thrill to have with us today. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us as part of our Women Blaze Trails Fest. And yeah, oh, I love your background. That is awesome.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. Yeah, that was a wonderful introduction, and I'm going to dive into a couple of different aspects of that in the talk today. I'm going to show a couple of pictures. I'm going to tell a little bit about my career, and then I hope at the end we're going to have time for questions too, because I would love to talk about anything that anyone on here wants to know. So starting maybe just from the top, I thought I would tell a little bit about myself, because that was a lot of things that Jesse mentioned that I've done so far. And so first of all, I'm coming up on 10 years in the commercial spaceflight industry, which is different from government spaceflight. They work together, right? But these are private companies that are working to create access to space. So you can think companies you may have heard of, like SpaceX or Virgin Galactic, companies like that, that partner with NASA in many cases to expand access to space, and hopefully for civilians like me and you. And so a couple of different things I've done throughout the past 10 years. And I think what's most important to start with is that I'm not an engineer by trade or by school. And so unfortunately, it wasn't until after college that I discovered that I loved space and that this is what I wanted to do. And so when you think of someone who works in the space industry, I think a lot of us tend to think of engineers and scientists, right? But what I found and what I try to tell people is that the space industry needs all sorts of talents and backgrounds. And that's where I've been able to contribute a little bit. So I'm coming up on 10 years in the space industry. You know, as mentioned, I had a lot of different roles, which we'll talk about. But I am also a researcher now. So I get to test spacesuits, like, oops, the other way, sorry. This one over here, my screen is mirrored, like this commercial spacesuit over here, I get to test that in microgravity. So floating weightless in here on Earth, but mimicking a space environment. And I've gotten to do a lot of really cool NASA-supported research in microgravity. I'm also on the board of directors for the Explorers Club, and I've carried the club's flag on a crew rotation to the Mars Desert Research Station. And that was where I lived in isolation with a crew of scientists that were doing research and pretending that we were on Mars. And most importantly, I'm a mom too. I have a 3-year-old daughter named Delta. So I'm very excited to talk to you today. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I want to cover a couple things, from floating in microgravity, working at a spaceport, living on Mars, writing books, being on social media, everything else. We're going to cover it. But I'm going to tell you just a little bit about how I started. So I wanted to make clear that one of the first things that opened my mind to there being a commercial spaceflight industry is that I met a private astronaut. This was someone who wasn't a NASA astronaut, but who was an entrepreneur and, in fact, a video game developer who ended up creating their own path to space. This was Richard Garriott, who is going to be the new president of the Explorers Club. And he went to space and to the International Space Station as a private citizen. It blew my mind. And I realized that there are more than one path to space. And so that kickstarted my entire career trying to work my way into the commercial spaceflight industry. And so over the years, I've done a lot of different things. I've worked on media, communications, helping tell the story of space, business development, operations. It's been a really wild ride. But my favorite thing and the biggest privilege has been my role as a crew member of Project Possum. That's a suborbital research group where we're training for spaceflight, training for suborbital spaceflight, and where we have an opportunity to fly weightless here on Earth during research flights. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about how that works soon. But I've also had the privilege along the way to build a really large science communication platform, and I've used social media for that. And I recently celebrated the release of my first book, Not Necessarily Rocket Science, because I believe all of us can play a part in space exploration. It's not necessarily rocket science. And the next giant leap will require artists, engineers, and everyone in between. If you think about it, we need architects to design space habitats and space stations, but we also need designers who are going to turn those into homes away from Earth. And for every scientist, we need artists who can inspire, journalists who can report, educators who can mold the next generation of students into adults who are motivated and capable of contributing to this big, bright future we have ahead of us. And so that's a little bit about me. And I think before I jump into my slides, which are going to show some fun pictures and talk a little bit about what it's like in zero gravity, I just wanted to explain, taking a step back, what I love most about space. And I think, to me, space represents the best of humanity, the best of what we're capable of, the spirit of exploration, this genius of innovation, the search for knowledge, and this hope that we can survive our time so that the next generation can live in the future. And so I think one takeaway from this talk, if you take anything away from what I've said, remember this. Right now, this window in history that you and I are alive in today, this is the first time in 4.5 billion years that life on Earth is capable of reaching space and breaking the chains of gravity. It's a window of opportunity that we have to take advantage of, and it's an exciting time to be alive. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do now is share a couple of photos, and let me open up here. Okay, so can someone, Jesse, can you give me a thumbs up if you can see what I'm looking at?
Yeah, we've got your main slide up and your slide deck on the left, but if you go full screen with it, we'll see it where it takes up the whole screen. Should just be one click at the bottom.
You know what? I'm gonna, let's see. We'll leave it like this for a second just so I can reference some of my notes if this works.
Cool.
Okay, cool. So this is a photo of me obviously flying in microgravity, right? And you can see this is what's happening here. This is the inside of a plane, like you and I might normally fly to visit somewhere, except all of the seats have been removed on this aircraft and the entire aircraft has been padded. And so that makes it safe for people to float around like this, which is really fun. So this was a flight for fun, but I'm going to show you soon what a research flight looks like, which was a little different. So one of the organizations I've partnered with is the Canadian National Research Council, and I've flown on board a series of different research flights as a payload specialist and a human test subject. And before I show you what some of that looks like, I wanted to explain a little bit about how we reach a microgravity environment? How do we even replicate that with a plane? And what happens is basically this. A plane, like a normal aircraft, takes almost a roller coaster profile in flight. And you can imagine that, the aircraft pulls up. And as you're pulling up, you get these eyeballs in G forces that feel like this pressure, right? And then it levels out briefly at the top. It's called a parabola. And then when it pushes gently over the top of that curve, it eases into a 25 to 30 second free fall, and everything on the aircraft is weightless. And so that arc, that roller coaster profile, is repeated over and over. And in those moments of free fall, researchers like me can take advantage of 25 to 30 precious seconds of microgravity to move around, to experience weightlessness, and to do our research in that environment. In bigger planes like the one you see, I've been able to fly like Superman from the cockpit to the tail, to catch Skittles and water droplets on the tip of my tongue, and do a bunch of Cirque du Soleil style acrobatic moves that I would never be able to replicate in real life. So now on to some of the fun stuff like the spacesuit. Okay. So this is a little bit what it looks like, right? The aircraft that you see on my left there, that's an example of the experimental aircraft that I've flown on as a crew member. And so it's a smaller, tighter aircraft. And so we don't move around as much, but I do have the ability to get up out of my seat when I'm in the spacesuit that you see on my right. That spacesuit is a Final Frontier design spacesuit. It's actually designed to be worn inside the aircraft. And so when you think about EVA spacesuits that you see, astronauts wear outside the space station, those stand for extravehicular activity. It's activities that are done outside of the craft, right? So like spacewalks. These suits are IVA. They're intravehicular activity. They're to be worn inside for safety. And so I've been evaluating how these suits work, how they feel, how it is to maneuver really precise motion with spacesuit gloves on, which is really hard to do. And so it's been a lot of fun. And I think, some of my favorite research has been just moving around the cabin. So, a lot of people have heard the term vomit comet to describe some of these flights, right? And that's because everything is disoriented when you're in the cabin, and when you're falling weightless, things around you are moving in a way that your eyes aren't used to trying to reconcile. Right? And so I'm very lucky to not have any sort of sensitive stomach at all. I've never felt anything other than joy floating weightless. But I have been on board with crew members who were sick, and it does not seem like a really pleasant experience. The lowest tech solution is just like in every aircraft that you've probably been on, in the back seat pocket, there's a small paper bag in case you get sick, except in this case, it's Velcroed. And Velcro is a really important ingredient and thing to have on board. It's the number one most important thing to carry with you. Because when you're in this microgravity environment, it's really hard to remember that you don't have gravity, and that when you put something down, it's not going to stay there. It's going to float away. And that's very different from Earth. When we pick up a pen, we think when we put it down, it'll be right there. But in fact, it'll be 3 aisles beyond us before we can even remember it. And so in zero G, every simple task becomes a really careful multi-step process in microgravity. If you unclip a pen from your flight suit pocket, you have to immediately make sure you're putting it in a tethered location or fixing it on a wall and then resecuring it immediately. Otherwise, you'll have debris all over the cabin that you're dodging constantly. And I also wanted to share a little bit about what it's like and what it feels like to be in microgravity, right? Because it's a really interesting sensation. And so you can imagine that you are floating in a pool, right? In water, and your limbs are suspended, you're totally relaxed, and then try to subtract the sensation of water beneath you, and you'll have a really rough idea of what you could expect to feel in microgravity. It's like floating on water without the water. And so, of course, for some people, it can be a little more disorienting, and, they call it space motion sickness. But I think in the best form of it, it's just this really serene feeling. And so one of the experiments that I think was the most fun for me, on this next slide, I'll show you, you can see this tablet that I'm holding. And so this was a really crazy experiment. I actually swallowed an experiment from the Canadian National Research Council before one of my flights, and it was a pill-shaped Bluetooth device, a really tiny experiment that I swallowed that was designed to track my core body temperature in flight. And so once that pill was digested in my stomach, I was able to connect the pill in my stomach to the tablets that I'm holding and track my vitals in real time. So you can imagine right before the flight how crazy that seemed. So I spent about 15 minutes just laughing about how I could pair and unpair my body to this Bluetooth device and just congratulating myself on having been born in a time where this kind of thing is possible, right? This is the future. So it was very exciting and it was cool research. And on the right, you'll see a little mission patch. And that is actually the mission patch that a friend created for me when my daughter Delta was born. And so before every microgravity flight, before we get into the real science parabolas, we usually have one episode of free fall where we get to just adjust to microgravity and get our 0G legs. And during that time, we usually get to float something that's a personal memento to us. And so I chose to bring a patch for my daughter that was right around her first birthday. So it was really exciting. Okay, so moving on, we are going to go to Mars. So I like to say that I lived on Mars because deep in the Utah desert, in the San Rafael Swell, you see these rock formations on the screen, and there's iron oxide that over millennium has just colored these rocks red. And so it really does look like you're on Mars. And if you see that little white habitat in there, that is the Mars Desert Research Station. It is only 1,200 square feet of living space. And in 2014, I joined an international team of researchers and scientists from all over the world to come together to live together as though we were on Mars. And the reason that we all went there and cut off our communication with Earth is because we all believed that space settlement was something that we could achieve and see in our lifetimes. And we wanted to help accelerate that progress. And so, as you can imagine, living and working with so many other people in such a tight, confined habitat while also not being able to go outdoors or contact anyone in the outside world, it was a challenge, but there was a lot of fun parts too. We learned how to be reliant on our own skill sets. We cross-trained for things like first aid, because a really important part of this was making sure that we didn't break the simulation. So we all came together and we discussed, okay, if we're really going to pretend that we're on Mars for our research, we need to set some ground rules about what would make us contact emergency services, right? For example, and we decided that only in the most extreme case, like someone's life was in danger, would we actually break our simulation and come out. Other than that, luckily, everything went really well in terms of our health, but our days were really carefully scheduled. So we had different chores. My job was often to make dinner, which on Mars means I'm rehydrating food that has been freeze-dried for storage. And so I'm adding water, and it wasn't so yummy. I was looking very much forward to Earth food when I got back, but it really taught us what it might be like for the earliest settlers on another planet. And so one thing that really, really stood out was just how precious a resource something like water is. You can imagine on Mars, it's not something that's so easy to get and to create. And so that was really important. Conserving water, right, was something that we had to take extreme carefulness around. And we also had a number of things go wrong on Mars, right? Early on, we had a total loss of power, which is really tough, and fuel. And so not being able to lean on the outside world to fix these things really kickstarted us into self-reliance. We had to ration our water. We had to use the last bit of our stored solar power to try to relay with mission control and try to transform one of the rovers we had outside into a temporary power generator to help get everything back up and running. And we did it all in spacesuits. So every time we left the habitat, we had to wear a spacesuit like we were going on a spacewalk, because we were really mimicking the environment of Mars. And this was an example of what that looked like. So we would go outside. This was our ATV turned Mars rover, which is very exciting. And that's the Explorers Club flag that I carried on this expedition. And so that's coming towards the end of my slideshow, and I will show you just one little picture of my space baby. That's Delta V, Delta Victoria. Obviously, this is not a real image. My sweet little girl has not yet been to space, but this is what I imagine that she would look like enjoying her time on the International Space Station. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now, and I am going to just wrap up some of this and then take some questions if there are any. But I wanted to share two final thoughts, right? We are at a point in history where less than 1,000 people have ever been to space in the entirety of human history. And yet we have some different means of reaching space now, some new companies that as soon as they start taking folks to space, they could single-handedly double or triple the amount of people who have ever been to space in history. And that's really cool. Because for the first few hundred humans who went to space, the flights focused entirely on function, right? They had something that they had to achieve. They were making sure they were just getting there safe. They had a job to do. But for the next few hundred humans who go to space, we have this opportunity to focus on experience. And the next wave of space travelers won't all be engineers. And that's really exciting. I, for one, would love to see what poets and musicians and athletes and journalists come back from space with and what they share with us and how it changes their relationship with Earth. And speaking of that, the last point before I jump into some questions here is, you can imagine that as different ways of getting to space develop, the candidate profiles and the things we think of the right stuff, what it takes to be an astronaut, will change too. Thinking about Mars, that's further away than our species have ever been, completely cut off from contact with home. It's a different kind of challenge, right? And so who is best suited to make a home out of Mars? Like, these are the types of questions that people are starting to think about. And so crew needs and the different skill sets are going to evolve too. And so it's really exciting to think about what that means and the different things that they'll look for, whether it's partnership and compatibility and personal values, right? We're landing humans a place we've never done before, things like that. And so I like to think that this is the most exciting time in all of space history, and we are alive to see it right now. And so I'm very excited, and I expect that many of you will be in space one day.
That was such an exciting, enthusiastic presentation. Kelly, if people can find something in their life that they are as passionate about as you are about all this, I think they're pretty set, which is fantastic. I think that this is the best example of this, our comment from our third grade Brooklyn guides, inspiring so many girls and women. Thank you for sharing your story. Feedback like that all over the place on YouTube and Facebook. So what an amazing talk. So yes, as you said, let's dive in with questions. They actually have a question to kick us off, and I love this to begin. An example of when you failed or made a mistake, and how did you overcome that challenge?
Oh, gosh, I love this question because I have so many. You have to remember, I entered this high-tech industry with an arts degree, okay? So I didn't know what I was doing when I first started, and I'll tell you one funny story that only now, years later, has become funny to me. In the moment, it was very embarrassing. But I started working at a spaceport, at a rocket company. I was the only one at the company that was a non-engineer. My first day, I'm trying to learn, I'm doing my best, right? There was a note, a Post-it note that said, more locks, L-O-X. And I was like, that seems a little entitled for this small team. Like, they want salmon and locks. I was like, okay. It stood for liquid oxygen. It was the rocket fuel that they were working on. And so that was my first moment of, oh, there may be some gaps in my knowledge in this industry. And so it was very embarrassing, but we all laughed about it. And years later, I still think of that as, okay, if I could overcome a really fundamental misunderstanding like that, I can do anything in this industry.
Incidentally, though, I think some salmon would make it like it's just an exciting meal to have before you go to space. Maybe not the best, but I don't know. That was great. And I love that you focus so much on art. And I think that this is really important. A message that we've gotten in a lot of our broadcasts so far is that you don't need to be a genius in school. You don't need to have this set path of science or engineering. It's great if you do. That's fantastic. But there's so many roles for artists. Nicole Stott shared her art earlier today that she did when she was on the International Space Station. So really, really exciting stuff, and I think a really important message for girls and for people in general. Now, you talked so much about this Mars Analog Research Station, which is really, really cool. One of the neatest experiments on Earth. And Kyle, joining us on Facebook, he wants to know, what is the next big challenge for space analogs? Like, what can we do next to prepare to go further and deeper into space?
Yeah, it's a great question because, right, the big thing, the big limiter with space analogs is that they're not in space. And so we can try our best to mimic what it might be like. But I think, you know, something like biosphere or like a biodome where there's actually a closed environment, and we've had those in the past before, but bringing those back, that could be a next level step of a really closed off environment where everything is being mimicked and it's longer term, multi-year sort of self-reliance. Like, you are growing your own crops in there, you are creating your own water supply, you know, and something like that I think could be a really exciting next step. And we're moving in so many exciting directions, right? The Artemis program, which is coming up, there's a lot of need for these analogs. The Artemis program, you know, Artemis is named after the twin sister of Apollo. It's our new flagship, you know, U.S. Space program that's going to land the first woman and the next man on the moon. And it's so exciting to think of returning back there more than 50 years later, and in such a big, inspiring way. And of course, beyond the moon, then we still look to Mars as, you know, that neighbor planet that's calling us. You know, we hope Perseverance rover is landing on Mars February 18th. I hope everyone is going to watch. It's going to be so exciting to see. That rover is going to be roaming around and searching for signs of ancient life, and hopefully teeing up the first ever return mission to bring back Mars samples to Earth. And so, you know, back to your question of analog environments, there are so many directions that we could go with that. I only got one small taste, but I look forward to thinking of what will be available in the next 10 years. And I think we're going to get pretty advanced.
Yeah, great question, Kyle. And Kelly, you literally answered all the questions about upcoming big space missions I was going to share. So that's awesome. Perseverance, Artemis, some really, really exciting stuff. And do check out NASA's website, Jet Propulsion Laboratories website, Canadian Space Agency, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. There's so much going on in space right now. We're landing things on the moon from other countries around the world. We just have some probes going to Mars from United Arab Emirates and beyond. It's as you said, just a fantastic time to be interested in space. Let's take a couple more questions. We've got some live classrooms joining us, which is awesome, our bread and butter audience. So Miss Spearin's class has the classic question. So they want to know, how do you go to the washroom in space? What's going on? You might be able to share.
Yeah, absolutely. So luckily, I haven't had to test this out yet personally, but my understanding is it's a series of vacuums. You can imagine how a vacuum sort of sucks debris out. So too do you have a hose that's hooked up in the space station where you would be able to use the restroom. And you know what's really exciting is when we think about space tourism and some of the things that are going to be available to you guys in the next few years, they're going to have bathrooms on board, and it's going to be a much more elegant way of using the restroom. And so some of these next generation space capsules are actually going to have more private areas for a more comfortable experience in flight. And so there's going to be a lot of thought put into that. And that's one of the cool things about when commercial industry partners with government, because they're coming at the problem from a different angle. On the commercial side, they're thinking about tourism. They're thinking, well, what would make this a pleasant experience that people would want to pay money for? And going to the restroom in a vacuum doesn't really sound like the most pleasant experience that people would want to pay for. And so they start thinking, how can we make this more comfortable? How can we make this a more enjoyable experience, a little easier for the average person to do? And that's where we get this great innovation and new ideas and new ways of doing things. So there's a lot to look forward to with regards to bathrooms in space.
Very, very cool. By the way, you are killing it so much that we literally have our speakers from earlier today joining all the way in India that are tuning into this broadcast. We've got an international audience for this, which is really exciting. So thank you again, Kelly. This has been awesome. So speaking of space tourism, I mean, this is really opening up. There's a lot more opportunities to go to space. What's next? You talked about some of these commercial spaceflight companies. I know we're launching rockets from US soil again with astronauts on them, which is really exciting. What's the timeline for this? If people are watching this broadcast, when can they conceivably think about maybe getting to go to space for a reasonable price? Your average person getting to go to space. I know it's a tough question, but what do you think?
Yeah. And look, I'm always going to take the most optimistic version of this because I have seen leaps and bounds. If you think 10 years ago, today, we didn't have a commercial crew program, right? The shuttle program retired. You know, we were relying on other countries. We were purchasing seats to send NASA astronauts to space. Fast forward to today, not only do we have companies like SpaceX and Boeing that are restoring access from US soil to the space station and allowing the US to put their own astronauts on board vehicles that are US companies, but we're doing private civilian missions. One of the coolest things that was just announced is SpaceX at the end of this year is doing the first ever all civilian mission. These are non-government astronauts. There are going to be 4. It's an effort to raise money for St. Jude's childhood cancer. And 4 civilians are going to be orbiting the Earth for 3 days in a SpaceX Dragon capsule. How crazy is that? That to me is the beginning of this next step in commercial spaceflight and in space history, where average folks like you and I are able to go to space. So the first 4 are going to be selected at the end of this month, but that's a watershed moment because once we show, and Elon Musk, a lot of you will probably know this reference, when asked, well, how do I know if I have the right stuff to go to space? He said, if you can ride the Hulk roller coaster, you can probably ride the Crew Dragon capsule. And so I think that is a perfect way to put it because it shows that we are all capable of going to space. We're just waiting for our ride. And so in answer to the question, when do I think truly we'll all have access? I think opportunities like this are only going to keep multiplying over the next few years. And by the end of the 2020s, I expect that an average person like you or me would be able to get a ticket to space at something that is still a luxury and still worth something saving for, but it would be at a price point that's accessible to us if we decided we really wanted to save up and make that our goal.
Very, very cool. I love the optimistic outlook. I just need to build up the courage to be able to go on that Hulk roller coaster first, which I'm a little bit away from, but once I got that down, up to the stars. Kelly, this has been so much fun. I want to share 2 quick notes that you mentioned in your broadcast. So again, if you are as excited about space as Kelly is, if you want to learn more about the amazing work she's doing, check her out on social media at the links I just posted in the bottom of the broadcast. And her book is awesome, not necessarily rocket science. Again, a great way to learn about the coming future in space. There's so much exciting stuff going on. And Kelly is one of the best guides out there. So hopefully you get the chance to get that book and learn a little bit more.
Thank you so much.
Before we wrap up today and head to our next speaker, we're just keeping the fun going today. Is there any last message you'd like to share for people in general, but especially young women and girls that are tuning in? Again, this whole festival is built around the International Day of Women in STEM. You have such an inspiring story. Any last thing you want to leave us with to inspire some girls?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest lesson that I've learned is something called embracing your multitudes. And in my case, that meant it's okay that I liked art and it's okay that I gravitated more towards, different types of skill sets. I can still find a way to apply those to really exciting industries like space. So I would say overall, follow the things that you're passionate about, double down on the things that you're really good at, and don't let anyone ever tell you that a door is closed to you. That's just an opportunity to create a new door and design your own.
Kelly, that was a beautiful last message. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate you tuning in as we continue this awesome Women Blaze Trails Fest. And I'm going to go learn a little bit more about the space program myself the moment I'm done this broadcast. So thank you kindly.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Thanks, Kelly. See you soon. All right, so we are keeping the fun going. I'm going to bring back my boss and the architect of this entire Women in Blaze Trails Fest, Joe Grabowski, in just a second. I just want to say a huge thank you to our audience tuning in on our Facebook channels, the Explorers Club Facebook channel, YouTube channel, and beyond. It's been so thrilling having you over these first 6 broadcasts. We are just getting started with this festival. 50 programs between today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So I hope you continue to tune in. You can check out our full schedule at thewomenblazetrails.com. And you can learn more about us as an organization at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants with exploringbytheseat.com. We do 40 to 50 live, free, interactive broadcasts with kids all around the world every single month. February is always our month dedicated to amazing women in STEM. We kick out all the men and just feature incredible speakers from across the globe. This festival is the culmination of years of doing that effort and one of the biggest programs we've ever run as an organization. So I hope you are enjoying as much as I am. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Joe, lining us up for our next speakers coming in a minute. Joe, thank you so much, and come on in, man.
All right. Hey, Jesse, how you doing?
Good. Yourself?
Good. You know, it's not very often we get to appear on camera together. Usually we're in separate events. So it's when we do these festivals, we actually get a little bit of FaceTime on camera.
I get to remember what you look like. It's fantastic. So many just phone calls instead. So this is great.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, before you go, Jesse, I just want to share my screen here really quickly. You know, we've only been going, like you said, a handful of events, but we have already been in the Philippines, India, Great Britain, Colombia, the US. We're hosting from Canada, of course. I should have highlighted that. And then we're about to head to Svalbard, to Norway, to the Arctic live. So it's been a pretty wild day so far, and we've just scratched the surface of the festival.
Yeah. Well, for all our audience tuning in, again, Joe's going to line up our next speakers coming in just a minute. It's going to be a really exciting presentation with one of our longest lasting partners here at Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, the team at Hearts in the Ice. They do such incredible stuff. As Joe mentioned, they're live joining us from Norway. So check out the presentation, keep up with our lineup, check out womenblazetrails.com, and consider supporting our efforts to bring all these amazing broadcasts to kids around the world. This is free for all involved, of course, but if you want to contribute to what we're doing to bring these amazing live interactive programs to kids, we'd encourage you to do so. Head to the Women Blaze Trail site, head to Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, exploringbytheseat.com, and help us out if you get a chance. Joe, thank you so much, and I'll see you a little bit later. Nice to appear on camera with you, and have a wonderful rest of the festival.
All right, see you soon, Jesse. Okay, well, like Jesse mentioned, we've teamed up with the amazing women at Hearts in the Ice for several years now, sharing their amazing mission to bring climate change to the front of everybody's viewing and to encourage everybody to take an active role. So in 2019, 2020, Sunniva Sorby and Hilda Strom made history when they became the first women to overwinter in Svalbard solo. They spent 12 months at the remote trapper's cabin Bamsabu, located 78 degrees north and 140 kilometers from the coast, the closest town of Longyearbyen in Svalbard. Climate change is not taking a break, so neither are they. They returned to Svalbard in November and are overwintering at Bamsabu until May 2021. So together with a team of 10 global partners, Hearts in the Ice is a bridge between science and global citizens to better understand climate change and why we all need to be doing our part. They will continue to serve as citizen scientists on a variety of projects, from observing clouds and the auroras to flying drones to monitor ice, collecting phytoplankton samples as they build on their second year of data collection. So we have done classroom events with them, probably dozens, probably 2 or 3 dozen by now, connecting live, connecting experts from around the world as well with their calls. And today we have Hilda and Sunniva joining us live via satellite phone, 140 kilometers from their nearest neighbors in Svalbard, from Bamsabu. Hilda and Sunniva, how are you doing today?
Woohoo! Hi, Joe. We're doing great. Hi, Joe.
All right. Excellent. Well,
so nice to be here with you.
It is great to have you here. I just switched my picture so we can get a little picture of the two of you out in the Arctic. It's always great to hear your voices. It's always great to host you live with classrooms. It has such an impact. In fact, we just did an event just yesterday together. So it's great to hear you again. And I'm going to let you take over for a bit because I want you to tell everybody tuning in a little bit about Hearts in the Ice and just what you're up to.
Okay, excellent. This is Sunniva, and I'll just start us off. And I just want to share the picture that you were showing. That's Inland and my office. Not bad, eh? That's where we get to play and explore every day. For those of you who are listening right now, Hearts in the Ice is the two of us. We started this project how long ago, Hilda? A couple of years? 4 years ago, actually. Oh boy, it's already been 4 years ago. We've been living isolated up this tiny, and it's tiny, believe me when I say that, trapper's cabin that's 215 square feet, 20 square meters. There's no running water here. I can't, turn the shower on because there's no shower. We haven't had a shower. We'll leave that for later. We have no electricity here, so we're using solar and wind. We're completely off the grid. We have a zero carbon footprint here because of a company called Choose. And, we left our jobs 2 years ago. We both work in the polar travel industry. And I've spent most of my life in the Antarctic, and Hilda, of course, is a Svalbard resident and native. Well, she's been up here for over 25 years. And when we met in 2016 at a conference, we decided we had a love of ice in common. It's not too many people who share that. We also discovered that we both have seen so much change over the decades in the polar regions as it relates to biodiversity and climate and ice and wildlife. And we just basically wanted to do something about it. So we started this project, Hearts in the Ice. And Hilda has had access to this hut before, so we were able to use this as our base camp. And Bumsaboo is named the hut. It means little bear. And here with our 3-year-old Malamute Etra. And we have, surrounded ourselves with a lot of smart people, a lot of scientists and researchers from the Norwegian Polar Institute to the University Center of Svalbard to Scripps Institute of Oceanography to NASA. Who am I forgetting? BCIT. We're flying a drone. We're collecting phytoplankton. We're observing wildlife. We're collecting ice core samples. And we're doing this to be a bridge, as you are, Joe, with Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, sort of a bridge between the schools and adventures and exploration and science. We're kind of the bridge between, individuals out there and the scientists, because science has gotten a bad rap over the years. It's hard for a lot of people to understand how to interpret data. And the credibility sometimes declines, especially with the terrible media of late. So we are sharing stories around why we're here, what we're doing. And we have been following a pretty heavy-duty set of protocol and have lots of equipment, including a Lynx snowmobile and a 4-foot tall ice core that's, not automatic. We use it by hand. It's like a drill. And we have this infrared drone that we fly. So we're very busy here, and we're doing it because we really care about what's happening up here in the Arctic. The changes have been escalating, and they won't get any better. It will only increase and create more devastation. So we're doing this because we care. Mother Nature needs her daughters, and we like to say we answer the call. And I'll pass this over to Hilda a little bit. I don't know, Joe, would you like to share the video now?
Yeah, sounds like a great time. I'm just going to swap my screens here, and I will share this great video here, and then maybe you can talk a little bit about it after we've shared it. So just bear with me for one moment. Going full screen.
Perfect.
Here we go.
The only neighbors that we have around us in miles of miles is polar bears and reindeers and polar foxes. We have been up here in Svalbard at a remote trapper's cabin called Bumsaboo. Today is March 9th. It's a full moon, and it's the first time that I see the sun since October. We've had many polar bear meetings and encounters at the doorstep. We both had seen huge changes in the climate, both in the Antarctic area where Sunniva is working and for me up here in the Arctic.
We're at this tipping point now where not only are we able to see the visible changes around us, but we can create stories around them to better understand even who we are as people.
We can tell you a little bit about polar bears and why the ice is important for them. The biggest polar bear that we had as a visitor was 600 kilos. That's almost as big as the hut. I think we both feel it's more important than ever. So this gives us an opportunity to broaden our platform.
With Hearts on the Ice, we're just trying to, provide a vehicle through which to share some ideas and inspiration and resources. We're not trying to save the world, but we are trying to tell people that the world needs saving.
Tell us what you're doing to preserve the health of the planet for future generations. Send us your...
All right. Well, that was an amazing video. That was on CNN. So clearly you're doing a great job of getting the word out about, climate change and what you're doing.
Well, as Sinua said earlier here, I mean, what's happening up here in the Arctic is eventually going to happen all over the world because we are sort of a mirror of a very rapid climate change up here. And for those of you that are watching and listening in now you maybe have a little better understanding about our hut and our surroundings. It's absolutely amazing around here, and we are very, very close to the North Pole. What we have seen, though, the last 25 years, and even just the 2 winters that me and Purnima have been here, is extreme change. I mean, last winter we had a normal polar winter. In so many years, it had been various and warmer winters, the last 15 years at least. And last winter we had finally a little bit coldness, and we had sea ice and a lot of snow and no rain during winter. So we didn't have any ice on the tundra. So the reindeers were able to get to their plants underneath the snow, and the seals were able to crawl up on the ice, and the seals are the main food source for the polar bears. So everyone was living as they are supposed to. And this winter we paddled kayak last Friday, and this time last year we were riding a snowmobile and running and skiing on the ice. So and also we've had a lot of rain. So again, we have this very layer of ice on top of the tundra, and the reindeers and the whole chain of wildlife is really struggling. We are following a polar bear mom. I don't know, Joe, if you are able to pull up that picture, but you saw some polar bears in the video too. But it's the polar bear mom that we are following for Norwegian Polar Institute, and we were able to confirm that she came out from her den last winter with a cub. Unfortunately, she lost that cub, and when she came back here to the hut during it was July last summer, she had lost the cub, and the scientists were sure that she wasn't able to mate for this season, but she actually did. So now she's in the den. She has a collar around her neck that calls in information every evening to the scientists in the Norwegian Polar Institute, and that collar can tell the scientists that she is colder this winter. Her temperature is actually lower, and that is the reason why is because it's less snow. We have had more rain and less snow this winter, so her den is thinner, so she has less insulation in her den. It's it's about the same as we experience here inside this very old trapper's cabin. We don't have any insulation either. But that aside, we are very worried that she might not come out of the den with a live cubs this spring. So we'll just see. But if I could share anything a little bit about the day today, I wish you could hear the noises around us. We have a gale outside, and it's -12, so it's a wintry day. And our dog Etra, she's inside the cabin today. She's not very fond of wind, so she's here chewing her reindeer antler for entertainment, and it's also kind of brushing her teeth. So, Joe, it's just a call out to all your guests and our guests that we are so engaged in what we are doing. We are so far from anything, but we appreciate so much being able to share knowledge with our experts and you through kids to all over the world.
Excellent. Well, we're so thrilled to have you. I have a picture on the screen right now of the two of you with Etra. And Etra is really, not only a companion, but also a polar bear alarm. And you had to go without her for the first few months, and she was just able to be returned to you. Can you tell us a little bit about one of the polar bear encounters that happened without Etra?
Yes, we had this polar bear encounter. Well, we've had 10 maybe the last month and a half, and since we don't have any sea ice, they have to pass our hut. So we actually expected to have more. We probably have had more, but Etra hasn't been outside barking and telling us, and it has been completely pitch black for 3 months, polar nights. So it's hard for us to see. But we have had some very curious ones, and they have been up to the front door. They have been to our walls, and 1.5 weeks ago, I heard a noise outside just behind my back, sitting in the sofa. Purnima was on the other sofa. It's very tiny in here, so it's not a big space. We did as we always do. We dress up quickly, very quickly, with some safety gear and down jackets and hats and a huge flashlight, and went outside. And I was the one in front at that time, and I was trying to open the door, and it was literally towards the door. I couldn't open the door, and the door hit something soft and big and heavy, and I was a polar bear. But that scared him or her, and she ran off for 30 meters and stopped and just looked at us, and was sort of a little bit of a hide and seek with us at the shoreline there. So Etra it's really great having Etra back. She's almost 40 kilo Malamute, and she is when she sees them, she's not a watchdog in an ordinary sense, but when she smell or see a polar bear, she barks and let us know that a polar bear is approaching. So we're so glad to have her back, also for just comfort and enjoying her company.
All right. Well, I'm glad you have your polar bear alarm back. She's a very important member of the team, so I'm glad the team is reunited. I want to talk a little bit about some of the citizen science projects that you've been working on. Particularly, you mentioned NASA. What are you doing with NASA?
Well, it's pretty cool. We first met a woman by the name of Liz from NASA. She started this program called Aurorasaurus. It's an app that everybody can download to record the aurora real time. And they were really curious to see what sort of aurora we could capture here, including time lapse, where we set out our camera and let it run for like just a couple of seconds in between each shot. And so you put that together and you got like a video montage of some amazing footage. And what they were really interested in is something called the cusp aurora, which really only happens up here, and it's during the daytime. Holy cow. I don't know if many of you can relate to this, but we've been living in total darkness for over 3 months, where there's there's just no light. There's no street lights. There's nothing. And the cusp aurora, when that shows up during the day, it sort of lights up the sky from east to west. So we've been recording that. And something really cool that we did for NASA last December, I think it was December 10th, they wanted us to position our cameras at a certain, angle above the horizon line, certain position exactly, to photograph a rocket launch. And so Hilde and I became the first rocket citizen scientists because we're closer, which is so bizarre to think about. We are closer to the lowest band of the aurora than we are to the town of Longyearbyen. So the night sky here, oh boy, it is just full of magic and wonder, and we've been capturing it on film.
All right, very cool. Well, I'm just dipping into the comment section, and I want to give a shout out. I know Pascal's joining us, Bettina's joining us, which is great. They're saying hi via the chat. And we've got a few questions from the chat, which I think would be a good time to work a couple in. So the first one here, and this, I'm not surprised that this question came up. Gideon's curious, how did you get your food? Did you bring it all with you? What are you eating? Are you being resupplied? What's going on with that?
Let's just say that we are dreaming of a day when a drone can deliver a fresh cappuccino and a hot cinnamon roll. But we're not quite there yet. We brought everything in via ship. When we first came here last year, we had 9 months to think about. And it came mostly dried goods and canned goods and lots of frozen goods. No problem freezing things here last year. But this year is a little different. So we are now at a point where we're running out of fresh food. We have some carrots and apples and oranges and garlic and ginger and what else do we have? A couple of things left, but mostly it will be dried goods. And we have lots of powders, like kale powder, beet powder, almond meal and stuff that grasa Pascal and grasa Bettina, that we've gotten these things so we can make some healthy smoothies. But we're missing fresh food already.
All right, I can imagine. So we've got the Penguin Lady tuning in. I believe we're featuring her this month in our story maps and our education materials on our website. I'm going to share the link for that shortly. But she is wondering, how many different research projects are you collecting data for right now?
It's 8 that we are doing, and we have 2 new, or it's actually 9. It's 2 new this winter, in addition to those that we did last year, and that is kelp for the University of Svalbard, because the higher temperature in the ocean, everything is changing. Also, the number and mass of kelp. So, and also we are doing a psychological study together with a professor in psychology. Her name is Gro, and she was on our call, Joe, in January. And she is studying us, but first and foremost, she's studying astronauts for a long period. And what they're really interested in with us and the NASA astronauts, as Hilde was saying, is just the impacts of isolation on teamwork, communication, coping. And so we have this app on our phone that can work without satellite data, which is good. And then we have these written questionnaires we do once a month on our personal values, how they might change over time, and then also every Wednesday just coping. And it's really fascinating. So those are the 2 new projects, but 9 total. We're busy here, but it's a good busy.
All right, excellent. Let's grab another question from the chat here. We've got some classrooms tuning in today. Mrs. Bud's crew, I think they're class 5 too. So maybe they're a 5th grade class, and they're in Ontario. They're wondering, how much experience did you need before being able to do something like this? How experienced are you in Arctic or Antarctic exploration?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think we have, Sunniva has a lot of experience from the Antarctic, and also, being outside. I have a lot of experience up here in the Arctic. We have both been on longer expeditions, and we're familiar with harsh weather and remoteness and long trips, but not as long as this one. So, I mean, we were here for 9 months until September and came back now in November. So I think we didn't see the challenge of just being the two of us away for such a long time. But I think we have managed very well, and we have solved every problem that has come to us. But I think we can say that we are maybe a little bit over average, both handy woman and maybe on the crazy aspect. He's just not going to say that. Yeah, no, and yeah, we have a lot of experience, and I also have a lot of experience with polar bears, and Sunniva have. I mean, she has adapted fantastically, both with the darkness and being so far away from everything that she's familiar with, but also this is so much new stuff for me. So I think we have adapted well, and we had the skills that we needed to do that. I just want to share one quick thing, since I know that there's quite a few students listening. One thing are the hard skills, you know, that you can check off a little list and make sure you're prepared for. But then there are the soft skills that often go unnoticed that just about everybody out there possesses. So it's like, if there's a word of encouragement there, it's find your inner bumpu, which is really about making sure you step out of your comfort zone, making sure you really understand and are able to be honest about who you are and who you're not. And, you know, use community. Neither one of us, despite the fact that we have a ton of life experience, neither one of us would be here without, if it were not for the help of our entire community of experts out there. And that includes you, Joe.
All right. Well, I want to share, as we're getting close to our end time, it went so fast today. Usually we have almost an hour together, but it's half the time today. I'm going to share the links, Twitter and Instagram, where people can follow along and keep up with your adventures. And then for the classrooms and anybody who's interested, who's tuning in, we also have some pages built out on the Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants website. So if you go to exploringbytheseat.com/Hitty, Hearts in the Ice, you can find story maps with all kinds of great curriculum about some of the citizen science projects that they're working on, information about polar bears, exciting women in science and exploration. So do take a look at some of that and check out some of the story maps. We have about 4 of those story maps live, and lots of other great stuff you can check out. So Hilda and Sunniva, before we wrap up today, I want to give both of you a chance just to maybe share a final thought with us, with our viewers tuning in as we celebrate women in science and exploration.
Absolutely, and believe it or not, we're trying to load StreamYard right now so we can see you. Let's hope that works. But our message is really one of pretty simple. It's showing up for the people that you care about, and truly showing up for, you know, what you care about. We're living at a time right now when, especially with everybody out there living so removed from one another and everything being virtual, it's you know, reaching out and sending that kind word, or keeping yourself curious and engaged. We cannot let ourselves as people become mediocre or dormant. More than ever, we are needed to actually create, you know, momentum with each other and flow around protecting our precious resources and our people who don't have access to resources the way we do. So, you know, find your inner bumsaboo. Stay on the edge. Stay curious. Stay engaged.
All right, excellent. Well, Hilda and Sunniva, stay warm up there. Keep getting out and collecting amazing citizen science data. And then I believe we're back together for a classroom event on the 18th at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Joe. And thanks to everyone that was listening.
Excellent.
Have a great weekend.
Okay, you too. Thanks for joining us.
Bye, TT and Pascal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye, Joe.
See ya. Okay, let's come back from that screen share. That was great to be able to connect with Hilda and Sunniva live in Svalbard. I just want to throw up a couple quick housekeeping items before I pass off to Kate to take over for another hosting session. Remember, our website, womenblazetrails.com. Check out the lineup that's coming up. Check out the speaker bios. If you like what you're seeing, we are raising funds this month for a month of live events for classrooms. So it's going to work out to be about 50 live events for classrooms is our goal for this festival. If you're sharing online, don't forget our hashtag, WomenBlazeTrails. We want as many eyes on this festival as possible. And don't forget, of course, to tag us because we love to amplify and see who's talking about the festival. So I am going to bring Kate back in. Kate is going to take over for a little bit. Hey, Kate, how are you?
Hi, Joe. Got a little bit of a blurry camera here. 1 second. Okay,
No
that's
worries.
better. Hi,
There you
nice
go.
to see you again. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
That was so wonderful to see some of the animals in that region, and a nice segue into our next presenter, who is very familiar with some amazing creatures in the Arctic and subarctic. I work as a science journalist, and I recently did an investigative story into whales and learned how much there is still to learn about whales and so many unknowns, which is why I'm so excited to welcome Morgan Martin. She is based at the University of Victoria in Canada. Currently, she's working with the Wildlife Conservation Society of Canada on a project to conserve bowhead whales. Whales, of course, are cetaceans, which also include dolphins and porpoises. She studies their behavior and how they communicate using observational tools such as underwater acoustics. And she's going to share a bit more about how they use echolocation, what that is, how it works, and much more. So please put your questions as they occur to you into the chat, and we'll get to those. And I will pass it off to Morgan. Morgan, thank you so much for being with us.
Hey, thank you as well. I am really excited to be here and a part of the festival. I just wonder, can you see my screen okay?
Go ahead and share.
Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, and let's see if we can get your screen on here.
Okay, I'm going to go to share screen. And then let's see. All right. How's that? Is that okay?
Yep, we can see it.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for having me. I am a postdoctoral research scientist at the University of Victoria, and I'm currently working also with the Wildlife Conservation Society of Canada on a bowhead whale acoustics project. We're looking at how shipping noise up in the Canadian Arctic is potentially going to disturb bowhead whale populations. So for now, I will give you a bit of a background about what I do for a living, and then we'll talk about some awesome facts about how dolphins and whales echolocate and communicate with one another. But first, I'd like to show you just a couple pictures of the wonderful animals that I work with to help put into perspective just about how gigantic these animals are. Okay, so this is a blue whale, the largest animal to have ever existed on planet Earth. And they can reach up to almost 100 feet long and weigh up to 170 tons. If you notice in the bottom corner of the picture is a human scuba diving for a size comparison. So please keep in mind as you listen to this presentation that my job working with these animals is not like your typical job working with some animals that you could pick up and move around easily. This is a humpback whale with another scuba diver for size comparison. These are about half the size of a blue whale, and they reach up to around 50 feet and weigh over 60 tons. And like you may be possibly wondering, how do you study animals like this? And for me, I am a marine mammal scientist, particularly in the field of cetaceans, which, as you mentioned, is the word we use to group together all the different species of whales, dolphins, and porpoises. And I focus on underwater acoustics. So this means that I study how sound travels underwater, especially sounds that cetaceans make. The majority of cetaceans can echolocate just like bats. And that means that they produce a form of biological sonar to help navigate underwater. They also use their sonar to hunt fish and other prey. And these animals are often highly social species, and because of that, they communicate a lot underwater. So I also study their communication sounds and how these differ from species to species. And underwater acoustics is a booming field right now. There are a lot of projects studying how underwater noise pollution affects marine mammals. And acoustics can also be used as a way to help estimate cetacean population sizes for a given area in the ocean. We can record the sounds that cetaceans make, and from this we can describe what species they are, how they're using a given area, maybe they're using it for hunting or traveling, etc. And we can also estimate how many of these animals are in a given area. So I want to go over some quick basics with you really quick to make sure you guys are following what I'm talking about. And as I mentioned, a cetacean is your word for all of the whales, dolphins, and porpoise species on Earth. All cetaceans are considered marine mammals, which means that they spend their entire lives in water. They must go to the surface every few minutes to breathe air, and to do this, they use a blowhole or a pair of blowholes located on the top of their heads. Since they are mammals, they are all warm-blooded. They give birth to live young, and their babies drink milk from their mothers for around 6 months up to 2 years. There are two different groups of cetaceans, and they're very different. The first group is called baleen whales, and the second group are called toothed whales. So there are 90 species of cetaceans on planet Earth. And of these 90, 73 belong to the toothed whale family, like I just mentioned. And these will be all the whales that are heads are pointed on the right-hand side of your screen, pointing one way. And then all the baleen whales are these larger whales on the left-hand side. So just to keep in perspective for you, the differences between the two groups here, and that there's a lot more toothed whales than there are baleen whales. Baleen whales are named for their specialized filter-like structures in their mouth, which are called baleen plates. And they hang down from their upper jaw. They're made of keratin, just like your hair and your fingernails are. Baleen whales feed on tiny creatures called plankton and krill, which get trapped in their mouth by their baleen when they scoop up a mouthful of water. They are the largest animals to exist and to have ever existed on planet Earth. And they also perform some of the longest migrations out of any animal on Earth every year. Toothed whales. So they're named toothed whales because all of their teeth in their upper and lower jaw are all the exact same shape. These are your predators. They use their teeth to help them feed on fish, squid, and sometimes other marine mammals. And all toothed whales echolocate. They use their echolocation to navigate and help find food underwater. I mentioned to you that I work in underwater acoustics, studying the sounds that cetaceans make underwater. So why is sound important to cetaceans and marine mammals in general? In the ocean, very little sunlight can reach past the surface. This means that after just going a few feet or meters underwater, the ocean gets very dark and you cannot see anything. Since they can't see in the dark water that these animals live in, they actually rely on using sound for everything that they would normally use vision for. Sound travels really well underwater. In fact, it travels 4.5 times faster underwater than it does in air, making it the perfect medium for these animals to use it to hunt and communicate with one another on a daily basis. I mentioned that all toothed whales can echolocate, and they do so frequently, usually a few times every second. When a dolphin echolocates, it produces a pulse of sound energy that is projected out of its forehead, or what we call the melon of the animal, and it gets projected into the water in front of the animal. This animal is producing a biological form of sonar, and we call these sounds echolocation clicks. The dolphin will produce a series of echolocation clicks in a row and wait for them to bounce off an object underwater. When this happens, the dolphin receives the echo from the object that the click bounced off of. For example, a fish, like you see in this picture. The echo from the fish is picked up in the dolphin's bottom jawbone, and from there it travels to the brain to send a message about the location and the size of the fish, which is pretty cool, huh? Part of my job is to record different species of dolphins underwater to learn about how they echolocate and communicate with one another. This is an example of what some echolocation clicks look like when I look at them on a computer screen. This way of looking at sound is called a spectrogram. Each individual yellow vertical line in the spectrogram is a single echolocation click produced by a commerson's dolphin, which is the animal shown in the photo. These are beautiful, tiny black and white dolphins, and they're one of the smallest dolphin species in the world, weighing less than 100 pounds. They're native to Patagonia, which is in southern South America, and I went there last year to record them. Something cool to note is that I put a red circle around the uppermost hearing level for humans, which is 20 kilohertz. These dolphins are what we call ultrasonic because they echolocate at frequencies higher than humans can hear. And if you look at the spectrogram, you'll notice that their echolocation clicks are all above 100 kilohertz, which means that these dolphins echolocate 5 times higher than humans can hear. It's pretty amazing. In the top corner, you'll see a small photo of a hydrophone, and this is a type of underwater recording microphone that I use to record the dolphin sounds. Modern technology has really helped us out for working in underwater acoustics. We used to have to bring in a ton of electrical, battery-operated gear and cords onto a boat, and then we'd have to set it up, hope it works, and then go out and try to find some dolphins. Nowadays, we can bring these small handheld hydrophones with us anywhere, and they charge with a USB port and can hold a battery for several days at a time. This makes working in remote locations really, really helpful. So how about communication? I mentioned to you that dolphins communicate a lot underwater, and they actually produce 2 main types of communication sounds. The first one are called whistles, which are kind of similar to what you would think of humans, how they can make whistles. And whistles can be unique to individual dolphins depending on the species. Some species actually use it as their signature to identify themselves underwater. And here are some examples of some bottlenose dolphin whistles. The second main type of communication sound dolphins produce are called burst pulses. A burst pulse is exactly what its name implies. It's a burst of pulses. These are actually just a bunch of echolocation clicks emitted together at extremely fast rates in packets. And they're emitted at around 500 clicks per second. They are produced so fast that it actually produces a tonal sound to our human ears. And so I'll play you this little snippet, the same one that you just saw on the slide before. This is how our human ears actually interpret the sounds. This is a photo of my research partner, Sarah, when we went to Antarctica for work last year. We were using this hydrophone to record humpback whales and seals down there. We typically tie the hydrophone to a rope and connect the rope to the side of the boat and then throw the hydrophone in the water. The hydrophone will record a wide range of frequencies underwater, and then we can download the recordings later in the day onto our laptops when we get back to land. Here's a quick video of the hydrophone underwater recording some Peel's dolphins in Patagonia last year. And you won't be able to hear these dolphins echolocating because they're actually ultrasonic, just like those Commerson's dolphins. And you can see the hydrophone hanging on a little white rope here underwater. So that's just a simple way how to collect recordings. You kind of wait for the animals to come up to you, and the recorder just records continuously underwater. Here's another short video of some of those same Peel's dolphins being a total nuisance to some southern right whales, which are baleen whales, that were hanging out together in the same area. And this is just to show you that sometimes we get lucky and we get to record 2 species at once. A newer research avenue that I've begun working with is using scientific drones to help you collect data on cetaceans. Last year, while I was in Patagonia, we used a drone to fly over groups of dolphins while recording their acoustics underwater with a hydrophone. This gives us a great view of how the dolphins are behaving and when we sync the underwater recordings with the drone video footage. We can actually look into see and pair them together and see what types of sounds the dolphins make when they're doing different behaviors like resting, traveling, or socializing with each other. This helps me to piece together a better idea of what we call a dolphin's acoustic repertoire, which is just the same word we've used for vocabulary. And here's an example of some of the drone video footage we collected last year of Commerson's dolphins. So we can actually use the drone video footage to measure several things from the dolphins, like swimming speed, breathing rates, and something actually really cool we've just figured out how to do is that by measuring the distance the dolphin is from the hydrophone underwater, shown by the red line in this photo, we can back calculate how loud or strong the dolphin's sonar is by measuring how loud their echolocation clicks are. We can also use the drone footage to measure the body length and assess the size and weight of the animals that we record. And this technique is called photogrammetry, and it allows us to assess the health of the animals in that population. Sometimes the drone can help you capture some really unexpected events as well. This happens to be the largest group of Commerson's dolphins ever recorded, and it happened to us on Christmas Eve. There are about 100 of these animals swimming around our boat, and this is really unusual for this species because they're normally only seen in groups of 3 or 4 animals. So on this one, I've actually manipulated the sound in the underwater recordings to bend it down into human hearing range so that you can hear what their echolocation clicks sound like. And since there's so many dolphins in this video, it actually just sounds like an overwhelming bunch of buzzing sounds going on. Yeah, that was a really fun day for us. So my work and passions have taken me all over the world, and I'm very fortunate to have seen some pretty cool things. An average day for me can be completely different depending on if I'm working in the field or if I'm in my office. Last year, I was really fortunate and had 3 full months of field work before the pandemic hit. I spent December through February in Patagonia and Antarctica. And on a typical day of fieldwork there, my research partner Sarah and I would go out on the boat for most of the day with the Coast Guard to look for dolphins. When we found them, we would launch the drone and also deploy the hydrophones into the water over the side of the boat just to record them both at the same time. However, most of my days are spent working at a desk, going through the recordings that I collected during my fieldwork and analyzing the data in a sound software program, and then writing papers about what I found. I think the hardest part of my job revolves around securing funding for new projects and salary. Research-related positions often require you to write and submit rather complicated grant applications that are highly competitive. These grants generally only provide funding money for 1 to 2 years, depending on the project. So for me, my current research project I mentioned is up in Canada, working on bowhead whales, which are the longest, living mammal on the planet. They can get up to be over 200 years old, which is super cool. And my research project will go there until about mid-2022. And it involves tagging these whales using suction cup tags that are non-invasive. And basically, it provides a 3D recording of all the whales' body movements underwater. And they have a hydrophone built in on them so that they can record all the sounds that the whales make, as well as any sounds that they hear around them. This is a conservation project trying to assess how shipping noise causes disturbance to bowhead whales, because since the Arctic is melting, a lot of different areas for shipping routes are opening up out there, and it's essentially overlapping with these pristine habitats for marine mammals up there that have never been introduced to ships before. So, as you know, our planet currently has a big issue with underwater noise pollution in the ocean from shipping, seismic oil activity, Navy sonar, marine construction, you name it. Each marine mammal species is unique in the frequencies that it uses to communicate, and thus each species must be studied in order to understand how noise pollution of various forms may affect or even harm these animals. From there, we can provide the results that we find to policymakers who are responsible for governing the oceans and putting marine laws into place. And I think I will leave you with that. Thank you very much. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Morgan, thank you so much. I'm sure it never gets old being able to spy and hang out with whales and dolphins. A lot of excitement from people in the chat about that. And I think it's such a recent phenomenon that we're actually able to listen and hear these sounds and songs. It wasn't until the 1970s that the first songs were put out into the world, and it was really a game changer in how people saw whales and appreciated them. I'm wondering, given that they spend so much of their lives underwater, and we still don't even know, a lot of their migration routes and all of these things that you kind of touched on, what are the most exciting unknowns or questions you have in your work in trying to understand whales and dolphins?
Oh gosh, for me, it's their communication with one another. That really, really drives me. I am so fascinated. Like I showed you those slides of the burst pulses. So even within that category, they alter these little patterns of burst pulses that it's almost like Morse code, that they speak to each other and they repeat them over and over again. And then others seem to have different ones that they reply back with. And to me, kind of cracking that is the ultimate mystery, and something so cool, I think, is their communication is so much more evolved than I think a lot of people think it is. So.
One of my favorite facts I learned about sperm whales, another toothed whale, was that the sound that they emit is so strong that they can stun their prey to death. So not only communicating with one another, but using it as a tactic for hunting. I believe there's a project off of Dominica where the sperm whale's language is being recorded and studied using machine learning. Are there new technologies and tools that go into trying to analyze the communication that you are able to record?
Absolutely. I think machine learning and deep learning algorithms are really big. Using AI has really started to branch into acoustics, just because the amount of data and recordings that you collect sometimes can be overwhelming, because you'll leave a lot of places leave a recorder out for a whole year, cycling on and off every few minutes, and to hand that over to one person to look through can take them ages, so using machine learning has become actually really, really opened like a lot of doors for people to get through all these recordings faster and to pick out the real points where all the animals are actually present and stuff. So absolutely, yeah.
And we had someone asking, perhaps you could remind us again, the difference between the two types of communication, the echolocation and then the singing that the baleen whales do.
Sure. Baleen whales, at this moment, we do not believe that they echolocate. There's a couple of speculations about it, but they do make a lot of sounds. They make a lot of lower frequency communication sounds underwater to contact each other, and those travel really far underwater. The toothed whales, they're the ones that have quite the wide variety of sounds that they make with echolocation signals, as well as the burst pulses and the whistles and stuff like that.
And I've heard that the sounds can travel upwards of thousands of miles undersea. Is that true?
Depends on what they are. So the frequency is really the most important factor. The larger the baleen animals, typically they are all in the lower frequency realm, and lower frequency sounds travel much farther than higher frequency sounds do underwater. So yes, they can travel, certainly, like some over ocean basins and things like that. Yeah.
And I know it's really hard to pick, but a lot of curiosity as to if you have a favorite kind of whale or dolphin.
Oh, yes. My favorite is the narwhal. It's this Arctic species. They're the one with the big long tusk that comes out. They're called the unicorn of the sea. They have my heart. Their tusk is actually their front left incisor, their tooth that grows up and erupts out of their top lip and keeps growing. And it gets to be, I think, between around 3 meters long. And these animals are just incredible. I find them gorgeous and super interesting.
And you had mentioned the shipping traffic and the noise that comes from it. There's a whole history of whaling and this treatment towards whaling as a game animal. But I was surprised to learn that the major threat to them now is not actually the hunting, but fishing nets and shipping traffic coming into ports. Can you just put this into perspective for us in terms of how big of a threat is it to whale populations, and how important is it to work with communities to make sure that they have the space that they need?
Absolutely. I think that this is like the biggest threat for us as conservation scientists for marine mammals nowadays is it's human pollution, essentially. So, you know, it used to be whaling of them actually physically removing the animals from the ocean, but now it's more of along the lines of you have bycatch in your fishing nets where the animals are caught accidentally, or you have noise pollution, which can be, you know, an equally bad thing. And as I mentioned, how noise travels so far and fast underwater, it really isn't the same as it is on land. So, you know, sound can actually just go and go and go underwater and affect these animals from miles away where they have no idea the ship is even there. They couldn't see it with their own eyes, but they could get blasted by some sound and scares them. And, you know, sometimes it can be at levels where it actually does cause physical harm to them. So I think for us, sound mitigation underwater is our big driver. We're trying to develop slower mitigation zones. We found a few slow ships down where they're overlapping in migration areas with cetaceans, that it actually does reduce the sound the ship puts out, and it also makes the ship slower, so it's a less risk of colliding with the animals as well. And so that's one big way. They're also working to create quieter ships and shipping docks and stuff now with the engineers. So we're slowly moving towards it. A lot of places are ahead. You know, Canada and the US and Europe are doing a good job with this. And then other places will follow. I think it's just going to take time.
And we had a question if you could give us a population estimate for perhaps the bowhead whales that you work with.
Sure. Well, there's actually 4 different recognized individual stocks for bowheads, and 2 of them are very low. They're in the hundreds. But then one I'm working on is about 6,000 animals, I think, and the other one is around, I want to say it's around 16,000, I think. So they're doing well right now. They've bounced back. At least the 2 stocks have, yeah.
And something scientists and anthropologists like yourself study how the lives of species relate to other species in any given ecosystem. And I know the role of whale poop even plays such a significant part in that nutrients then floating down to the darker depths of the ocean and feeding smaller animals and microorganisms. What is the importance of whales to the ecosystem for other species around them?
Oh gosh, I mean, yeah, you named it right there. Just the way that they recycle nutrients by these big baleen whales eat so much plankton and krill, and then just like it, whale poop becomes its own source of detritus down at the bottom and feeds a bunch of other organisms, and the whole process starts all over again. And essentially, even when a whale dies and sinks to the bottom, it becomes a massive feeding aggregation for sharks and all kinds of fish and other animals that are living off of its decomposed body. It itself becomes its own ecosystem. So absolutely, they're a very pivotal part of the food chain, I think.
And perhaps a little bit of a morbid follow-up question, but when whales die, do some of them float to the surface, some of them fall? What are the differences with how they die?
Oh gosh. Well, I think a lot of it depends on how much blubber that they have on them. So some definitely float. Some actually float, and then when their gases expand inside of them as they're decomposing, and then they'll sink eventually after a few days. But some, I think I've read stories of hunters up in, you know, the Inuit hunters that say, depending on the type of year, when you harpoon them, sometimes they sink, sometimes they float, and that's based off of what time of year when they're doing a lot of feeding and they get a lot of blubber on them. So if they're had eaten a lot recently, they float. And if they're coming off of a long migration and hadn't been hunting and foraging, then they're pretty lean, they sink. So
Morgan, thank you so much. Can you leave us with letting us know a little bit about your upcoming plans and fieldwork? If anything's on the horizon for you, we'd love to hear more about your exciting adventures ahead.
Absolutely. So at the very end of my talk, I mentioned I'm going to be going to Igloolik, which is up in Nunavut, the province in Canada, the territory. And we're really hoping this goes through. It'll be in June and July this summer. And we're waiting on kind of COVID vaccine and protocols to see if we can go in, because we're working in an indigenous community up there. So fingers crossed. And if it happens, we'll be up there with a team tagging bowhead whales with those 3D recording tags. So it'll be super cool.
Great. Well, thank you so much. We'll be sure to share your social information in the chat so everyone can follow along. And thank you so much for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you too. I had a wonderful time.
All right. Bye, Morgan. All right, up next, we have Amy Vitale. Amy is a National Geographic photographer and filmmaker, as well as a writer and an intrepid explorer. She is going to share with us some stories from around the world, and around the world she certainly has been. She's traveled to more than 100 countries, bearing witness not only to some violence and conflict at times, but also to the surreal beauty and enduring power of the human spirit to be found on this planet. She has lived everywhere from mud huts and war zones. She's even contracted malaria in her adventures. She's donned a panda suit. We'll have to ask about that. And keeping true to her belief in the importance of living the story, she's sure to put herself out there in lots of different kinds of situations. She'll share with us some of the personal stories and individuals who, against all odds, have changed their destiny and the destiny of the wildlife with whom they coexist. She would like to remind us that we are part of a complex world created over millions of years, and that the survival of all species is intertwined with our own. So excited for Amy to be here with us today. I'll go ahead and hand it off to you, Amy, and please everybody put questions into the chat and we'll be sure to get to.
Hi, thank you, Kate. Let me just share my screen here and jump into the presentation. So I'm so grateful that you all are tuning in, and I decided today to really make this more of the personal journey, because I feel like so often we all have these, we all have these strengths that we often don't even realize, and we're not even aware of those. And if we don't look for it, all those strengths kind of remain untapped and unknown. And so I've titled today, discovering your hidden strengths. And it actually brings up this question for me, hidden from who? Because we usually don't see our own strengths. And that's part of the challenge, So sometimes it's really as simple as sitting down with somebody that knows you well and just asking them, what do you see as my strengths? And I realized that sometimes we don't set out to look for our hidden strengths, but in my case, it took a journey to figure out what those were. And so I want to share some of my journey and what I discovered. And I don't mean to imply that I, set out to uncover them, but as I reflect back, I can recognize those events now, those steps and often missteps that I took that led me to discover my own strengths. And, for many of us, we lose our parents when we're older, and it puts the world and life into perspective. And that happened for me when I was 7. Following a really traumatic death of my father, I became incredibly isolated, solitary, and introverted. And it was a hard time, and it kind of stuck with me for many, many years. I mean, actually my whole life. But I came to realize that even in the shadow of death, life does go on. And looking back, I've come to realize that that profound loss helped me to recognize the resilience of life. And it really did make me who I am. And it also made me realize that events that appear to be the source of our traumas and struggles can also be the foundation of our strengths. So after my father died, I felt as if there was nothing that I could hold on to, that life felt really ephemeral. His death kind of numbed me to the world. But the second I picked up a camera, as I got a little bit older, I realized that looking through that lens, I saw this world of both beauty and heartbreak, a world full of meaning. And taking pictures allowed me to capture and hold on to those beautiful but fleeting moments. I'm so sorry, I just lost somebody close to me yesterday, so this is hard. But I just wanted to say that the camera really became my tool that allowed me to reconnect to the world and have meaningful relationships. And I had struggled to feel at ease in social situations, but I did feel comfortable behind the camera. That little black box gave me incredible courage. And I, in the beginning realized that the camera was this tool that empowered me. But what I never imagined as I started to get into photography was that the camera became this tool that allowed me to amplify other people's voices. And that's what this is about, really. It is not about us. And it became this really amazing tool to share these stories and create awareness and understanding. And help me understand this world we live in. But I want to back up because I didn't become a photographer right away. I began my career as an editor. I dreamed of being a photographer, but the people hiring couldn't envision me as anything more than an editor. I was a young woman when I began, and the folks taking the shots were mainly men, with a few remarkable exceptions. And in each of the jobs I had in the beginning, there was sexism and hazing and harassment. I was definitely pigeonholed and felt stuck for a long time. But I always had that dream. I was aware that there was this ladder to climb, and the obvious path made available to me didn't include being a photographer. And I remember showing my photographic work to supervisors and editors with the dream of one day becoming a photojournalist. But those dreams were really dismissed in the beginning. And so even though it was terrifying to quit my job as an editor that was stable and really fulfilling in some ways, I knew I had to try. That even if I failed, this was part of my journey. And I would never regret trying. So having that courage helped me realize, that I had to go and make some mistakes, fall on my face, but get out and go. So the first thing I did was I built up the courage to quit that first job and pursue my dream. And I moved to Eastern Europe. This is actually in Hungary, but I ended up getting a job for a small business paper in the Czech Republic. And a year later, I began to hear stories of this conflict brewing in our backyard. The war in Kosovo was beginning. And suddenly I went from being this relatively amateur photographer, mainly taking pictures of like businessmen and politicians, to overnight becoming a conflict photographer without really meaning to. But leaving that first job taught me to never be pinned down again, that I always had to follow my heart. And the hardest job was to leave that first one. And after that, I realized I had this strength. And the strength was not to ever settle and not to live to society's priorities. And so one of the lessons here is to just, always dream of that journey. Don't dream of the end point, and never give up on a single aspect of your dream. Take the journey, enjoy the ride, even the struggles. And I set down this path and began kind of covering conflicts for the first decade of my career, and went, kind of to all corners, the worst horrors of the world. I went and, I spent, this is in Kashmir, 4 years living there, telling that long pending conflict between India and Pakistan. And this was one of the pictures I was also sent to in the very beginning to cover the Second Intifada. And my editors told me to get close to the action, bring back the most dramatic images. And I did that. And on this one square block in this image, there were probably a dozen photographers all photographing the scene unfolding. And, you know, I would say this was a big turning point in my career because, you know, I stopped to ask myself, you know, were there other things that I should be covering? The things that allow us to relate to one another as human beings. And one day I wandered into, I heard music coming out of this building and wandered up these steps and found this beautiful scene of a couple getting married in the middle of this conflict. And it was a real turning point for me because I realized that, you know, at best, I was covering half the story, and at worst, maybe it was even a lie because I was only presenting the most dramatic images, the violent images, without really showing what humanity looked like. And I kind of went, I'm condensing this, my life story into 15 minutes, but basically kind of started questioning the pictures I was taking and realized 10 years later that all these stories about conflict, you know, started to make me realize that they were all actually stories about our planet too, you know, our resources. Every conflict was always about resources and the environment. And I realized conflict after conflict, that all these pictures of people and poverty and whatever the story was that I was asked to tell, that they were always stories about nature and wildlife too. And so everything is connected. And I realized that I needed to start telling the stories about our natural world. They're one and the same. You can't separate stories of humanity from stories of our planet. And even in my backyard, I live in Montana now, you know, I start to see that connection and how important it is to tell those stories too. But a big kind of turning point for me was in 2009, I heard about this plan to move 4 northern white rhino from a zoo, the Dvor Králové Zoo in the Czech Republic, back to Kenya in this last-ditch effort to save the whole species. And, you know, I think that was this huge wake-up call to me. I saw these gentle, hulking, ancient creatures. I mean, you look at them and you can understand how they've been roaming the planet for millions of years. And on that day, there were just 8 of them left. 8, all in zoos. And I pitched this story, and I just want to tell this piece of the story as well. You know, don't stop if you get rejected. Every single editor that I pitched this story turned me down. And so I wrote them all again and said, what is the problem with the story? And they said, the problem is it's not visual enough. You know, this is a great story for radio. But they couldn't envision what I was seeing. And so that was one really good lesson for me. You know, I think when all of us go and want to be storytellers, or, you know, whatever your dream is, that message of being resilient keeps circling back. You know, get a thick skin, circle back to them, ask them why it's not working for them. And I realized pretty quickly that I needed to do a better job of illustrating the sense of urgency of this story, why it mattered now, why anybody in the world should care about it. And also, as a photographer, I had to explain what the visuals would be. Because in their mind, they could only see kind of, you know, pictures of a zoo, animals in these crates. They couldn't envision the story. So sometimes you have to actually articulate why a story is also going to be visual. And, you know, this is how people imagine rhinos, you know, roaming the open plains of Africa. But this is what it looks like. They are being poached to extinction because the value of their horn is worth so much. And they have to be guarded 24/7 around the clock because they're, you know, their numbers are, I mean, it's shocking how close to extinction so many species are, not just these charismatic species, frankly, elephants and you know, even the less charismatic species that we don't even talk about. And we are going through the 6th mass extinction right now, which is purely human driven. And I started to investigate this story, gosh, now 11 or 12 years ago, and realized that it was always being framed in this way that we've got to militarize it, we've got to kill the poachers. And there was this heavy emphasis on militarization. And even today, I think about how we frame these narratives, you know, even when we want to take it to like the gender imbalance. And there's like the stories of, well, let's arm the women and create a whole brigade of women, you know, anti-poaching units. And in my head, I was thinking, that's not the big question. The question is, indigenous people, the people living with the wildlife, what do they think? To me, their story was always being left out 11 years ago. I never saw stories about people living with the wildlife and what they thought. And this is Yusuf with a different species of rhino sleeping with 3 baby black rhinos. And it turns out there are people and communities who are aware of this crisis and protecting the wildlife and their habitats and working so hard, you know, with very little resources, very little political power. And, you know, it's that Margaret Mead quote again, that a group of individuals can change the world. You know, that's all that ever has. And it's true. And I've sort of been able to witness these remarkable stories. And I kind of set out to find not just the challenges and the, you know, distressing things that make us, you know, not be able to sleep at night. And then you realize that there are solutions and we just need to be shining a light and amplifying some of these incredible people and the work that they're doing. And I'm sure you're going to hear from so many of these incredible people today. There's, you know, really hopeful stories out there. And I don't mean to be Pollyannish about this. I understand the challenges, but I do think that we need to give a much more balanced view of what this world really looks like. And, you know, give people, you know, the stories that make them want to wake up and get out of bed and go and do something. And so now I just want to kind of end by circling back to the northern white rhino story, where I have been staying in touch with them for 11 years now and kind of trying to tell the story of what's happening to them as an example of what's happening to so many other species. And back in 2018, my friends at Old Pejeta Wildlife Conservancy, where these rhinos were sent, they called and said, you have to hurry and get back here because Sudan, who was the last male northern white rhino, was about to pass away. And by that time, he had become basically an international celebrity. I mean, Tinder had his picture on it. There, you know, people were traveling just to see this ancient, beautiful creature. And when I arrived, the thing that struck me about this moment was how quiet it was. You could only hear the sound of the rain and the gentle kind of muffled sobs of the keepers trying to hold in their tears, and then one go-away bird screaming. And it was the most haunting moment. And I think that this image became so, you know, it just spread around the world because I think it illustrates so well our relationship with the wild in many ways. It's like, what do we want to be? Do we want to be the greatest protectors or the ones that destroyed this planet? And to me, this picture is so heartbreaking because it is so symbolic of our own demise. I just feel like if we don't start seeing ourselves as a part of the landscape, as deeply connected to every living creature, we're actually witnessing our own demise. And I just want to kind of wrap my talk up with this beautiful kind of twist of fate. The story of documenting extinction has actually turned into a story about much more than that. And there's a group of scientists, it's called the Biorescue Project. It's this international consortium, and they are trying to rescue the last 2 rhinos, and using science, they are collecting all of the immature eggs. They call them oocytes, and they've created already 5 healthy embryos. They've identified southern white rhinos, which will become the host. And they're, really hoping to use a combination of stem cell and using these embryos to bring this species back from extinction, which is, horrible that we've come to this. But at the same time, I have to commend them in the work that they're doing. And this is Thomas Hildebrandt and his team. And it's sad that we have to get to science. And I think whether or not they save this animal from extinction, we don't know, but I think the science is very valuable for other species as well. So I just want to wrap up this talk and kind of end on the note that, there are all of these beautiful stories and heartbreaking stories. And I called it Discovering Your Hidden Strengths because it is so much about our inner resilience. Everything we do, it's like also our attitude. How are we going to approach the next, the next things we have to do on this planet? And we are intricately connected to one another on this beautiful shared life raft. And so I just want to end with asking that question, it's in our hands. What are you going to do about it? And all of our voices do matter. I think we realize that more and more now than we ever did. And I think that is the big question for me, is like, every voice does matter. And part of it is just having the confidence to believe in your voice. And not enough of us are actively engaged right now in being a voice for all of this, our planet, the wildlife, and for each other. And yeah, I think I'll end it there and let us go to Q&A, but please, you're welcome to take a screenshot and get in touch with me. I actually don't use Facebook anymore, but the best way to get in touch with me is through email, which is just amy@amyvitale.com. So I'm going to end it, and thank you. And we can open it up to Q&A now.
Amy, thank you so much for such a moving presentation. People are writing in the comments how much they appreciate your openness and your honesty. And I think sometimes it's easy when we're watching presentations from people who have accomplished so much to just think, wow, that just happens for them, and how come I'm not able to do that? But behind the scenes, everybody's dealing with failures and missteps, as you so aptly called them. And so to really bring people in, understanding that we all struggle with failing sometimes and going through these difficult emotions, and the important work is persevering and getting through them. And that really comes out in your photographs. There's so much to say about all of it, and the way that conflict is portrayed in the media, and violence is often romanticized and glamorized. So for you to really bring the humanity and those tender and vulnerable moments forward, and people trying to connect with one another and the species around them despite everything is just really an extraordinary accomplishment. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you for that wonderful summary. And yeah, and I guess the other thing I just wanted to say is sort of focusing on developing every skill that you can. And I think as women, you know, there was this, since we're talking about women in this week, somebody just, that quote, you know, Lord, give me the strength of one mediocre white man. I shouldn't bring this in, sorry, but there's that yeah, I mean, I don't mean to bring
that's the meme going around. I'm sure everyone's seeing it on their social media.
But right, so I just say that because so much of it is about our confidence, and I bring that up because it honestly took so long for me to kind of find that confidence to go and believe that I could try learning new skills. And, you know, so just keep pushing yourselves and believe that you can, you know, if your dream is to become a filmmaker, whatever it may be, it seems insurmountable when you're starting out, but everything's possible.
And that's so important to keep in mind. I think, yes, there is definitely that tendency to kind of hang back and want to know exactly how to do it, but there's so much value in the learning by just going out and doing it. Has that process changed or gotten more familiar for you as you've gone on from that first moment of taking that leap into the unknown?
Yeah, I think so much of that is just taking that first step and understanding that you will fail at stuff. It's just part of it, and that's okay. Just know that you're going to learn from all of those failures. I don't even like that word really, because yeah, we all make mistakes, and it's just sort of getting back up and, you know, keep on dancing until, you know, trying the next thing. But it does get a little bit easier each time. You know, I think you just start realizing how, you know, I think just finding the things that make your heart beat and make you excited. And that's the hardest thing, is sort of figuring out what you're passionate about. And then once you've got that figured out, then it's all a little bit easier, I think.
And we have a couple of questions from the chat, but first I'll ask you, I'm curious with quarantine and us all being hemmed in more than we're used to, not being able to go off to these far-flung places. Are you still able to get out into your own community? And if so, do you bring that sense of having new lenses on the world and looking at things in curious ways and not taking things for granted that you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I think it's been this wonderful, another kind of wake-up call for me to just slow down, even though we're not, I feel like this time has been a lot of spinning wheels, like making lots of pitches, handling a lot of rejection, but knowing never to give up, because there are these small little triumphs. I was able, in this time, I finished a short film that I'm about to release, and definitely focused on things happening in my backyard here in Montana. And so trying to get a few projects going. But I'm still really cognizant, and, you know, I don't think we can go back and work in the same ways. I have been going back for that biorescue project. I had to go back to Kenya twice for that during this past year, and just taking, you know, a lot of precautions and getting tested quite a bit, and just being really, you know, just trying to keep the distance. But yeah, I think it's definitely also made me realize that we, in this period, have an obligation not just to focus on ourselves, but try to find ways to lift other people. And so that, I feel like, is the next big transformation in my work. My life's purpose is to try to do much more to help other people when I get opportunities. Just, you know, I think that's been something that's come out of this moment, is that it is part of our responsibility not to make this just about ourselves, and sort of realizing how important that is.
and finding ways to stay connected with one another. I would love for you to share a little bit about the film that you mentioned. And also, someone was wondering if there are any dream places or projects that you haven't yet had a chance to work on that you're looking forward to doing at some point.
Oh, thanks. So the dream projects, I feel like I am doing my dream projects. I've been really it's taken me down these rabbit holes, sort of that first question I brought up about trying to find solutions to these bigger issues. And then it's gotten me super involved in different communities, particularly in northern Kenya. And then also a project here in Montana that I've literally spent almost a decade on. So I just keep going deeper and deeper into the stories. And then also finding my voice in being an activist. And I'm really, proud to say I've raised like $3 million for that landscape. And this is something I never dreamed that I could do, just as one individual. And I started to realize that that it is part of my responsibility to take this sort of platform I've been given and do everything I can to support those people and institutions working there. Sorry, what was the first part of your question again?
If you could share about the short film that you mentioned.
Yeah, so it's called Shaba, and it's the story about this elephant sanctuary and about the relationship between the women elephant keepers, who are the first women elephant keepers in all of Africa, and this elephant named Shaba, and their relationship to each other and how they, lifted each other up, really. And so it's a short film, and now I'm, hoping to get a whole series off the ground. So that's my lifelong dream right there.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And I'm not sure if you're a part of the upcoming Biodiversity Festival that will be happening, but that's definitely going to be on the horizon, where people are passionate about learning about the other species on the planet. There are some questions we didn't have a chance to get to, centering around animals and humans' relationship with animals. So hopefully we'll be able to get more into that in the future. Amy, thank you so much for your time and a wonderful presentation and for being with us.
Oh, thank you so much. I love what you're doing. Thank you.
All right, all right, I will hand it off to Joe and let him introduce what's up next for us. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Well, Katie, thank you so much. Great sessions today. I know we're going to lose you going forward, but thank you so much for joining us for this festival. I'm going to do just a couple really quick housekeeping things, just direct people again to check out the website. You can find everything that's coming up over the next few days. You can find the speakers' bios, anything you need to be up to date with the Women Blaze Trails Festival. And just since Kate mentioned it before she left, last year we had our very first global Biofest, and it was a huge success. It was so much fun. We have to do it again this year. So coming up in May, we will be doing it again with speakers from all over the world. Last year we had 68 speakers and viewers in over 100 countries. So I can't wait to see what we're able to do with the second version of the festival. Okay. Let us move on to our next speaker, another good friend of mine. I'm so excited to have Tierney Tees joining us. Tierney was smitten with the ocean sunfishes, and her research on these glorious fish have taken her all over the world. Along the way, though, she's witnessed our plastic pollution footprint, and she's seen it growing larger and larger, and started learning more about how our clothes are shedding these small plastic fibers every time we put them into the wash. This has led her on a wild global adventure, discovering fabrics from our past, present, and future, and opportunities for finding solutions to our fashion pollution. So I'm going to bring Tierney in live with us on the West Coast. Hi, Tierney. How are you?
Hey, good to see you, Joe.
Yeah, great to see you.
What amazing festival so far.
It has been a wild global ride. I've talked about this often in between the breaks. We started the morning in the Philippines. Next thing you know, we were in India and Colombia and the UK, and we just keep moving around. We were in Svalbard already. It's been just a great day, and it really is an honor to share so many stories with everybody tuning in today.
Yeah, and such a small carbon footprint doing it. So.
Exactly. Awesome, Tierney. Well, I'm going to let you take over for a little bit. I'm really excited for your presentation, and then I bet you there'll be some questions.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Joe. Well, hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here and so thankful to Joe and his team for putting this on. Before I start, I'd just like to acknowledge the Native people. The land that I'm speaking to you from is Central California. Native peoples before me were the Esselen and the Rumsian Indians, and I'd just like to do a shout out to them. Thank you for letting us be here. And I'm excited that we're going to jump in this journey. We're going to start in the ocean, like all life, and then we'll go to land, and we'll end up in your closet. So how's that going to happen? Well, let me share my screen, and we'll get right to it. Okay. All righty. Okay, so I am a marine biologist by training and have spent a lot of time underwater in the ocean, born here in California, not too far from where I live now, near San Francisco. And I used to go to the beach with my parents. They glued this little wetsuit together, and I wouldn't take it off because it would rip all my hair off. So I spent a lot of time in the ocean and studied marine biology and became smitten, as Joe mentioned, with this crazy fish, the ocean sunfish, in graduate school. And I spent many years following it around. It's taken me all sorts of places, from the Galapagos Islands, California, Bali, Cape Town, South Africa, just to name a few. And I love this work. I love being in the ocean. But the more time you spend in the ocean, the more you realize how much pollution we're pouring into it, and the very real and detrimental effects of that. So this is a photo from Pemuteran, which is in the northwest part of Bali, Indonesia, where I helped start a National Geographic student expedition in the summers. And it's a beautiful place, except when the rains pour all this trash down onto the beach, kind of a microcosm of what happens around the world. As many of you know, I'm sure, so much of the trash in our ocean is plastic, and it collects and concentrates other pollutants on it. So leaching out its own, not just its own nasty chemicals, but the pollutants that it's gathered. And sea creatures eat this, mistake it for food, and get sick. Some creatures try to make the best of it, like this little hermit crab that I found in Belize on another student expedition, trying to make its home in this pen cap and having a devil of a time pulling that thing around. Plus, it gets very hot, much hotter than the normal little shells that they take up residence in. So the problem with this plastics is that they don't degrade. They just break down into inedible bits that don't go away. And so now it's crazy. We have 500 times more pieces of plastic in the ocean than there are stars in our galaxy. We've got about, 500 billion stars in the Milky Way alone. So that's a whole lot of plastic, and it's just going up. So a lot of those little plastic bits are actually microfibers. And where do those come from? Well, if you take a sneak peek right now at what you're wearing and look at your clothing label, you might see that it's made of nylon, polyester, acrylic. If any of those ingredients are in your clothing, those are made from fossil fuels. And it's petroleum that we're wrapping ourselves in, knitting ourselves into. And that sheds into the ocean, as Joe was saying. 60% of what we wear is made from plastic, and so that's the problem. Our closets are leaking this pollution. Our washing machines are leaking this pollution into the ocean. So you ever wonder why those those fleece that are so soft and cuddly, why they're so soft? Well, the polyester fibers they're made from are frayed and frazzled, at the ends. It makes them very soft, but it also weakens them. So when we wash them, they break quite easily and they get into the water stream. They also come out of our dryer vents. Actually, 3 times more fibers come out of our dryer vents than our washing machines. And we're just putting this all into the atmosphere, into the water, into our soils, and eventually that's getting into us. There was a new study, it just came out a couple days ago by some colleagues of mine, Matt Savoca, and his who's based here in Hopkins Marine Station. Over 386 marine species of fish have been found to have plastic in them, 210 of those being commercially important species. So, and that number has gone up. It's quadrupled since the last time such a census was made by the United Nations in 2016. That number of fish species who have plastic in them has quadrupled. Sharks, groupers, other fishes, those are the ones that are more likely to ingest plastic, so they're higher at risk. So plastic, it's not the fish, just the fish that are eating it. We eat the fish. We also get plastics in our table salt, in our crops. So it's what's for dinner. It's affecting us. We're eating our own waste. At this point, you might be thinking, oh my gosh, what can we do? This is so horrible. But there's a lot we can do. I've become increasingly interested in our clothing. And, what about cotton? You may be thinking, well, cotton's organic. Maybe that's the way to go. But the one thing to keep in mind when we're thinking about fabrics and we're thinking about our clothing is that it resides in a larger ecosystem. And cotton, it's a good example. For example, cotton is so desirable a fabric. The demand for it actually has led to the death of the Aral Sea. So much water was diverted to grow cotton at such large scale that the Aral Sea just has whittled down to nothing. It used to be the 4th largest lake in the world, and so within this world of fabrics is a whole ecosystem of manufacturing and resource extraction that needs to be taken into account. And so if you want to really find the sustainable fabrics, the right kinds of fabrics to wear that are less impactful on the planet, you have to think about how that fabric is in this large ecosystem, its effect on the environment, the economy, and sustainability. So, with the environment, how is its extraction affecting air and water and land pollution? And then socially, how is it affecting the people who are picking the cotton or extracting the resources? And do they have fair wages? Are they being treated fairly? A big buzzword in the industry is thinking about a circular economy. That we have to, when a fabric goes out there, whoever's creating it needs to design with the next stage in mind. In theory, it's really not that complicated. Just look at Mother Nature. When something dies in the wild, like say a redwood tree, this beautiful one I photographed just the other day up in Northern California, when it decomposes, it releases all sorts of nutrients and that benefit the life around it and allow the life around it to thrive. It's called a nurse log for that very reason. So that's just what we need to think about when we're creating fabrics, when we're creating anything, is what is the life cycle of that product? And when it goes through one stage, can it benefit another stage? When it starts to break down, can it break down in a way that its component parts can re-enter the cycle of utility? So this whole idea of circular economy and sustainable fabrics has really gotten me interested in looking for other kinds of fabrics out there that are made from different materials. And I've embarked on this fun adventure with my National Geographic colleague, Carol Dunham, as well as a host of other explorers like M. Jackson, Elizabeth Lindsay, David Heck. Maria Fadiman, Grace Gobo, and many more. You know, there's so many different kinds of plants that make that you can make fabric from. For instance, you know, from the stems of flax and hemp and nettle and lotus, you can get fabric. From the leaves of bananas and pineapples, from the seed hair of coconuts. Aslan fibers come from soy protein waste. You can get from the seed pods of ceiba trees, you get kapok. Sisal comes from the stems of agave plants. It's actually in the core of the cables that run the San Francisco cable cars too, have a core of sisal. So all sorts of really interesting fabrics out there. And there's this whole biofabrication revolution that's happening right now with materials in laboratories and manufacturing firms across the world. In Sweden, there's a great group called RenewCell that takes old discarded clothing and makes it into a slurry to extract new material called circulose. Actually, I just had a FedEx delivery from Modern Meadow, who makes bioalloy fabric, a vegan kind of leather, taking the animal out of the equation. And Bolt Threads, based up in San Francisco Bay Area, make a vegan leather out of mycelia fungus. There's an amazing group based out of Japan called Spiber that's brewing protein from yeast and creating spider silk proteins. They actually just are opening up $100 million company in Clinton, Iowa. So really interesting, innovative work happening all over the world to try and figure out how to reduce our fabric footprint and keep a circular economy in mind. So all the energy that's going into creating the fabrics is renewable, and all these boxes to check. And there's a bunch of big companies getting in on this because they hear their consumers wanting to lower their environmental footprint and wanting to buy clothing that makes them feel good and doesn't make them feel like they're contributing to the problem. So there's definitely big movement afoot with some of the big companies. Here are some of the brands that have made some strong pledges to buy fabric that is more sustainable. Certainly Patagonia leads the way. They've been definitely deeply into the research of this. Allbirds, Pangaea, all sorts of Koichi, all sorts of companies are now seeing that this is what customers want. And so your choices of what you buy in the store really make a difference. If this is something you're interested in, there's no shortage of materials to look into. Whenever I get really depressed about plastic pollution, I just log into Biomarket Insights, and there's always new, amazing discoveries being made and being posted in there. There's a great online magazine called Selvage, Textile Exchange. There's an app that Nike put out where you can see the environmental footprint of various different fabrics. And then here are some of the books I've just been reading, really fascinating, that take you on these incredible journeys through time. How, cotton was involved in the spread of Islam, and how banking came from textile trading. And it's just amazing how much textiles and fabrics have been so interwoven, pun intended, with the course of human history. So endlessly fascinating. So, we buy about 100 billion pieces of clothing a year, and I don't think we really need to. We never used to do that. We buy 70% more clothing than we ever did, 30 years ago. And so we can make a big difference as individuals. We can think before we buy. Do we really need that piece of clothing? We can look at that label, buy clothes that last, not that they're just throwaways. Do clothing swaps, rewear your clothes. You don't have to wash them all the time. And when you do wash them, you don't have to dry them. You can hang dry them. So that makes them last longer. Treat your clothes well. So So this is a project. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but the name of it is this is the name of our adventure, Around the World in 80 Fabrics, our adventure in textiles, searching for sustainable fashion. And at the core of our project is we're making a teaching quilt. We're having samples sent to us from all around the world. We're sewing it together. And with that, we're going to be having an app and a book and photographing the makers. Every piece of fabric has a story and a face behind it. So it's such an exciting journey that we're on. We're going to, you know, everything from profiling indigenous makers, and it's good this is a Women Blaze Trails, because so much of the textile industry, especially with weaving and fabrics, is women-driven, women collectives. So we're putting a face behind the fabrics, going from indigenous communities all the way into the late-breaking, state-of-the-art, lab-grown materials. So I really welcome you to join us on our journey at Around the World in 80 Fabrics. You can find us on Instagram. We're just starting this journey. It's going to be about a 5-year journey as we gather fabrics from around the world and stitch together this quilt and these stories. And it's aimed to be a museum exhibit. So just a couple last, before I wrap it up, and I want to show you some of the fabrics we've been gathering. That you know, there's a bunch of different things you can do for you know, like I mentioned, you know, be good to your clothes. You don't have to buy so many of them, and be cognizant of what you're buying, and treat them well. Treat them like you want them to last. Because remember, what we wear ends up out there. And my big hope, you know, my big dream in doing this project is that we do raise awareness, and that my kids, you know, realize that they can say to me, you know, Mommy, remember when we were little and the planet was drowning in plastic pollution? Boy, are we glad that we cleaned up our act. So that's my dream. So right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just I'm going to stop sharing my screen and show you some fabrics. Okay. All righty. So I'm back. So can you see me? Okay. So here are some of these cool fabrics that come in. And actually this one just came in FedEx as we were speaking. It just came in. This is a vegan leather made from a bioalloy that just came in from Modern Meadow. So it's hard to show these things on internet, but there's a little piece of it there. This is an incredible fabric that's made from lotus roots. And oh, it's very, very fine. It's believed to be one of the most spiritually sacred fibers because only the Buddha would wear it. But now women collectives are making it in Siem Reap in Cambodia, in Myanmar, and making good livings with lotus fibers. We have tapas, which is quintessential Polynesian fabric made from the bark of mulberry trees. We have kapok. Kapok is another, you know, seed pod fabric, very soft, warmer than wool, and this is from Cambodia. Wild nettle fabric from from the Himalayas, made from nettles. And you thought nettles were just those annoying things that stung you. This is one of my favorite ones, which is going to make an incredible story. It's made from kiviute, which is the down of muskox. And the muskox actually sheds this fiber. It sheds its coat up to 5 pounds each animal. And then in Greenland and Alaska, the people gather the kiviute and they sew it together. We interviewed a woman, Elaine Mosier, who sewed this one in this diamond pattern, which is reminiscent of the ice floes coming together and cracking. And she has moved to Anchorage, but her little village where she learned to weave and she would do this is going underwater. And she said that her home was 100 yards from the ocean and now it's 30. So these are also stories of climate change, of environmental impacts, and certainly the fabrics we're getting from the polar regions are telling that story. So, and here's another one made of dog fur. Used to make dog hair, not having to kill the dog, just dog hair, not dog fur. Sorry. Okay, well, I'll wrap it up and answer any questions, but you can tell I'm excited. There's so much more to tell, and so we're just there's a lot more to tell.
Wow, turning muskox down, lotus root. I mean, that's amazing. Very innovative solutions. And, as you mentioned, a lot of them coming from indigenous communities, which is another amazing part of the story.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking to these people, it's just, amazing the change they've seen. And it's one of the oldest crafts, weaving. It dates back 5,000, 6,000 years that we find woven fabric. And so it's just even more than that. And so it's been this, it's really held humanity together. So it's able to tell quite a changing story.
Yeah. Well, we have a question right away here in the chat. This is from Joni. And they're wondering, is there a resource where they could find out about more of these fabrics? Where should they go?
Yeah, well, so that was some of the things I put. The Textile Exchange was one of those. We're going to be, that's essentially what we're doing, is putting this together on our website as well. Selvage has a great, if you're into sort of the natural fibers, it's an online magazine. I really recommend some of the books I put up, The Fabric of Civilization, as well as The Golden Thread. Yeah.
All right. Some good resources.
Yeah.
So this brings another question, wondering about how much access there is to these fabrics at this moment in time. Could someone in a rural area get access to them? Are they, affordable, more expensive?
Yeah, and I'm so glad that was brought up, because often, like with organic food, it's more expensive, and you want to democratize the access to these fabrics. And fast fashion has caught on because it is so cheap in the short term, but not in the long term. So, I mean, I think all these things are on the minds of people creating the fabrics of the future. Is how do we make these fabrics affordable and not price them out so they become some elitist endeavor, as opposed to trying to clothe the masses. So it's, it's a work in process. Right now, a lot of these organic fabrics are more expensive. Like for instance, this, and some of them are experimental. Like this one, it's made from seaweed and cotton, and it was like $80, and it's a t-shirt, So so that's something that I'm really hoping is that we can democratize access to less harmful fabrics, and that's part of that whole process. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's worth, paying a little bit more for something that is going to have less of a footprint on the environment, and, kind of forces you to think, do I really need 20 t-shirts in my closet when, less could do?
Yeah, Joe, I mean, that's the thing. We're led to believe that we need to buy a new piece of clothing every week. It is what it actually adds up to, is that we're buying a new piece of clothing every other day if you average it out. And some of us more, some of us less, but we need to buy stuff that lasts longer. And if you pay a little bit more, it's, in the long run, it's better to have fewer clothes that last longer than just a whole closet of clothes that you're not wearing that are going to end up in the landfill.
Yeah, absolutely. We have some students who are tuning in, and they're curious about some things they could do to, lessen their plastic impact. What are some suggestions that you have?
Yeah. Well, since I'm sort of tracking out on the clothing, I would say, really, really look at your labels, buy less clothing, be really careful about how you wash your clothes. You don't have to dry all your clothes because that really weakens them, especially your fleeces. So try to wash those in cold water. That saves energy as well. Don't wash things like your jeans and your shoes in with your soft stuff. So how you treat your clothes makes a big difference, and what you choose to wear, because that's a billboard of your values. And by you can share how you feel about what clothing is doing by changing what you wear and sharing that with your friends, and that has an impact. So
all right, well, I'm going to share this one more time. If people at home want to follow along on this adventure around the world looking at fabrics, there's the Instagram handle right there. You can follow along. And then Tierney, I think right before we sign off, I should plug our other festival that you and I are teaming up for that's coming up soon.
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned that. Yeah. So I started off my talk with that crazy fish, the ocean sunfish, which is near and dear to my heart. I've been studying them for over 30 years. And the first ever virtual ocean sunfish symposium is happening on February 23rd. It's a celebration of a book that we put out, the first big academic book on the ocean sunfish, which I say has risen to the top of the charts as the ¡1 selling ocean sunfish academic book. It's because it's the only one. But it's good. And it's just a great group of people who I've been working with to put it together. And it's going to be so much fun because we're adding in a bunch of art as well. Art and science.
It's always good to be #1. So yeah.
You're only the one.
Yeah. So there's the website there. It's a landing page right now, but early Monday through Tuesday, you'll see that change to a full website with the lineup and registration, and hope to see people tuning in to learn about the amazing sunfish, the mola.
Sunfish, yes, the mola. Yeah, I would love to see you guys there.
All right. Well, Tierney, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for taking us on a whirlwind tour of some really cool fabrics, from traditional to experimental. Really neat.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Joe, for putting it on. An amazing festival. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Tierney, and we will catch up soon.
Okay. See you later. Bye, everybody.
All right. Okay. Well, moving right along, we have another amazing speaker waiting backstage for us. Maybe a quick couple housekeeping things. If you are following along, make sure that you post so we can get more eyes on the festival. Make sure you tag Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. Use the hashtag Women Blaze Trails. And then, of course, check out our day job. So exploringbytheseat.com. At Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, our goal is to inspire the next generation of scientists and explorers. We do it through live virtual field trips and guest speakers for classrooms. Since COVID hit, we've run well over 500 live free events for classrooms everywhere. In fact, since 2015, 500,000 students have joined in our program, and we've had scientists and explorers join us from over 80 countries. So do check that out. And if you like what we do, don't hesitate to let us know. Okay, I'm going to bring in our next speaker. Our next speaker is Alizé Carrere. She is a National Geographic explorer. She is an award-winning filmmaker, and she's also a doctoral student researching and documenting human adaptations to environmental change. So back in 2013, she received support from the National Geographic to conduct research in Madagascar, where she spent several months looking at an agricultural adaptation in response to severe deforestation. Since then, she's received more grants from other organizations like the Redford Center and PBS, and her work has evolved into a broader film and educational project on human resilience in the face of climate change. There's also a really great series you can find on National Geographic Education called Modern Explorer. We're going to do an event with classrooms sharing that this month, a little bit later. So Alizé, it's so great to have you joining us live from Florida today.
Hi, thank you, Joe. It's so good to be here.
All right, awesome. Well, I'm going to let you jump right in.
Great.
And then I bet we're going to have some questions from the crew tuning in live.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm really excited to be able to talk with you all today. I know I often, when I give presentations, share a lot about my work, but I thought this would actually be a really great opportunity to, mention and talk a little bit about what I do in terms of looking at human adaptation to environmental change, but also talk about the process and my experiences and how I've got to where I am today, because I think that a lot of the questions that I get are about my journey, and I think hopefully through my experiences I can give some advice or some insights into what might have made the process easier or better. Not to say that there were any regrets, but it's been a circuitous path to becoming both a filmmaker and also now doing my PhD, which is a continuation of the work that I did right after college. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Okay, is that good?
We're good, yep.
Okay, great. So yeah, as Joe mentioned, I'm a National Geographic Explorer, which is, as there are many of us on this wonderful event this weekend. That's another word for being a grantee for the National Geographic Society and getting support through them, which has been really foundational for my work. And then more recently, I've gotten into filmmaking as a medium to share some of my stories, which I've become super passionate about. I'm going to talk a little bit about that as well. And in addition to that, I am continuing my research at the University of Miami as a PhD student in the Abbas Center for Ecosystem Science and Policy. So I am trying to bring some of the research that I've been doing for filmmaking and documenting the stories of the front lines of climate change into a more formalized PhD program right now, which has been really incredible. But before I get into that, I just want to give a bit of a personal background. I'm beaming to you all from Miami, Florida, which is where I'm based doing my PhD, but I'm actually originally from Ithaca, New York, in upstate. And I grew up in a very wonderful, unusual, there's all kinds of words to describe our home, house. And you can see from these images that our house has a 300-year-old oak tree growing, or basically a large tree growing through the front porch of it. And my parents built this home. The house was originally a fishing shack that had a dirt floor and an outhouse. And my parents were sailing out in the world and decided they wanted to settle down when my mom was pregnant with my older sister. And so they bought this house and decided to expand it and turn it into a proper home. And my parents' vision for this was not to cut down the tree, but rather build the house around the tree such that it became a part of our home. And so that tree really was a very big part of our life. I know that sounds funny to say, but it was kind of this living, breathing organism. In addition to, as a part of our home, we would always have to carve away more of our front porch every few years as it was growing. There were just all kinds of different aspects of this home that made it a really unique place to grow up and really understand the dynamism of the world and of the natural environment around us. That is a photo of my dad taking my sister and I to school one morning. You can see where we had this large suspension bridge coming down over a gorge that reaches down to our house. So we were really kind of tucked in the canopy here, very much like Swiss Family Robinson or Berenstain Bears, as we used to, kind of joke about when we were kids. And it really gave me an appreciation for the natural world and how humans coexist within a very dynamic world around them. And that, in no small part, has contributed to what it is that I study today, which is how people around the world adapt to various profound landscape changes happening to them and to their homes. This is a photo that my mom and I were going through my childhood art box and found just the number of drawings that my sister and I made of tree houses, thinking that was, of course, just how everybody lived. And we were pulling these out, just laughing about how the line between sort of the human environment and nature was very blurry for us. And I think it made, of course, our upbringing very whimsical. And it's just kind of a fun illustration, like I said, of just the spirit that kind of occupied our living space growing up. I went to a large public high school, Ithaca High School in my hometown, and it was there that I developed a passion for environmental science. And this for me was absolutely transformative for the direction that I ended up taking for both college, but then after that. I was not necessarily always the strongest science student. I had a real appreciation for it, but I had a hard time connecting science to my day-to-day life. And I felt like it was something that was relegated to, labs and behind microscopes. And I lacked the understanding of how science really was a part of everything that we did and why this mattered so much to us. And so until I took AP Environmental Science in high school, my junior year, that really changed how I saw science and its role for all of us, and how science and society are these sort of deeply intertwined forces, and how and constantly exchanging with one another. So that course, AP Environmental Science, or otherwise APES as we called it, really set me on my path to study environmental science in my undergrad, which I know now there's a huge number of environmental science majors. I think they are wonderful opportunities for students to get interdisciplinary research experience. If you're not entirely certain if you know what you want to do. I had an incredible experience at McGill University, where I did my degree in environmental science, and it was really at the beginning here, started in this high school classroom in my hometown. It didn't hurt that we had this beautiful waterfall just outside the back of our high school. Ithaca, the town that I grew up in, is called, the slogan is Ithaca is gorges. We have lots of beautiful waterfalls and gorges. And this is what our teachers utilized as a resource. They brought us out into the backyard here across the street. We collected crayfish. We did all kinds of natural sampling and, activities out there. Even in our literature class, we went out there to write poetry. And that, again, kind of brought science and the natural world together for me, and society together for me, in a way that allowed me to see it as a whole, complete picture. As I mentioned, I went to McGill University up in Montreal in Canada for my both my undergraduate degree, which I did in environmental studies, and then I stayed and did a Master's of Science in Integrated Water Resource Management. And McGill was an incredible university. I had such an amazing time there. I ended up staying because I enjoyed it so much. But what I want to say about both of these degrees, and this is again something that I like to share about my journey, is that we're both hyper interdisciplinary. And what I mean by that is that they really brought in fields and methods from many different fields of inquiry and study. And that for me has been hugely valuable in my career. And so I know we're moving into a space where interdisciplinary research is really valued, and potentially in some cases more so than very siloed research. And so for me, that has allowed me to get a more holistic view of the research that I've done over the last few years, but also allowed me to, I feel very relevant, I guess is maybe the word to use, to a lot of different places in our society. And I want young people to feel that sense of relevancy and connection to the planet and to our economies and to everything that is a part of this day-to-day life that we're living out in real time. So I just say that because I know that environmental studies, it might not be a very specific, our parents want you to, why don't you study biology or chemistry? But there is a real value to environmental studies today, even among employers looking for people who have a diverse set of skills and can apply those skills in a range of environments. When I was at McGill, I attended a National Geographic Young Explorer grant workshop, and that was in 2012, actually. And that program it still exists. It's now called the National Geographic Early Career Grant. At the time, it was the Young Explorer Grant. And this was a grant program that provided opportunities for people to study, young people to do a field expedition who might not have had a whole career behind them of experience out in the field or, running expeditions. And this grant for me was really transformational because it, like I said, kind of set me on this path of doing field work and studying, out in the world, how people are living with change in different places. And so this started in Madagascar, where I got a grant to look at not these wonderful lemurs, even though these are, of course, the very charismatic creatures that we associate with the island of Madagascar, but rather deforestation, or sort of the lack of trees that were, the problems and consequences that deforestation was creating for farmers across the country. So I went to Madagascar thanks to this National Geographic grant that I applied for, to study how farmers were adapting to deforestation. And this is a photo that I took of some of my research there that documents just the incredible burning and which is called tavi, a slash and burn agriculture, that was occurring across the highlands. But my research questions were focused specifically on this formation called a lavaca, which is a massive erosional gully that forms in these hillsides. And that, as a result, partially of deforestation and the consequences of having very loose, vulnerable soil, but also, there's lots of different factors at play here, and I don't have time to go into it all for this presentation, but I have some information on my website if you'd like to learn more, which I'll provide at the end. But basically, what I want to highlight here from this research expedition, which then guided a lot of my subsequent field experiences, was that I was doing a type of research that was very human-centered, and talking to people and farmers and trying to understand how they were coping with severe landscape change. And this, for me, was my first foray into the social sciences specifically, and using anthropological field methods like ethnography, which is talking to different people in communities to understand what the challenges are that they're facing and how they're coping, and structured and semi-structured interviews and participant observation. These were all skills that I learned while I was in Madagascar, interviewing farmers about these formations and how they were adapting their practices. And what was amazing about this adventure was that we learned farmers were utilizing these erosional formations, which up until then had really been considered a very negative socioeconomic, ecological consequence of deforestation. They were actually using them for growing food, because they kind of became these pockets on the land over time where nutrient-rich topsoils and water and so forth would get trapped. And so on this landscape, there would be much more, the crops would be growing better and faster and stronger inside these protected kind of depressions that you would see across the hills. And some of them even turned into these really extensive field. You can see this farmer here did terrace agriculture all the way up the top. So my research question was, well, how are farmers adapting their practices to live with these profound changes taking place? And that really kickstarted this broader research project about what does adaptation look like on the ground as we cope with the effects of climate change. And as I said, very much, this is a very qualitative type of research. It's talking with people. And again, that for me was always the pull for science for me, was finding the human element and finding the human aspect that I could personally connect to. And that I think for all of us allows us to really engage with these issues at a deeper level. So I have since created a series called Adaptation. This was how I got into the filmmaking aspect of my work, where going to these different places around the world, looking at how people are adapting to environmental change, documenting and researching those stories, and then turning that into something that could be utilized in classrooms for educators, for students, for lifelong learners, was for me a really important part of this process. Not only just because I think these are powerful stories to tell, but also because I wanted to know how these techniques could be shared and replicated and scaled for the rest of the world to learn from, as we all collectively try and cope with environmental change and climate change and the climate crisis on a much broader scale. So I can't share too many more details about this right now, because it will be coming out sometime later this year. I will be sharing on my social media, on my Instagram and my Facebook and Twitter and so forth. But it is a 4-part series that we filmed in Bangladesh, Vanuatu, Ladakh, which is in northern India, and here in the United States, about different ways communities are adapting to environmental changes. And so it's really kind of these are stories that blend science and culture and society together, where we ask and understand the local perspectives of what's taking place in these otherwise really difficult realities and conversations to have about human land use and human, our extraction of natural resources, and the consequences of fossil fuel combustion and what that does to our different very fragile ecosystems around the world. I'm not going to go into the episodes. These are just some slides about the episodes themselves. I have much more information on this on my website, so I will encourage you to check that out. The carp, this is a story, the episode in Kentucky is about Asian carp and the invasive, how invasive they are, but really what one woman is doing to transform them into a solution, in that she's created a fish processing plant. In America, we tend to consider carp as a trash fish. And the protagonist of this episode of the series is a Chinese-American woman named Angie Yu, who moved to a very small town in western Kentucky on the Ohio River to start the first large-scale carp processing facility to export our carp to places that do consume it around the world, because carp in many other places is regularly consumed as a really important, nutritious, and delicious fish. Whether that's in parts of Asia or in Eastern Europe or in the Middle East. There's lots of different areas where carp is regularly consumed. And because today is the Chinese New Year, I can't help but bring this into this conversation. The carp, which is the sort of main character of this story, other than Angie, of course, is really a very powerful symbol in Chinese culture and represents fertility and abundance and prosperity. And this is a part of our story in this episode about how, how could a fish on one side of the world be regarded as trash and, something that we want to exterminate, whereas on the other side of the world, it's cherished as a valuable food product, but also as a creature that represents perseverance and abundance, based on the fact that it is, of course, so prolific. It's such a prolific breeder. So this story for me, again, and it always comes back to this in my research, is how these human and cultural dimensions enter science, and how that ties to what we study and bringing the human dimension of climate change to the forefront, so that people can be motivated by some of these stories to be active and engaged in finding solutions for some of them. This is a meal that we, actually I didn't, but one of Angie's wonderful colleagues prepared an entirely carp-based meal. This came right out of our Mississippi River waters, where there's carp pot stickers, carp hot dogs, carp burgers. That is a very typical dish there of the big carp in the middle that you're seeing that's prepared in China, carp stew. And they were really showcasing the many ways we can utilize carp in the United States. And Angie's main goal is to really try and, as she says, reduce, reuse, and redefine carp as an incredible resource. So I'm getting short on time, so I want to leave time for questions, because as much as these stories are fun, I really would love to be of use to all of you. And if there are any questions about this journey and what being a social scientist is like, particularly at this intersection of society and culture and science, I would be more than happy to share my experiences. This is coming soon. Please tune in to some of my social media channels for further information about when and where that will be coming out. It was supported by, as Joe said at the beginning, several grants from National Geographic, as well as the Redford Center, and most recently the Pacific Islanders in Communications, which is a PBS affiliated group. I'll just end on this quote that is truly one of my favorite quotes, and it feels like it's relevant to so many different parts of life in general. And I came across this in a magazine once upon a time when I was flying somewhere, in like the American Airlines magazine that was in front of my seat. And it's a quote by Charles Darwin that says, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change." And for me, this quote really captures the essence of what adaptation is about and how we live with profound change taking place around us. It's not necessarily about being the brightest or the strongest or the smartest. It's how good are you at rolling with change and moving with change as it comes your way. And that in so many ways is the key to success and finding a place, being, living with mobility and impermanence. And sometimes I think we forget that when we talk about issues of climate change and wanting to just, build seawalls and raise homes, and, where are the places that we look in the world where we see people doing it differently and how they are embracing change or embracing, as difficult and challenging and, kind of uncomfortable as that may be. where can we find those points of inspiration? And so that for me is the goal of the adaptation series, and I hope that you all get a chance to look at it when it is out and about. I'll just end by saying that I'm now doing my PhD in ecosystem science and policy at the University of Miami. I continue to research climate change adaptation, specifically the human, again, always the human dimension of it. Social science, the social sciences for me have been just an incredible way to build a career as a scientist, but working really at that, like I said, that intersection. And as my PhD advisor, Dr. Kenny Broad always says, we joke that, you know, there's often this bifurcation between like the hard sciences and the social sciences. And he said, you know, it's more like the hard sciences and the harder sciences. We in the social sciences, we are dealing with human behavior and decisions, and we don't have clean rules to define exactly how things are going to occur. You know, A plus B equals C. It's a much, much more complicated, nuanced environment. And yet that for me is really the beauty of the humanities and how we integrate science with humans and our different social and cultural lives. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that. I love talking to the next generation, particularly of young women who are interested in this. And you can find more information about my work on my website and on my social media at Alize Carrere for Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook.
All right, Alize, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. You know, lots of comments in the chat about looking forward to seeing adaptation. I think there's a couple educators tuning in, looking forward to sharing it with their classrooms. So that's great.
Yes, that's exactly what we made them for. They're short 12 to 15-minute pieces, and we will hopefully have some curriculum as well to go along with it for educators.
All right, perfect. Well, I will just suggest that they check out Modern Explorer as well. So
yes.
if you go to YouTube and search Modern Explorer and Nat Geo Education, that series is up there. Why don't you know, the 1-minute synopsis of that series?
So Modern Explorer is a 9-episode educational series that we created with National Geographic Education and Lindblad Expeditions, and which is the sort of, they run all of the ship-going experiences for National Geographic Expeditions. It is a series that looks at what does exploration mean today and how has that changed from the era of people like Ernest Shackleton and Charles Darwin. And we tell that through myself as one of the hosts and my friend Tom Ritchie, who's a naturalist at Lindblad Expeditions aboard the cruises, and he and I traipse through South Georgia and the Falkland Islands looking at wildlife and the stories of past explorers. And it's kind of a passing of the baton where, you know, Tom is now looking toward my generation. I'm a young woman in this field in the 21st century, and how is that different? And you know, the world feels mapped and trodden today. What does that mean for kids that do want to be explorers themselves? So please do check it out. It's a fun tool for classrooms as well. We look at also animal biology, like there's an episode on seals, on penguins, on albatross. So you'll find a lot on there. And it was produced by Alex Wenchel, one of our, somebody, good friend of mine who did an extraordinary job bringing it all together.
All right. And I will also add that if you check explorebythesea.com, you can find the event coming up with Alize, and your students can meet her as well. So lots of good stuff coming up soon. Okay, let's grab a couple questions from here. So, you know, you did mention at the end that you're working on your PhD right now. And Caitlin is tuning in and wondering, you had your master's. What made you decide to go further and go after your PhD?
That's such a good question. I described the PhD for me was always an option. It was something that it was like a bee in my bonnet kind of thing. It was just always there. I felt like I wanted to do it. I wasn't sure if I would be able to just put my life on hold to go back and do it because I was working on these films at the time. And what ended up happening was that it never left me, this like feeling of, okay, you should do a PhD. And so I thought, okay, I got to pay attention to this, to this little voice in my head. And it really was an incredible opportunity for me to deepen some of my work that I was doing on community adaptation to climate change. So and this is my advice for anybody who is interested in a PhD or is looking for PhDs, you have to find a program that really meets your interests and your lifestyle. And there are lots of different PhD programs out there, but the Abbas Center at the University of Miami again an interdisciplinary program. My whole academic career has been interdisciplinary research, academic degrees and programs, and it allowed me to continue doing a lot of the work and make the PhD kind of fit what I was doing. So it became a kind of a no-brainer at that point. And the director of the program, Dr. Kenny Broad, who's the National Geographic Explorer, he's also my PhD advisor. We had a lot of conversations about what I would study, and it just felt like a really good fit. And I just love research, and being in the pursuit of knowledge and being able to do a deep dive for me has been how I've explored the world, truly. And I wanted to keep up with that.
All right. Let's grab another question here from the chat. Okay, there we go. So, you've been able to do a lot of travel, looking at how resilient we are, and how we're adapting to changes that are happening around us. We talked a little bit about what you saw in Madagascar. Can you talk about another adaptation that really was exciting to see?
Yeah, I'm going to use the example, which is actually one of the episodes of the series. I'll just give you a little teaser, maybe. I traveled to Ladakh, which is up in northern India, and this was in 2016, I believe. Now, it was several years ago. And the story that we went to document there was about how glaciers are melting more sporadically and kind of at different, more unpredictable glacial melt happening in this mountainous region, which is actually an arid high mountain desert. And so fresh water is a very precious resource, and trying to get glacial melt water that's how they irrigate, that's how they feed their bring water to their livestock. And so the adaptation we went to look at was how a gentleman by the name of Sonam Wangchuk is capturing glacial meltwater in the winter months and redirecting it and storing it in these giant ice pyramids called ice stupas that are being utilized for kind of a capture and storing. Now, one thing I will mention about these adaptations, this is a key distinction for me personally, is adaptation is one piece of the climate change puzzle. That does not mean we can let off the gas on mitigation, which is really getting at the source of a lot of the carbon emissions that that a lot of Western nations are continuing to spew out, that is causing a lot of these nations to have to adapt. So while adaptation is absolutely a part of the portfolio of solutions and answers, it is not the only one. And I want to make it very clear that there are some places that will have to adapt, but there are plenty of other places, including places like the United States, where we can really do better in terms of how we are emitting and polluting so that those adaptations don't have to be so severe for other places in the world. And even here at home, I live in Miami and we have sea level rise right on my doorstep. So.
It's the first time the mic got me today. I wondered if I'd get through the whole day without getting caught with the mic, but we know the answer to that now. It got me. Okay. So we have some students who are tuning in, and one's commenting on that fish feast and how it looked pretty good. But then another, Berkeley, is wondering about traveling for work. Are you able to travel right now, or have you been staying pretty local?
No, I have stayed very, very local. I have not done any travel. I was actually, so just to mention the carp story and our main character, Angie, who I mentioned, we have plans to potentially expand that into a feature documentary. And the plan was in February of 2020, last year, we were supposed to go to China for a recon trip to figure out what we were going to do. Now, of course, that was when the coronavirus was starting to become recognized in Wuhan. So that got put on hold. And so since then, it's been a great opportunity to focus on my PhD and do a lot of reading and writing. We entered post-production for the adaptation series. We filmed everything prior to the pandemic. So it was actually oddly okay timing with my series, because we had done everything already. It was just working in the edit and doing post. And so I have not traveled. I don't have any intentions to travel for 2021 either. If and when the world is in a better place, I will look to travel in 2022 for my dissertation, my actual PhD research.
All right. Good stuff. Sounds like a very responsible decision. Alize, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to host you. I've had the pleasure of hosting you with classrooms for years now. So it's great to have you join this festival. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you in a week or so and talking a little Modern Explorer.
Yeah, likewise. And thanks, Joe. You were one of the first people to bring me into your own classroom back when you were teaching. It was so fun up in Ontario.
All right. I appreciate you making the trip across the border. That was great.
Of course. All right. Thanks so much.
All right. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
Okay. Wow. The afternoon is just flying right by. We have a really cool event coming up right now. I'm going to bring in our next host to introduce it. I'm going to bring up Brianna Rowe now. She is Director of Business Development at Reach the World. We talked a little bit about them this morning, but I'm sure Brianna will talk a little bit more about Reach the World. She's a member of the Explorers Club. She is a board member of the Explorers Club. She has been on all kinds of cool expeditions around the world, lots of them with her father, Peter Rowe, who's a great filmmaker. And she's done some really cool ones for us on Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. We had her live in Cambodia once. We saw the sunrise over Angkor Wat one time. She had us at the Cano Cristales River in Colombia, live from this beautiful colored river in the forest. I'm going to bring Brianna in now.
Hello.
Hey, Brianna, how are you?
Hi, great. Thank you for hosting, or thank you for having me today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for jumping in and hosting. It's a really exciting time for the Explorers Club, celebrating 40 years of women being in the club, and what a distinguished list of explorers that call themselves members or fellows of the Explorers Club.
Yeah, we're excited. We're hosting a lot of events all year long at the Explorers Club and in partnership with Reach the World. And we're kicking it off really with this festival and with yesterday's big celebration, the United Nations Day to celebrate women and girls in science. So here we are. We're excited for a year-long celebration.
All right. Well, this is a special event, a double header, if you will. I'm going to let you take over for a little bit and bring in our speakers.
Thank you so much, Joe. Great. Well, welcome everyone. I'm so excited to host today. As Joe mentioned, I am director at Reach the World, which is a nonprofit partner for this event. The Explorers Club as well is another organization partnering for this amazing festival. This festival is so special, tied to the UN Day to celebrate women and girls in science. And really it made me wonder, why do we need to have a day to celebrate women and girls in science? Well, here's why. Here are some statistics. Worldwide, women represent only 28% of the workforce in STEM, STEM being science, technology, engineering, and math. 28%. There's like 51% of us. And even when they get jobs within STEM fields, those women are making an average of $15,000 less than men. Black and Latina women in STEM earn around $33,000 less. It's unfair and it's not a new problem. And I'm sure you've seen examples too. Do you ever read textbooks and wonder, why are there only men in this book? Or isn't it odd that all the US presidents were men? Or all the CEOs of big companies were men? Or that almost all of the explorers that you study in school who've been credited with all of those big discoveries, they're all men too? Well, our guest today asked those questions, and she went a step further. And she made the discoveries of women explorers that the history textbooks have left out. She then wrote her own book on women explorers. It's my pleasure to introduce Milbrey Polk. So I'm going to bring Milbrey in and say hi. Hello, Milbrey.
Hi. I guess at this point I do the screen share, right?
No, we're going to introduce everyone first. I want to introduce you. I want everyone to see you, and I want everyone to know about a little bit about your life. At age 23, Milbrey spent 2 months crossing Egypt's western desert on camelback to retrace Alexander the Great's journey. She has had an amazing career as a photojournalist, and she's investigated stories of women explorers. She wrote the book on women in exploration, and today she's here to share some of those stories with us. I'm also going to bring in Lacey Flint so that we can see Lacey. Hi, Lacey.
Hi, everybody.
So we're also going to hear from Lacey Flint. She is the archivist and curator of research collections at the Explorers Club. She will guide us through the history of women's involvement in the Explorers Club. But before we even get started with the talk, I'm going to do something really fun and a little bit different. We've actually invited a teacher to join us with her class. So Christine Neely is a fellow at the Explorers Club as well. She's also a lower school science teacher in New York City who's brought 10 classrooms along this journey today with us. So I'm going to bring in Christine. Hi, Christine. Hi, so you're on mute there. Okay.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see everybody.
Great. Could you kick it off? Tell us a little bit about who's joining us today. Who are your students?
I have students in grades 2 through 4 at an independent school in New York City, Trinity School. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I know that they are going to be joining us on the stream, so thank you so much for joining us. And if they have any questions, you can jump on in and interrupt our conversation and field those questions for your students. And we're going to get started here. I am going to let Milbury take it away. So let's get started. Thank you, Milbury. You can go ahead and share your screen.
There, is that working?
It's working great.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm really looking forward to this new experience of talking to people through computers. Today I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey as an explorer and then introduce you to 4 women explorers who lived quite a while ago. But first, I want to talk to you about who is an explorer. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to read the screens, so I hope that you all will read the screens while I'm talking. Explorers are people with a purpose who go where they must to find answers. And exploration is about knowledge. Exploration is a quest that will never end. Being an explorer is the essence of being human. They are people with curiosity about the world. They're people that take chances and accept failure. And that's a very important thing. Failure is not always bad. Explorers are people who understand their own limits and yet continuously push their boundaries. They have courage to face the physical world and hold beliefs about it not generally accepted. They're people who want to engage with the world. They can communicate and want to share their discoveries with others. They find connections. They can be everyone, and they should be you. By embracing the principles of exploration, curiosity, knowledge, courage, it will lead you to a fascinating life. Since I was young, I loved reading stories. Some of the first inspirational stories I read were by a man named Tolkien. He invented a mythical world. He even invented the languages people of that world spoke. And if you haven't had a chance, I would advise you all to read his first book, The Hobbit. But I was also interested to read about people who lived long ago. I was fascinated by their clothes, their houses, their jewelry, their legends. Their lives were so very different than anything I knew. There was one person who lived a long time ago whose story fascinated me. He was Alexander the Great. He lived more than 2,500 years ago. When he was about 20, he left his Greek homeland at the head of a large army. His goal was to conquer the world as they knew it then, and he did. He went on all the way to India on horseback. All along his route to this day, there are many towns and cities named Alexandria for him. And this is the map of his empire. You can see what a large piece of the world he actually controlled.
Milbury, do you
Sorry?
play on the slideshow?
Can I do what?
Can you press play on the slideshow?
Press play. It's full of it's not moving forward.
It's not moving forward. If you can test it.
Press play.
It's on just above the word great.
Yeah, I did. Okay, play. You see that?
Okay, it's not working. How about up at the top, if you go File, View, or if you go View, Enter Full Screen?
Sorry. It's moving forward on my computer.
Maybe another thing you could do is click the format button over on the right side, just above that black square. That'll get rid of the format.
You know, do you want to do it from your computer?
Yeah, I can launch it here.
I just don't know how to do this any better.
No problem. I will share the presentation here. And we can get started with
Alexander
the Great. And we can see it there.
Okay, so we can move to the next one, and that shows his empire. And then the next one is I was growing up in Egypt, and it's a wonderful place full of ancient history. The next one, you'll see me when I was fairly young, photographing in the tombs of the pharaohs of Egypt. And the next one, Alexander had also conquered Egypt. So I decided that when I was old enough, I would follow his trail like he did, on camelback, across the trackless sands of the Western Desert to see if I could find any trace of his passing. When I was 23, that's what I did. For 2 months, I walked across the deserts with my camels. I quickly learned that unlike horses, camels are not easy to ride as their gait is so uncomfortable, so we walked. The next one, and that adventure led to other ones. And by then I'd become a photojournalist, writing and photographing. The next one. And some of my stories were about mud brick architecture of Yemen, rock carvings in Saudi Arabia, the hill tribes of Pakistan, and many other places. And I learned to be a guide in the wilderness of Alaska. The next one. And I've written several books. Next one, inspired by exploration. And there you can see some of the titles. And one day someone asked me if because I was a woman, if I was afraid, not just because of the wild places I was going, but because I was a woman. I'd never thought about that before. The next one, and the question made me wonder where the other women like me were. I'd never really met any. And that started me on another type of exploration into history. I, of course, had been reading a lot about exploration in history all my life, and I realized that I rarely, if ever, read stories about women explorers. There had to be some other women like me. I began reading the history books, starting with looking at the footnotes and bibliographies, and slowly building up my library of books that had references to women explorers, and then finally finding books that were written by women themselves. I now have about 1,200 books, and I know that there are many, many more. And I've written my own book, which you just see right here, where I picked out about 90 stories that really interested me. What I found was that, of course, women were exploring the world. They always have. It's just that their stories are not always easy to find. You have to really look. What I've come to realize is that everyone, no matter your gender, race, culture, is an explorer. It's in our genes. It's what makes us human. We're all interested in what is beyond the next valley or over the hill, what creatures share the earth with us, how it all works. Looking for answers for our own individual questions about life is what propels each of us forward to learn and understand. It's exciting, and each of us is on a quest, the quest of our life. Next one. And now I'm going to tell you briefly the stories of 4 women. Gudrid, the next one, the far traveler, was a remarkable woman and probably one of the most traveled women of her time. She lived in Iceland around 1,000 years ago. That's why we only have a statue of her. There are no paintings or any other depictions of what she looked like. During her life, she traveled from Iceland to Greenland, onto Newfoundland, back to Iceland, to Norway, to Europe, to Rome, and back to Iceland. That was a very unusual travel for her day. Next one. This this map, if you can see it, shows what the North Sea area when she was living, where she was traveling. You can see Norway up here, you can see Greenland, you can see Iceland, and you can see the coast of North America over here. And how did they do that? Because they didn't have motorboats then, they didn't even have compasses. The next slide shows you how they did it. They followed the currents, and the currents that move around in the sea took them exactly to all those places where she lived and traveled. So that was pretty amazing. And we know about her because the next slide shows that in Iceland, they wrote sagas, and sagas were the histories of the earliest people in Iceland. And 2 of those sagas talk about Gudrid's journeys. And we know also where her homes were. This next one shows a reconstruction of her house in Iceland. And the next slide are the ruins of her house in Greenland. And then the next slide shows where she lived in Newfoundland in North America. And this site was discovered by another woman explorer named Anne Stein-Ingstad. Gudrid was also a pilgrim. That was one way women could travel and still can travel today. Religions often consider it very important for people to visit holy sites. Next slide. Gudrid was born a pagan and converted later in life to Christianity. The trip to Rome, the center of learning, was an important step for her to take. She had to take a boat from Iceland to Denmark and then walk all the way from Denmark down to Rome, all across Europe. And this map shows, this is a modern version of the pilgrim map showing how you get there and all the places you can stay along the way. There are hints that she met with Pope Johannes. Next slide. At the time, if this is true, then she would probably be the first person to take the news of the New World to the center of learning in the West. And remember, this is 1000 AD, 500 years before Columbus. And Gudrid had not only been to the New World, to North America, she'd lived there and given birth to a son there. She had encounters with Native Americans, probably the Beothuk peoples. She had survived shipwreck and other great dangers. It would be amazing to find in the Vatican Library some record of that meeting. Maybe one of you will one day find that record. And after Rome, next slide, probably with the Pope's blessing, she returned to Iceland and built an abbey where she lived out the rest of her days. Another area that women had to strive to overcome was lack of education. Many times in history and in many cultures, people felt that women only needed to know as much as they needed to run a household or help their husbands. But in the 1800s, many new scientific fields were being established, like geology and botany. Women were thought smart enough and useful enough to collect, but not to publish their discoveries. There are many examples of women who were working all over the world, painting, collecting, identifying, and building up the basis of many scientific fields. One example, the next one, is Mary Kingsley. Her father was a doctor. You can switch the slide. And an explorer, and her uncle was a famous novelist. She was raised to take care of her parents. Her father allowed her to study German so she could translate articles for him, but that was it for formal education. Luckily, he was gone a lot, and she found the key to his library and educated herself in his absence. When he died, her brother said she could come live with him and take care of his house as she'd done for their father. She said no, and took her small inheritance and bought a ticket to the farthest place she could sail to. It was a place white women, unless they were wives of missionaries, just did not go. It was West Africa. You can see here on the map, this is a map of West Africa. She settled on the Gabon. Before she left, she got a small commission from the British Museum to collect fish. She would discover a number of unknown species, and some of which are named for her, including the one in the bottom right of the picture. Next picture. Once she reached the Ogowe River, she got a canoe, stocked some provisions, and set herself up as a trader on the river, collecting her fish and studying local religions. She wrote a delightful book about her adventures, which is still in print. She called it The Blessings of a Good Thick Skirt. The title of her book comes from a fall she had into an elephant trap, and that was a pit lined with poisoned snakes. She was saved by her thick skirts, which prevented her skin being pierced. She decided to travel in the Victorian costume, including the lucky skirts, corsets, which must have been very uncomfortable, and hats, because she wanted to honor the people with whom she would travel and live. When she returned from her first trip, she was a sensation, and she traveled all over England giving lectures about her journey. Her book was a great success, and she returned to Africa to write another book. By this time, she was learning the languages, and that's another area where women excelled. They were dependent upon the people, as they often traveled alone, and so they became a bridge between two different worlds. On her last trip, Kingsley volunteered to be a nurse in the Boer War in South Africa, treating prisoners. Sadly, she got sick and died and was buried at sea. Luckily, her books live on. One role that's totally overlooked and sadly often lost is the role Indigenous women played in aiding explorers. Of course, many are not even named. A Chippewayan woman was instrumental in John Franklin's overland expedition up the Coppermine River in 1819. That's in northern Canada, called one of the most harrowing overland journeys in Arctic history. But Franklin only calls the woman responsible for saving his life Greenstockings. But one story we do know, because the explorer wrote about it, and unusually for the time, gave credit to the woman who many times over saved his life. Her name was Tukalituk, also called Hannah by the British and the American explorers. She was born at Cape Cyril, next slide, in Cumberland Sound on Baffin Island. You can see the arrow points to where she was born up here in northern Canada. Her central story takes place almost entirely at sea on an ice floe, the nearly tragic end of Captain Hall's Polaris expedition. But before we get to that, I want to mention a little bit about her life before then. Next slide. Her family were known as hunters, guides, and translators, and much prized to go on expeditions. Her brother, Inuluapik, traveled with whaler William Penny to Aberdeen, Scotland in 1839, and is one of the only Inuit known at that time to have written his own memoirs. Her mother was known for her map-making abilities, and other siblings also aided explorers and whalers. The next slide. In 1853, a whaling captain named John Bowlby took her to England, where she was exhibited like a zoo display throughout the north of the country, and later she met Queen Victoria at Windsor Castle. She also learned English. At that time, many different indigenous peoples were brought to Europe and displayed. They did not have television, and this was the way Europeans were introduced to different ways of humans lived around the world. And then Bowlby, unusual for the time, returned to Tukalituk and her husband, Joe, and this other child who was not her child, back to the Arctic. And that's when she met Charles Francis Hall. Next slide. Hall's plan, unusual for the time, was to live alone with and learn from the Inuit. And this is one reason we know so much about her. After several expeditions, including one looking for the relics, next slide, of an expedition of the 1500s, next slide, of Frobisher on northern Baffin Island, they planned their third expedition, next slide, to go to the North Pole, which at that time was the goal of so many explorers. They left from New York City in 1871, bound for northern Greenland. So you can see up here, they went all the way up to the top up to Greenland. It was not a happy trip. There was a lot of fighting on board the ship. And in fact, by the fall, Hall was poisoned to death. We don't know who did it. And in the spring, they finally were able to return home. But the ship was caught in a terrible storm. The next slide. It was rocked and squeezed between huge ice floes. Some crew jumped onto the ice to collect the food and equipment that was being tossed overboard when the sailors feared the ship was about to sink. Suddenly, the ship separated from the ice and disappeared into the storm. stranding 2 Inuit families, including 5 children, 7 German crew members, the African American cook, and an English steward, 19 people in all, on the ice. In one of the greatest survival stories ever, the party survived for 6 months on a series of increasingly shrinking ice floes until all of its members, next slide, were finally rescued in April. There they all are. All of them survived that, off the coast of Labrador. They had floated on the ice for 1,500 miles. After they were rescued, next slide, Tukuli traveled to Washington, D.C., where she testified about the expedition in Congress. But since Hall was dead, she would never be able to return to the Arctic, and she was buried in Connecticut. I will end with a story about a woman I found in a footnote. Growing up, I loved the stories about explorers who searched for the source of the Nile. Sir Richard Burton was a great favorite. So was Baker, who found the source. And incredibly, Baker's expedition was led by his wife because Baker was sick most of the time, and his wife was a woman he bought in a slave market. But it was the footnote in a history book that mentioned another woman, Alexandrine Tine, a Dutch woman who led an expedition of women to search for the Nile source. Next slide. In 1861, an unusual camel caravan was making its way across the harsh deserts of the Sudan. It was led by the 26-year-old woman and included her mother, her aunt, their maids and servants, 102 camels carrying silver, musical instruments, a library, food, wine, scientific gear, in short, everything they thought they would need for a long stay in the swamp. That's a lot of stuff to carry on an expedition. They were headed towards Khartoum, the staging area for expeditions up the Nile. There she would encounter the best-known explorers of her day, Livingston, Burton, Speke, and Baker, none of whom were pleased to see her because Tine had rented the only barge that was capable of taking people into the swamp. Next slide. They spent 3 years in the swamp, and Tine made a large collection of botanicals and eventually housed in Vienna, and an ethnographic collection that was housed in Liverpool. Sadly, both collections were bombed during World War II, but what we have from her are her written reports that survived at the Royal Geographic Society. She also, unusually, worked to free all the slaves she encountered in the Sudan, even buying dozens of them. Many attached themselves to her, and upon her return to Cairo, she had a household of former slaves which she educated and found jobs for. But she paid a terrible price. Her mother, aunt, and maids died in the swamp. She sent their bodies back to Holland, a trip she would never make. In 1867, next slide, she left for Algiers to plan another expedition to Timbuktu. In 1869, she sadly was murdered in the desert by tribesmen who thought that her big casks contained gold. In fact, they contained water, which ironically in the desert is more valuable than gold. Why don't we know about her? Historically, women explored differently than men. They usually did not have sponsors, so they didn't have to produce results. And they meandered, learned languages, and lived with the distant peoples. And well into the 20th century, many academic societies, clubs, colleges, and universities were run by men, and they excluded women. I've just begun the process of discovering these little-known stories of women explorers. There's so much more to learn, and I'm sure there's a lot more each of you can contribute to this story. I like to think of our Earth as a raft in the sea of universe. Like oceans, you have to take care of the raft so it won't sink with you on it. And our changing world needs explorers. You will be the ones to guide us forward into the future. Each of you is an explorer, and embrace it. Start your journey now. Trust yourself. Never stop dreaming, and dream big. Find your passion, and your passion is the thing that makes you get up in the morning, to get out of bed and be really excited about the day. So what's there left to explore? The answer is everything. And here are some words that I like to think of as a mantra. We're all part of the exploration adventure. So say these words together with me. Inspire, inform, share, challenge, ask questions, enjoy, engage, discover, be curious, find solutions. This will guide you as you move forward in your education. I'll leave you now and turn to Lacey, who is the archivist of the Explorers Club. We'll find out about more women explorers who lived more recently. We're all on our own paths of discovery. Thank you. I can't hear you.
Here. Oh, now you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Wow. Thank you, Milbury. I really have so much gratitude that you went out and you found these stories. And some of them they're inspiring and some of them are quite tragic too. And but to be able to tell them is you know, we can rewrite history now. And so thank you for dedicating your work and your career to doing this.
Thank you. There's lots more stories out there, and I challenge everybody listening to this to find some.
That's great. Well, we're going to bring in Lacey now, and maybe first we'll see if there's any questions from the classroom. So I'm going to bring in Christine and unmute you here. Christine, do you have anything that you want to ask for your students?
Yeah, my students, actually, I have a student, Zoe, in 3rd grade, would like to know, how did you go to school in the desert in Egypt?
Oh, well, I did my expeditions when on vacation. So I was going to boarding school. I went to boarding schools most of my life because my parents lived in faraway places.
All right. And then I have another one from Emmett. Emmett, also in 3rd grade, would like to know, and this is a quote from Emmett, "You're an explorer like Indiana Jones. And in the movies, he's afraid of snakes. What do you do when you encounter something like a creature you're afraid of in the wild?"
Well, when I was in the desert, the thing I was really scared of were scorpions, because there were lots of scorpions. And scorpions like to go places that are warm. And at night, we slept on the sand. And so I would have a mat and then a blanket. And I slept next to my camel because it was warm. It's actually very cold in the desert at night. But in the morning, I would take my shoes and shake them really hard just to make sure that there were no scorpions that had gone into the shoe. So that's what I did. But you have to be careful because there's snakes, and the snakes are the same color as sand.
All right. We have another one also in the 4th grade from Dash. You've been to so many exciting places on Earth. Are you interested in exploring outer space if and when that becomes more available?
I would love to, but I think I'm too old. I think that's something for all of you that are listening. I think that there's going to be a place for you to go to Mars or go back to the moon. It's so exciting what's going to be possible with new technology.
Yeah, and I think we have a few talks. I know we had one earlier this morning on space and women in space, and we have more coming up this weekend and throughout the year with our celebrations. So there's lots of opportunities for that next generation to get to space.
Absolutely.
All right, maybe Christine, if you have one more, and then we'll hand it over to Lacey.
Yeah, we've got, let's see. Oh, how many languages do you read or speak? And did you learn them growing up, or did you learn them for different projects? That's from Maya.
Oh, I wish that I were better at languages. I really only have 2.5 languages because I never stayed very long myself. What my exploration has been more recently has been into history books. And so I talk about people that really lived in a place and learned those languages. Language is a terribly important thing to learn. And I really advise all of you to pick a language and really learn it, because it's so important to be able to communicate with people like in their own language.
Definitely. Well, great. Thank you, Milbury. And we'll bring Lacey into the stream. Hi, Lacey.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm really good. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much to Joe and, of course, Brianna for hosting. We're so excited to be here and, talk about women in exploration and just exploration in general. So thank you.
Great. And looks like we're matching today, Lacey.
We are matching, yes. Great minds think alike.
Exactly. So you are the curator at the Explorers Club. So you take care of explorers stuff. I've heard you say that before.
That's absolutely true. Yeah.
And you know the history, and it's a bit of a tricky history because the Explorers Club didn't let women into the club until 1981. That was only 40 years ago. So can you talk a little bit about that? And can you tell us, the problems there? And that's an example of women being excluded from STEM and STEM fields and science in general. And, we've come a long way since then. So I'm excited to pass it over to you and share the history a little bit there.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, it is. It's, the interesting thing about history is it's not always easy, right? It kind of depends on who's telling the story and the history that you're getting. And so when the Explorers Club was founded, we didn't include women. And I'm going to share my screen here so you guys can see what we got going on. All righty. So here we have, we're going to talk about the Explorers Club. So if we were all together in person, which I so wish we were, and I really hope one day that all of you will come visit me at the Explorers Club when we're back there. But if we were together, I would say, well, what does it mean to be an explorer, and who are explorers, and what kind of qualities or traits do explorers have? And so I'm going to ask you to think about that. What types of characteristics do you think explorers have? Are they brave? Are they educated? Are they curious? And so think about that, and think about some of the characteristics that you have. Are you brave? Are you going to school and learning as much as you can? Are you curious? And the really exciting thing about exploration is that we define it as curiosity in action here at the Explorers Club. And so what that means is you have a question, you go out and find the answer and let us know what that's all about. And so obviously that does not just apply to men. However, when the club was first founded, those are the only people who could be in the club. So part of my job, as Brianna said, is I take care of all of this stuff, right? I'm not necessarily an explorer myself, but I get to take care of all of their really cool stuff. So to the person who asked about Indiana Jones, right, and said Milbury was like Indiana Jones, in my collection, I have the bullwhip that belonged to Roy Chapman Andrews, who was the real life inspiration for Indiana Jones. So I really hope you guys can come visit me one day when it's safe to do so and when we're all back. So part of taking care of all of this stuff, right, is I don't just have artifacts, which is all of the objects. I also have paper and documents and photographs. So I'm going to share some of those things with you. And one of the things I'm going to share first is if you look here, this is an excerpt from a document, and this document here is from our certificate of incorporation, which basically means this is the document that said, okay, you can be the Explorers Club, here you are. So this was drafted and signed in 1905. And if you look down here at number 4, in the reasons why the club was formed, it says to encourage explorers in their work by evincing interest and sympathy, and especially by bringing them in personal contact and binding them in the bonds of good fellowship. Well, that sounds okay, right? We're not defining who explorers are. We can think an explorer can be anybody, right? Well, unfortunately, a week later, when the club's bylaws were adopted, which are basically the rules that the club has to follow, it says persons eligible for active membership shall be men. But do we think that means women were not part of the story? Absolutely not. So what we're going to do today is talk about women and their involvement with the Explorers Club before they could become members. So as I said, the club was founded in 1905, and we were founded by 7 Arctic explorers. And essentially they came together and said, well, wait a second. There's a lot more to explore than just the Arctic, right? So their ideas became the foundation of our mission, which today is to explore land, sea, air, and space. And guess what? Men and women have been in all of those places, right? And so we're going to talk about, to start off, we're going to talk about some of the women because we were founded by Arctic explorers. We're going to talk about some of the Arctic women who were on these explorations with their husbands. And sometimes we call them the polar wives, right? So Matthew Henson and Robert Perry were the first 2 people to get to the North Pole in 1909, and they brought with them 4 Inuit guides. And Robert Peary's wife, Josephine Peary, was an amazing explorer in her own right. She went on 6 expeditions with him. And this is her right here. You can see her in her full Arctic gear and getup. She was a scientist. She was a journalist, right? She was an author sharing her publications and her work. So she wrote a lot of books about her time in the Arctic and what she was learning and really the science that she was contributing to the expeditions. And I point out this one here with this little baby, this book called The Snow Baby. Josephine Peary wrote this because she was a brand new mom in the Arctic on one of her expeditions. She had her baby in Greenland, which is kind of amazing to think about, right? So this is Marie Peary was her name, and she was born in Greenland. She was born on an Arctic expedition. Now, women played a really important part on these expeditions, especially these early polar expeditions, because not only were they really, did they play a really big role in publicizing them and getting the word out, but they also defended the expeditions. And a lot of times they also helped with funding. Then we'll move over here to, this is Eva Nansen right here. And not only was she a very accomplished opera singer, but she was the wife of Fridtjof Nansen, who was an Arctic explorer. And together you can see her here in this ski suit. She was the first woman to ski across the Hardanger Plateau, which is in Norway, and she did that in 1892. And so she got a lot of praise for doing that, for being, really incredible in this pioneering skier. But unfortunately, again, we talk about sometimes history being a little tough. Unfortunately, she also got criticized for her outfit. Some people thought it wasn't appropriate for her to be skiing in a dress, which is kind of crazy. I mean, I don't know that I would want to ski in a dress today because it's probably a little bit cold, but that's what she wore. And guess what? You can wear, that was the gear that she had. So that's what she had to do. And we could go on and on and on about these polar women. And all of these women who accompanied their husbands on their expeditions, right? One of them, her name is Jackie Roney, and she was the first woman to be a working member of an Antarctic expedition, and that was in 1947. So she's pretty cool too. There's a ton of them. But now we'll talk about kind of women at the club, right? Because none of those polar wives had actually ever been to the club, unfortunately. But these women that we're going to talk about next were there. So when the club was founded, and very similar to what we do today, like what we're doing right now, coming to you guys, in your classrooms, events and lectures were held and are held at the club to acknowledge the accomplishments of a particular explorer, right? Because what's the point of exploration if you're not going to share your findings? That's one of the biggest and most important things about being an explorer, is sharing what you find. So that way you can continue to build on that, or other people can continue to build on that and explore and find more. So the club hosted, remember, we were founded in 1905. By 1912, we had our first woman speaker, and that's this lady right here. And her name is Ethel Brilliana Tweedy. But when she was publishing her books, she published them under her husband's name. So she was Mrs. Alec Tweedy. And this is one of her books, A Girl's Ride in Iceland. Now, Ethel Tweedy was incredible. She was really, really independent. Unfortunately, her husband passed away unexpectedly in 1896, and that left her to explore on her own. And she did that. She didn't let that death stop him. Of course, she was heartbroken, but she continued her work, and she published dozens and dozens and dozens of books, kind of just like Milbury, who has published dozens of books on exploration. And so she came and spoke at the club, and it was so popular that they continued these ladies' nights and having women explorers come and speak. So another one who's really, really cool is this lady right here, Mabel Cook Cole. And you can see her, she's in the Philippines right now. That's her husband, Fay Cooper Cole, and they were anthropologists. And so anthropologists study cultures. They study languages, they study other cultures, they study human interaction, that kind of thing. And what Mabel Cook Cole was really interested in was bringing back folk tales and stories and oral history. So this here is one of the books that she published called Philippine Folk Tales. Which was really, really popular. People loved it because it was something so different than they had seen. So continuing on to ladies' night, some other really interesting ladies who spoke. This lady here, this is Harriet Chalmers Adams. She was an absolutely incredible pioneering explorer. She was a Nat Geo photographer. She was a war correspondent. And this photo right here, she actually took this photo and it was published in the National Geographic magazine in June of 1921. And it's the Grand Canyon Bridge. So they're actually building that in this photo. So she spoke at the club in 1925. But unfortunately, remember, history can be tough. The Explorers Club decided to exclude women a little bit more. And rather than inviting them all the time, they said ladies can only come twice a year. And so that really limited women who could speak at the club. But what Harriet Chalmers Adams did was said, well, I'm going to speak at the Explorers Club, but then I'm also going to help start up our own society, right? And so she was one of the founders of what was called the Society of Women Geographers. And together, all of these women got together and said, well, we're explorers too, so we're going to have our own club and talk about these things. And the Society of Women Geographers still exists today. They have a lot of parallels with the Explorers Club. There's a lot of crossover. We have a lot of members who are members of both the Society of Women Geographers and the Explorers Club. And they used to meet at the Explorers Club before women could become members. So, you know, the men of the Explorers Club were sort of getting the women's perspective on exploration, apparently, by engaging with the Society of Women Geographers. Another really cool explorer who came and spoke at the club was Mary Jobe Akeley. You can see her here. She's got her camera. And this is her in the Congo. So Mary Akeley was so well-rounded. She had a lot of exploration credits. She was a pioneering mountaineer. But when she married her husband, Carl Akeley, she actually decided to not necessarily give up that part of exploration, but she broadened her exploration horizons and went with him to the Congo, where together they helped sort of create all of these exhibits at the Museum of Natural History. Has everyone here, or I hope a lot of you have been to the American Museum of Natural History in New York City and seen the Akeley Hall of African Mammals, where all of those dioramas are, right? You see the gorillas, there's the elephant group. You can see all of those animals in real life, right? And so Mary Akeley and her husband Carl were actually the people responsible for creating those dioramas. And after Carl Akeley died, it was Mary Jobe Akeley who worked with the Museum of Natural History to help continue creating those dioramas. Now, of course, you know, taxidermy and that type of study for animals is not at all what we do anymore. And Mary Jobe Akeley actually knew that, and she became a pioneer in conservation, and she was a crusader for establishing game preserves, and she really worked to save a lot of endangered species in Africa. Then we get to 1932, and this lady right here, some of you may recognize. I know it's probably a little hard to see because the photo is really light, but this is Amelia Earhart, right? And so Amelia Earhart was married to a gentleman by the name of Charles Palmer Putnam, and he is this guy right here. And he was a member of the Explorers Club. He was a president of the Explorers Club. And she kind of said, well, wait a second. I'm on all these expeditions. I'm going out on my own. I'm an explorer in my own right. How come I can't be a member of the Explorers Club? And so the club founded what was called the honorary roll of women, which meant women could be a part of the club, sort of, but not an official member. And here you see her. This is the Explorers Club flag. And it's a really big honor to carry the flag. We have members who have carried the flag to the moon, to the deepest point of the ocean, to this flag was going to with Richard Byrd, and that's him right there. Richard Byrd was the first person to fly a plane over the South Pole, among a lot of other different things. And so here she is in this photo with the Explorers Club flag. Unfortunately, she wasn't allowed to carry it herself because she wasn't a member, but she did get to sort of start what was called this honorary roll of women. And the text that you see, this is taken out of the Explorers Club board minutes, and this is the resolution that basically the board said, we have such great admiration and respect for you because of your accomplishments and because of your courage. And so I put that in there for you guys to check out as well. And then here she is again. This is also from the archives, some of the old documents that we have. She got to host a ladies' night of her own. And this is the front of the card. That's the back of the card, which invites everybody to the club. And she spoke about her work, right? She spoke about her flights. But she also was, for some reason, responsible for presenting the club with a mascot. And so she gave them a kitten. It was some type of ceremonious presentation of a mascot. So there you go. Sometimes you'll see photos of Amelia Earhart at the Explorers Club with a kitten. All right. So the other things, like I said, my job is to take care of the stuff of the explorers, right, that they bring back. And so I'm going to show you some really cool maps and photographs of things that are in the collection in the archives. So this is a map. And again, I know it's probably a little bit hard to see, but this is a map done by a gentleman by the name of H.F. Milne, and he was the cartographer for the Royal Geographic Society, and that's over in the UK. But here, this is actually a series of hand-drawn maps where he puts side by side the routes of 4 explorers across the Transjordan. And so you can see here, this red dotted line, that is Gertrude Bell's route. And then you've got the routes of Alva Musil, Vivian Holt, and Henry Field. And guess what? Gertrude Bell was the only woman. And she also was really one of the first to make this route. She was exploring there in 1913 and 1914. Everybody else was either right after her or a little bit later. So she really was trailblazing in that sense. Another person I want to talk about from the archives, this is Osa Johnson, and you can see her here in the car. She was, along with her husband, that's her husband Martin, they were really popular filmmakers, and what they did was they went on safari and they filmed animals in Africa and the South Sea and South Sea tribal groups, and they brought these films back to the United States to kind of share the work that they were doing and share what was out there, right? Because today, it's much easier to go on safari than it was. They were exploring in the 1940s and 50s, and even then it wasn't so easy. And so they brought these films back. And Osa Johnson is known as the heroine of 1,000 Thrills because she was so brave and such a pioneer on safari.
This is very cool. Lacey, so we have about 1 minute before we're going to do Q&A and tie up.
Perfect timing. This is the last map that I want to show everybody. And this is Marie Tharp. And she actually created this map. She and her partner were the very first people to map the seafloor of the Atlantic Ocean. And so that's what this map is. So all of these ridges, these are actually underwater mountains and fault lines and all of that. Yes, there are mountains underwater and in the ocean. And she was the first person to actually do this. And prior to that, she was the first person to actually come up with the idea of plate tectonics, although she didn't get credit for that right away. And so this is one of those really special maps in our collection, not only because Marie Tharp was one of the people who created it, but because, again, one of the really cool parts of my job is that I get to meet all of these explorers when they come in. So unfortunately, Marie Tharp has since died, but I have met Sylvia Earle on a number of occasions, and she was one of the first women explorers accepted to membership in the Explorers Club. And she was the one who told me all about this map. So I got to hear from Sylvia Earle, who is this incredible ocean explorer. Her nickname is Her Deepness. She's an aquanaut. She is a pioneering ocean explorer, and she told me all about this woman, Marie Tharp, and this map, which is pretty awesome. And then that brings us to 1981, when we finally have women as members of the club. Essentially what happened is, a woman applied to the club and she really wanted to be a member, and she refused to take her membership application away. And so that made the board of directors and the members of the club, it forced them to vote on whether or not women could become members of the club. And in 1981, they finally allowed women to become members. And this is a letter written by Carl Sagan, who's an amazing explorer. And he basically says, if membership in the Explorers Club is only restricted to men, the loss will be ours, and we're only depriving ourselves. And since then, we have opened the doors to women members, which is absolutely fantastic, of course. And even though men had about a 75 to 80 year head start in membership, women have caught up pretty quickly. Our membership roles are not quite equal. There's still more men than women, but our young members who are coming into the club are actually more women than men, which is really exciting, and just kind of proves that everybody can be an explorer. And now, thank goodness, we welcome everybody into the club.
Wow. Well, thank you, Lacey. Thank you for sharing those stories with us. And I'm going to bring everyone back into the stream because we do have a lot of questions in the chat. We actually have a lot of people tuning in. Colorado, Iceland, England, all over the place. And I just want to make sure if there are any teachers out there, you can read this great article that we have up. It's written by Milbury. It's on the Explorers, or it's on reachtheworld.org. It's part of a larger series where you can sign up with Reach the World to follow women of the Explorers Club. We'll leave that up there. And get to a couple questions from the chat. I know one in particular, there's a couple people asking Milbury, how do we get your book?
Well, it's unfortunately it's a little dated, but the best place is Amazon, and I'm hoping to bring out a new edition at some near point that will be in paperback with new stories.
That's great. Let's see what else we have here in the chat. This one is for Lacey. How do we get involved in the Explorers Club?
Sure. You can kind of get involved in a number of ways. We have student membership begins at 16, and you might be thinking, well, what could I have explored when I'm 16? I will tell you some of our youngest members are the people who have accomplished the most. And so what you can do is reach out to our membership team and basically tell us what you've done, tell us what you've explored. And we have different levels of membership based on the different accomplishments of different explorers.
Great. Now this one is for Milbury. Alan asks, which book are you most proud of?
Oh boy, I guess Women of Discovery, and I'm in the middle of a new book right now that's a pop-up book. It's my second pop-up book. It's on the Hajj, and the Hajj is the pilgrimage that Muslims make to Mecca, and so that's my current book, and so that I hope will be out in the next year.
Great. Now, any questions from the classrooms online with us today?
Do you have them from the chat, or would you like me to take some from my?
Yeah, from your students.
From my students. Yeah. So for Lacey, what has been the biggest challenge you faced in terms of artifact preservation?
Ooh, excellent question. One of the toughest things about the Explorers Club is that we are not a traditional museum. And so it's really important that, your artifacts are at the right temperature. They're stored, in appropriate cases. And so one of the toughest things is making sure that the climate, just like, the climate outside, we want that to be kind of doing the right thing. We need the climate inside to be doing the right thing. So one of the toughest things is trying to make sure that all of our climate and temperature controls are correct. Whereas in a bigger museum, you don't usually have to worry about that too much.
All right. And do explorers haunt the Explorers Club? Is it haunted?
Some people say it is haunted. I've never experienced any hauntings or anybody coming to visit me, although I will say the very first time I closed the club all by myself, I was closing what the room at the very top of the building, which is called the gallery. And we have one of those weather vanes, and it's a really old weather vane, so it spins around and creaks. And I didn't know that. And so the sound of the creaking comes in from the fireplace in that room, from the chimney in that room. And so I was really scared because it did sound like some type of moaning. But then I called my boss, and of course he did play into it and say that it was the ghost of Matthew Henson. But no, Matthew Henson, for anybody who doesn't know, was the person who discovered the North Pole in 1909. But yeah, so no, I've never met a ghost, which means if there are ghosts, they're probably pretty friendly.
All right, well, we're running out of time here. I want to share all of the links for Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants, for Reach the World, and for the Explorers Club. That's where you can meet more amazing women explorers. Sign up to join any of our programs for any of the general audience out there. Any teachers who are out there, we have a lot of resources for you to bring STEM and women in STEM into your classrooms. So please follow us there, get in touch. I would like to thank you guys so much for joining us today and for sharing these stories. It's really important to rewrite history because, history was not always written by women, and so their stories were forgotten. And I have so much respect for everybody's work in this field. So thank you all for joining us today and sharing those stories.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Brianna, that was a great session. Thank you so much for, obviously a huge thanks to Milbury and Lacey for sharing that history of the club. It is a rich history, spanning back from those lady nights to today where, the younger members are now taking over. So that's great.
Yeah, there's more under 35, more members are women. So we're really seeing women trailblazing in STEM these days.
Excellent. All right. Well, Brianna, thank you so much for joining us today. I believe you are back on duty Sunday for some more hosting action. Does that sound right?
Yeah, exactly. I'll see you Sunday morning, bright and early.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, Brianna.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Okay. Well, let's get right to it. Let's get right into our next event. I'm so excited to have Crystal Wright joining us. She is an adventure sports photographer from Queensland, Australia. She's on a quest to capture and present unique moments from extreme sports, from expeditions, and adventures all around the world. So she's known for pushing herself to extremes to get that elusive, that perfect shot, even if it means hanging from cliffs, swimming through unexplored canyons, or even trudging days through vicious, brutal weather. So joining us from Australia, I'm going to bring Crystal into the call. Hey, Crystal, how are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. It's so good to see you. I apologize. I'll just straight out and say it. I dragged you out of bed an hour early with the time zone mix up. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
It's no worries. Yeah, we're still in daylight savings for a few more weeks or maybe another month yet. So it does confuse a few people.
All right. Excellent. Well, Crystal, it's so good to see you. It's been a while since we've hosted you with classrooms. But yeah, I mean, one thing that students have always marveled at is your adventures and your outlook of just, not worrying about regret and just going after what you're passionate about. So I'm excited to have you share a little bit today with our audience.
Yeah, no worries. I suppose I'll go straight into a share screen.
Sure.
It's been a little while. So share screen. Obviously, me being last minute, why is it not wanting to share?
That's okay. I can probably help you through it. Is it saying it wants permission to screen record?
Yeah, no, that's all good. Oh no, that's why I didn't click on this window.
Okay, good. You solved it.
Solved it. Rightio. So going into, this is working, correct?
I don't see it yet.
No. It's lost permission. Oh, this is great.
That's okay. We can work it out. It's pretty easy to do the permissions. Are you on a Mac?
Yeah, no, on the Mac, but it's just telling me that the Chrome keeps losing the permission, even though I've set it up.
So you gave it permission. Okay. Let's try something really quick. If you go to that little apple in the corner, jump down to system preferences.
This is when all the kids can realize, apparently I'm quite old.
No. Under system preferences is security and privacy. And then you should be able to scroll down till you see screen recording.
Oh, it's telling me I got to quit the Google and
that means you did the right thing. So exit the call and then hop back in with the link. Okay. All right. While we wait for Crystal to pop back in, we'll do a quick couple of housekeeping items. Do remember to check out the website. We've got 2 huge days of events coming up tomorrow, 2 8-hour+ days with amazing women in science and exploration from all around the world. So do check it out and make sure you mark down the events that you want to see. I suggest you just put it on and watch all day. That's probably easiest. If you have been tuning in all day, don't forget to use the hashtag WomenBlazeTrails and make sure you tag us because we want to see the posts that you are making. And look at that. We have Crystal. Hey, Crystal.
Well, let's see how this goes. I'm going to try and just go straight into share screen.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. I think we got this.
Oh, I mean, so.
That looks promising.
Oh, here we go. So I'll just minimize that and then go into full screen. So happy days.
Beautiful. We got it.
There we go. So, yes, I am an adventure photographer by trade. That is what most people recognize my career as. And as Joe was saying in the intro, is that with my work, pretty much nothing's really off limits. I guess the only thing that's stopping me from getting a particular shot would be Mother Nature. So here, whether I'm free diving, this was in the Mediterranean Sea, Or this is in Moab, actually on the outskirts of Moab in Utah. A friend of mine here just paragliding against the most incredible cliffs out there. And then finally kayaking here at Spirit Falls in Oregon, or it's on the border of Oregon and Washington, the Little Salmon River, or White Salmon River. And typically that's what my talks would be about, and I would go in a bit more about behind these shots. But I thought for something a little bit different today is that I actually wanted to go into my storm chasing adventures. Now, the really cool thing about a career is that you never know what direction it's going to take. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I think when I was 10, I first thought about, I want to be a judge. And then the following year, when I was 11, I thought, I want to be a lawyer. And then I think right throughout all my school years, my mind kept changing. And when I got into high school, I knew that I didn't have the attention span to stay in a classroom setting or to stay within an office setting. I just knew that I needed to be outside. I needed to be creating. And that's what set me on my path. And through a series of events, basically at the end of high school, I decided, I'm going to pursue photography. And when I first began my career, I thought, 100%, I'm going to be a sports photographer. I'm going to go to the Olympics, the World Rugby Cup, all those huge events. That was truly the ultimate dream. But a few years into my career, I realized I don't think this is quite what I want anymore. And things began to change. And I decided, well, I'm just going to go shoot adventure full time. And so these images that you've seen, that has been majority of my career now, is that whether it's the kayaking, the free diving, or perhaps rock climbing, surfing, you name it, if I can get access, I will go and shoot it. But then a couple of years ago, I was given another opportunity where I was creating some short films for the brand of Canon cameras. And through this experience, I had reached out to photographer and Australian storm chaser, Nick Moyer. And in his career, he has spent the last 20 years chasing bushfires, storms, any sort of environmental phenomenon or disaster. And in the spring, in the American Midwest, what is fondly known as Tornado Alley, is that during the spring and well into the summer, this place just comes alive. Now, as an Australian who loves to come to America regularly, although in the pandemic days, I've not been able to return, but storm chasers from all around the world will descend onto Tornado Alley, basically from April or May and onwards. But particularly in May, there's like this 2-week window, and they call it the outbreak. Now, this is when basically every single day there is a storm to chase, multiple storms to chase. And I just find this absolutely electrifying, and it's a bit addictive as well, I'd have to admit. It's amazing because, in the Midwest, it can be quite a flat landscape. And for me, who's someone who loves adventure, typically I'm trying to chase the mountains or the ocean, the waves. But then suddenly the Midwest actually becomes quite an adventurous place, because whilst the day may begin with blue skies and you look up and you think, oh, how can there be a storm? But then suddenly, as the heat keeps building, suddenly some little clouds start appearing, and it's almost like little popcorn clouds. And then they keep building, and they build and they build. And then next thing, it's like, well, wait a minute, they're exploding in the sky, and you'll get multiple storm systems. But then what's so unique in the States is that one of these storms that are building in the sky, it becomes a supercell, because it actually starts swallowing up the energy and the storms around it. So it's sort of, it just swallows all this energy around it. And then for us, that's when we begin to chase. We want to follow that storm in particular. Now, with these storms, they can definitely be dangerous. It definitely takes skill, and I'm very thankful that I've been mentored and guided by Nick, who's teaching me how to read these storms, because you definitely don't want to end up in the wrong place. With America, what becomes so unique is that these storms have the ability to develop tornadoes. Now, I've seen a couple tornadoes now, which I have to admit is just, it is so surreal. There are some things that you see in life that you just think, how on earth is this real? It just never compares. Like when you can see it online, you'll see it on the news, but until you stand there in person, seeing it with your own eyes, I cannot emphasize on just how surreal that feels, and just the absolute beauty, yet I guess, yeah, it's beautiful, but of course it's absolutely terrifying at the same time. And there's other things that happen with these storms as well. Gosh, there's so many layers, and it's so hard to try and control myself because I know we only have a limited time. But here in this photo in particular, this is in the Texan Panhandle, but in the distance there in the background, you can sort of see that dirt, that dirty sort of layer on the horizon. And that's basically, this storm had so much energy and hot air coming in front of it. It was actually picking up all the dust. And very soon after, we were actually completely enveloped in dust. And yeah, like with these cars, I chose this image specifically because I wanted to show us, like, you can't see very far ahead. And trying to drive in this was certainly a scary moment. But the storms are so powerful that it completely transforms an environment within, gosh, not like minutes, sometimes even seconds. But again, I get excited. I just think this is so cool to see. Because the other thing too, like by going on these journeys, is that you start to realize how much our environment is interconnected right around the world. I mean, the last storm season that I was able to come and chase, now this was back in 2019, the pre-pandemic, and we noticed that there's actually a lot of moisture, like a lot of rain, a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. And this was actually being affected at the time. There were actually fires happening in Central America. And that was actually playing a huge part in how the storms were happening in the American Midwest. Now, here in Australia, we're currently experiencing La Nina. So La Nina means that typically Australia is going to experience a very wet summer. And even now, as I'm talking, I'm seeing the rain starting to unleash here in Sydney. Now, whilst there might be rain here on the East Coast, we actually have a drought and bushfires on the West. But we'll have one specific low pressure system, typically a cyclone, that it completely dictates the Australian environment. So whilst the storm might begin in Western Australia and start creating bushfires, as it moves across Australia into South Australia, that exact same system then may start creating dust storms. And as it keeps moving east, well, that same system might even like create snow in the Victorian highlands, but then it will create, depending on the environment, either storms or even more bushfires on the East Coast. So the more that you start to learn about our environment, and whilst you might think, oh, there's a storm in my neighborhood today and it's just affecting us, well, funnily enough, who knows, like the next state across from you, that weather may have started there. I just find this absolutely fascinating. And with these supercells, this one in particular, we nicknamed this one the Beast, but this was one of the most perfect formations of a supercell. It was almost like, it almost felt like a CGI. I was out of the movies, but as we stood there watching the system develop, it honestly started to spiral. And for us, we become completely transfixed. And the other thing too about photography is that it always feels that if we can document and capture these moments, we're able to share and perhaps even educate others about what is going on. For me, I still find this image quite inspiring, and it always takes me back to that day. But I think had I not been there, I would have a hard time imagining something like this happen. So through the power of photography, we always feel that even in these split-second moments, they do become quite powerful, because it does give someone else a glimpse into this experience, and even an understanding of like how impressive and amazing Mother Nature can be. Now with storm chasing, gosh, we spend a lot of hours in the car. I think in one season, in 12 days, we drove about 8,000 miles in the span of 12 days. So our trip began in Texas. We then went up to Oklahoma, up into eastern Colorado and Wyoming. And then we came back across into Kansas, Nebraska, back down to Oklahoma, Texas, into New Mexico, back to Texas, up to Oklahoma, back to Texas. You get the point. You end up driving almost laps around all these states, and it can be extraordinarily tiring. But I can't seem to, it's always hard to convey, is that when the storm action begins, it sends this adrenaline going through the body. It really wakes you up. So the problem is when we have these late nights and the action soon dies down, it definitely takes a toll on the body. But of course, at night, I mean, the lightning. But this day in particular, I mean, for me, this was probably one of the best days I think I've ever had in my life. And when we began this day, we began in eastern Colorado, and we got onto this system and we started to watch it, and there was a funnel cloud that started to develop, but it didn't turn into a tornado, because a tornado is when the funnel has connected from the cloud to the ground. And so we began our chase. But again, it was the year where there was so much moisture in the sky that as we're chasing, we then actually lose visibility. And a multiple vorticity tornado had touched the ground. But as Nick educated everyone in the car, is that if you can't see it, it's not worth it. Like if you cannot see a tornado, it is just far, far too dangerous to chase, because you might find it hard to believe, but people have driven into tornadoes without realizing it until it's too late. And so for us, we stopped, we did a big U-ey and delayed our chase. And by the time we came back to our original position, we were then stuck in what's called the RFD, or the rear flank downdraft. Now this part of the storm is, it is just chaos. If you can imagine, there's like 2 to 3 inch hail just slamming or hitting the car. And in order for us to talk, even though we're sitting side by side, you had to yell just so the other person could hear you. And so for about, gosh, I think 2 hours, we're driving through this hail, just hoping and praying that our windscreens weren't going to break, just because, again, this hail is just hitting our car so hard. So finally, we find this break. We see the silver lining, the clear sky on the horizon. And so we peel off, and by this time, we've ended up in Nebraska. And at first, we all just thought, relief, finally, we're out of the storm. We thought, what a hopeless day. Like, we've missed the action. We didn't get anything. But next thing we know, we're driving south on this road leading into Imperial, Nebraska. And we start looking at the sky, and we're like, well, wait a minute, like, these striations. So striations are those beautiful defined lines in the cloud there. And as we're looking up, we're like, well, that's interesting. And as we keep going, next thing, the energy in the car just goes up 1,000 times, because we soon realize what had happened is that the original storm we were chasing, it was so powerful. What will happen is that it expels, it's called these outflow boundaries. So basically, these storms, supercells are so powerful that it leaves energy behind, and these clouds sort of roll off it and trail away. And there was just so much power that day that these outflow boundaries actually turned into another supercell system. And this is what they nicknamed the mothership. And at this point, now the thing with the storm is that when you see it, it's not going to stay the same. It's continually changing and evolving. And at this point, we felt that we had just seen it in the most perfect form. And there was no tornado in the system. I know quite a few people usually ask me this. And then a lot of people also wonder, it's like, well, when it hits you, like, is it not too dangerous? Well, it's always, until you're there in these situations, of course, we're always using our best judgment to keep ourselves safe. So that means, we're not trying to speed in the car or, cause danger to anyone else on the roads, because that typically is one of the scariest things with storm chasing is just being aware of other drivers, because a lot of people do panic in these situations. But the idea for us as photographers, like, we try to get ahead in these sort of moments and see like the pinnacle of when the storm is organized, because sometimes it'll get so much energy is that it actually is too much for the storm to handle, and it will just disorganize and sort of fall apart. But for me, it's like this day, I just think was one of the absolute coolest days of my life. And I know this is definitely showing my age now, is that when I was much, much younger, there was a film, and it was called Twister. And it had, I believe, Bill Pullman, I think, and Helen Hunt, two Hollywood actors. And the film I still think is a cult classic, and I still watch it for fun occasionally. And whilst, yes, the graphics aren't as good as movies today, if you ever have a chance, I still think Twister is such a great story, and it really sort of brings you into that feeling of what it's like to storm chase. Now, at night, so sometimes you think, okay, once it's dark, there's nothing more to photograph. It's time to go find a hotel, somewhere to sleep. But on this particular day, as we're trying to drive and find somewhere to stay, you get these crawlers that just extend out over the sky. And again, lightning, I just think is amazing. And so these bolts weren't necessarily weren't hitting the ground, but we would stand there and it's just, black as night. And next thing you would hear the electricity in the sky. And as these crawlers would extend out way overhead, and I kid you not, like, it would cover the entire sky above me. And it would take a good 2-3 seconds to see the bolt extend right out over the sky. And that whole time, if you ever stood underneath the power line in a storm, you'll hear that crackle of electricity. That's quite similar to the sound that you'll hear from these bolts. It's just that humming and buzz of electricity just cracking out over the sky. And this can happen for hours. And sometimes you have to gamble and try to think, okay, well, which part of the sky am I going to look at? Like, it might cover, as I said, the whole sky, like right above me, but sometimes it's like, oh no, it's happened to the right of the sky. So with photography, sometimes you're there hoping and praying that you're going to capture an image of this. Now, there are devices that do help cameras predict when a lightning bolt is going to go off in the sky. I don't have that equipment, so I'm that poor person standing there pressing the shutter, either continuously hoping something's going to happen, or you sort of get a feeling of timing and you sort of keep guessing and counting the seconds between the bolts and just trying your best. But at the end of the day with photography, when people say that you're lucky, well, luck is hard work. You work so hard through knowledge, skill, and just putting yourself out there that eventually you will stand there and something amazing will happen in front of you, because you've put in the time, you've put in the work, and you've created your own luck. This was a behind-the-scenes photo of our crew in these storm chases. So it wasn't just myself and Nick. We also work with some cinematographers and other National Geographic photographers, such as Keith Lazinski there on the right-hand side of the screen. And for us, it's become quite the annual trip now. There was hope that we could try and chase again this coming spring, but unfortunately with the pandemic, we just feel that it's at this point in time, without the vaccine quite fully rolled out in the world over, it's just too dangerous and not worth the risk for us to come over. Because here in Australia, for me, I'm actually not really allowed to leave the country, and if I do, I may have trouble trying to get back home, because it's very serious here, where we are doing our best to control the virus coming into the country. But I'm just going to stop the sharing and come back to my Google screen. Here we go. Gosh, Joe, are you still there? Or have I been talking?
No,
there we go.
No, 100%. I was tucked backstage just looking at all your pictures and just taking it all in.
I was like, oh gosh, have I been talking by myself for the last half an hour or 20 minutes?
No, 100% not. Definitely not. Oh my gosh. I had two real takeaways from what you shared with us just now. One being, I was just trying to picture you as a judge and having gone that route as your career when you mentioned that at the beginning. That would have been something. And then the other one was, I'm so glad you brought up Twister, because I was dying to ask you if how accurate it was. Does it feel like that? I mean, that movie was such a rush. I loved every minute of that movie.
Yeah. No, so here's the thing, like before my first storm chasing season a couple of years ago, we all watched the film. We sort of had a bit of a laugh, and I was like, so in the film, they basically have this one crazy day where the tornadoes sort of begin, so there's a Fujita scale, F0 to F5.
Yeah.
And so in the film, like the first tornadoes are like an F0, F1, and throughout the day it becomes like an F2, F3, F4, F5. So the whole perfect ascension of the scale in a day is maybe a little bit far-fetched. But I remember saying to Nick, I'm like, oh, come on, as if you would see 5 tornadoes in a day. He's like, no, Crystal, in a good season, you can see up to 20 tornadoes in a day.
Wow.
So then I was like, oh, this film is actually not that far-fetched. It's actually, I think it's a great introduction to storm chasing, and a lot of storm chasers actually appreciate the film. It's one time that Hollywood may have actually got it pretty right.
Yeah. Oh, such a good movie. I'm gonna have to go watch that now tonight. It's been a while. Such a good movie.
The graphics still hold up, except the last graphics. The last graphics get pretty bad, but the first tornado you see in the film, you're like,
yeah,
it's actually not bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that nice.
Let's grab a couple quick questions here. One about, you know, how you fund some of your adventures. Do you usually have kind of like a contract in place, or do you go on spec a lot? Like, I'm going to get these cool pictures and I hope someone's going to buy them.
It's changed throughout my career. Now, when I first started, I definitely had self-funded a lot of my adventures. I think sometimes, of course, there's that wish and desire that someone's going to find you and say, hey, I'm going to hire you and send you to French Polynesia because we want you to go photograph that big wave event. And then, yeah, it's a dream gig. But when I first started, I mean, no one knew me. No one knew my work. And so I thought, I can't wait for someone to bring me to bring these dream gigs to me. When you first start your career, you start at the bottom, and that's fine. I am so appreciative of the journey that I've taken and the hard work and money, everything I've invested into myself, because it has led to the opportunities that I experience now. So when I did start, I was self-funding. I began with the newspaper, and I was working perhaps 1 or 2 days a week on average. And back then I knew that, okay, I need to earn enough money to pay for rent, food, electricity, and whatever else I had left over, I would save that. And when I had enough, well, I would start with going to some, events in New South Wales, whether it was like a 24-hour mountain bike race in Canberra or the Australian kite surfing titles in Victoria. I would start doing this, and then bit by bit, I was like, well, I want to go a bit further. And I remember buying myself a trip to Fiji, which for an Australian is actually quite cheap because it's only a 3-hour flight, which I know for Americans, well, it's a little further away and a lot more expensive. But yeah, and of course people would ask me, well, wait a minute, you're putting this money into a trip. How did you make it back? Or how do you guarantee making that money back? Well, there is no guarantee. Of course, I would work hard and find magazines or ways to sell my photos that hope to make the money back at least. It was nice. For me, it was a success if I could break even and pay that off. But I've done trips where I remember going to the Arctic to document a base jumping expedition, and I saved every dollar I could for, 8 months. And I spent all that money, all of my credit card as well. So I remember it was like $15,000 of my money. And then you think, oh gosh. But at the time, honestly, to me, it's like money it's like you can always make it back one way or another. It doesn't, like, the experience to me is more important. And for me, like when I look back on that trip, oh gosh, I have no regrets. I've never thought about, did I ever sell enough photos? If anything, I just knew that experience, it gave me my first folio to showcase in National Geographic, and it got the attention of the editors because he could immediately see that, wow, you've been to some extreme environments and you know how to work in those places. And that's what began my National Geographic relationship. So sometimes when you invest in yourself in these trips, sometimes the investment pays back in different ways. It might not be financially, but it may open those doors. But my advice is that, yeah, you have to balance how much you're going to invest. There's no point spending so much money that you stress yourself out and it sort of takes the fun away. You just have to find that balance of, okay, like, well, what's my limit? What am I willing to spend? And how quick can I, make that back and make sure I keep myself in a, I say financial zone, if that makes sense. So, and then in time, yeah, like I've been doing this for 14 years. And I do get people who approach me. I had Red Bull America ask me yesterday if I was willing to come shoot the Air Force training camp. But I had to say no because I can't leave Australia. So that was a bit hard to swallow. But in recent years, I did get amazing opportunities where people did say, well, hey, Crystal, like, we love your work. We want to pay you to go storm chasing, or we want to pay you to go to French Polynesia. Those opportunities do happen. It is a wonderful reward to experience at this part of my career. But I can still tell you, I'm still investing. I still spend money on myself. And like this winter in Australia, I am going to fund myself and drive across Australia and go to a place called the Kimberley, because I think that place is heaven on earth. And after an amazing wet season and all this rain, it's going to be absolutely incredible to get over there. And I just don't want to miss that experience.
All right. Absolutely amazing. Crystal, thank you so much. A little background on today's event. Crystal emailed me last night, literally 20 minutes after someone backed out. And she was like, oh, it looks like it's going to be a great weekend. Let me know if I can help at all. I was like, well, so Crystal, thank you so much for jumping in. Thank you so much for sharing that storm chasing. Wow. I really hope next season you're able to come back and do it again. And if you see someone trailing you in behind, it might possibly be me. So thank you so much, Crystal, for joining us today.
Of course. Oh, good.
All right. Awesome. Okay. We are going to bring in Wes. Wes, what'd you think of that storm chasing action?
First of all, when I got into the backstage and I saw Crystal was the one talking, I like audibly gasped because I didn't know she was going to be here, and I haven't seen her in forever. So I was just like, yes, tell me more about storm chasing. How are you doing? And how is life with that? Like, and yes, Twister holds up. So I completely agree.
Yeah, 100%. Well, everybody, this is Wes Delavola. Wes, I've known for years through National Geographic. He is a live show guru. If you want to do a live show, you want this guy pulling the strings behind the scenes. And he also started his own organization, Meridian Treehouse. So I'm sure, Wes, take some time to share a little bit about what you're doing during these next couple of events. And then, of course, we'll have you throughout the course of the weekend.
No, of course, I'm excited. And thank you for having me be a part of it and have Meridian Treehouse be a part of, Women Blaze Trails. We have a great group of collaborators that are part of what I do at Meridian Treehouse. So we've got a few here, and actually I'll be talking to some of them coming up. So this is a lot of fun for me. I get to do some virtual live events with some friends and tell people about some really amazing science and exploration and some incredible people. So this is a great way to spend my Friday afternoon. I don't know a better way, really. So thank you.
All right. Well, I am going to duck out. I can see Carly waiting backstage. Yep. It is all yours.
All right. Well, so hi, everyone. Again, Wes Delavola from Meridian Treehouse, and here to celebrate Women That Blaze Trails. And we've got an amazing, amazing speaker coming up next, and I'm going to make sure we get to her right away. And that is Carly Jackson. So Carly Jackson is the Director of Communications and co-founder of Minorities in Shark Science, so MISS. And she's working to increase diversity in shark sciences. And we're going to learn a little bit about some tourism and whether that's good, bad, or maybe in between for sea life. And I think in particular, nurse sharks. So with that, I think it is time to add Carly to the stream. Hey, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well in cold Washington, D.C. And I'm guessing you're in Florida having a slightly better weather?
Yes, I am in South Florida, specifically Fort Lauderdale, and it is sunny and humid in the 80s.
Well,
I'm loving it.
Sounds absolutely horrible. I don't know how you manage.
Having a horrible winter right now. Just horrible winter.
So have you been able to get in the water at all? I know, I imagine with COVID and other things going on, there's been some changes to your work, but are you still able to actually get in the water and, be hands-on?
Yeah, so I don't have any research of my own going on right now, but I have been able to get out and do some tagging, and, everything is different because of COVID. So like less people on a boat and, masks and everything. But occasionally, like I'm able to get in and snorkel just on my own leisure time.
Nice.
Just go far away from the people. But yeah, it's starting to get back into the field a little bit.
Nice. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to know that you're able to do, little things and still able to get a little bit in the water. I'm insanely jealous. This has been the first year I haven't been in a body of water or a pool. So as someone who grew up swimming all his life in the DC area, this is crazy for me. So with that, I think it's time for us to hear a little bit more about what you're working on. And I will go ahead and, if you want to tee up your presentation, we'll switch that over and make sure that you can bring that up. So let's make sure that we get you going.
Yes, I am going to share my screen. And
go ahead and share.
Right. Can you see it?
Oh yeah, let's going to add this to stream so we can see. Look, there we are. We've got your presentation. I believe that is not a water animal. That looks like it has fur and toes. I'm very confused. Or is that, what is that?
Where? What is it?
Find out. Oh no, just bring it back up. Your stream just dropped off. So we want to see that presentation. No, it was good.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're set.
Okay.
Actually, no, you looks like we may have lost your presentation, so I apologize. Go ahead and share your screen again.
Let's see.
So everyone, this is my first time using StreamYard. It is a great tool and resource for virtual events. But I'm still navigating. There we go. I can see it. Go ahead, bring
let's try this again.
Oh, it was perfect. Before you had it up, I was just commenting on the first.
Okay.
There we go. I was very curious about the animal because I can see that we've got a shark, but from here that looks like it might be like a rabbit, but I imagine it's probably not.
A sea turtle, actually.
So
this is
time for me to get new glasses is what we've learned today.
When you said like fur animal, I was like, what is up on the screen right now? It's like, oh no.
So now that I clearly need to go talk to my eye doctor, I'm going to let Carly take over and tell us more about that animal that is not, that is not a rabbit, but in fact a sea turtle. So tell us more about not rabbits.
Yes. Okay. So thank you for the introduction. So my name's Carly Jackson. I just got my master's degree in marine science this past summer from Nova Southeastern University. I'm also the director of communications and co-founder of MISS. And I also work with sea turtles. So I get the best of both worlds. I work with sharks and sea turtles. Sea turtles are my second love. And this is a little green sea turtle right here that just finished getting some medications and is looking kind of, I don't know, I think he looks really cute, but we're having a good time. But yeah, I work at a place called Gumbo Limbo Nature Center in Boca Raton, and I monitor the beaches there for nesting activity, and I also work in the rehabilitation center. So we're going to jump right in, and I'm going to talk a little bit about my research that I did in Belize on the effects of tourism, specifically provisioning tourism on nurse sharks there. And I'm just going to start out talking about tourism and different types of it and some impacts that past studies have found. So tourism, think of it as going out and you're just experiencing new things in a new place, you're learning new things. And lately it's become popular in the wildlife industry. So wildlife tourism has become really popular among people because you don't want to go to aquarium and zoos sometimes. Some people want to actually see those animals out in the wild in their natural habitat, their natural environment. So that is one reason why wildlife tourism is really popular. Something else that kind of impacts popularity of wildlife tourism is the fact that we are losing a lot of different species. So we are seeing a global decline in biodiversity, and people really want to get out there and experience this diversity and wildlife before it disappears, because it's something that's a reality, unfortunately, that we're living in right now. We can lose a lot of environments within the next 30 to 50 years, and we can also lose some of those species living in those environments. And people want to go see those before it's gone. So it's just overall really important to study how this activity, tourism, is impacting the environment and the wildlife, because anything that involves human interaction with the environment and wildlife, we need to know what kind of impacts we're having, because unfortunately humans are kind of like the #1 reason why a lot of the global diversity is declining. So. All right, so I'm going to get into some different types of tourism. So the overall tourism that I'm going to be talking about is wildlife tourism. So this is just any interaction that you're having with wildlife out in the wild in its natural habitat. So this can range from terrestrial to marine organisms. So you can go on lion safaris, go see elephants on those safaris, or go in a jungle and go see gorillas. And then in marine life, we have marine wildlife tourism. So that's specifically interacting with wildlife in the marine environment. So you can go snorkeling, go swimming with dolphins, swimming with manatees, and snorkeling reefs and things like that. So that's really marine wildlife tourism. And between these two types of, between this type of tourism, there have been some pros and some cons that different studies have found. So some pros are that, the local communities are able to benefit from this tourism. So a lot of wildlife tourism happens in smaller countries that have very healthy environments because they have such a small population, and those countries kind of rely on tourism to keep their economy going. So that's kind of a positive that tourism has had on these different communities. And another positive is that it kind of increases awareness in some of the tourists. So tourists go on these tours and experience new things, and they probably learn a lot of new things about the wildlife that they're interacting with. And they come back with like a new experience and new information, and hopefully they use that information to kind of change some of their life habits. But unfortunately, there are a lot of cons that come with wildlife tourism, and that is a lot of impacts on the environment. So with snorkeling tours, some of the snorkelers, if you're not a really good snorkeler and you're just kicking your fins everywhere, you can kick a lot of coral. And unfortunately, that does major damage to that coral. Also pollution. So usually when there's tourists, there's trash. So sometimes trash is left behind as well. And it can also have impacts on the animals, the targeted species that are being observed. Animals can get more stressed out if there are a lot of humans around. Animals can become a little bit more dependent on humans being around because they know maybe they'll get fed. So there's just pros and cons on both sides, and we'll go into a little bit of how some of this can be mitigated as well. And specifically what I'm going to be talking about today is shark tourism. And that is just snorkeling with sharks, diving with sharks, cage diving with sharks as well. And usually with this tourism, you get the word provisioning. And provisioning is feeding wildlife in order to attract it to an area. So most animals that are provisioned are animals that are very shy and elusive. And honestly, I'd say all animals are pretty terrified of humans, especially sharks. We're kind of aliens to them. And in order to keep them around the area, they're going to need an incentive. So that incentive is food, because food is an important resource to sharks. And they will, if you put food in the water for them, it'll increase their curiosity. So this is just a map showing different areas around the world that participate in shark tourism with different species that are targeted. And this is just like a very brief summary. There are lots and lots of different places in addition to these areas, and a whole lot more species of sharks that are being targeted as well. But some of them in this particular map, we've got whale sharks. You can go swim with whale sharks in Belize and Mexico, and also in Mozambique down here in Africa. And also we've got nurse sharks. You can swim with nurse sharks in the Caribbean. They're popular species in the Bahamas as well. We've got the hammerheads in the Galapagos. You guys can usually go there and see the great migration that they do there, where there's just like thousands of hammerheads swimming and migrating in the Galapagos. And of course, we've got the white sharks in Australia. You can go cage diving with them, swimming with them. They're a very popular attraction there. But this is just showing how widespread shark tourism is, and how many, just a summary of how many different species are targeted for shark tourism. And specifically, a very popular species in shark tourism is the nurse shark. And nurse sharks, they are very underrated, I'd say, but they are my favorite sharks. Definitely my #1 favorite sharks, because they're just so cute. So they are not the very sharky looking sharks. When you think of a shark, you're probably not going to think of a nurse shark. They are little, kind of not strangely shaped, but they're definitely shaped differently than some of the sharks that you would think of when you think of a shark. So nurse sharks are really cool. They usually live in like shallow subtropical to tropical waters around the Atlantic. And they are found in coral reefs and seagrass areas. And they're usually found like sleeping under rocks and just resting a lot, being really lazy. That's why they get kind of an underrated rep. You go out snorkeling here in Florida and you see a nurse shark, you're like, it's a nurse shark. If you're me, you're like, oh my gosh, it's a nurse shark. It's so cool. But yeah, nurse sharks are pretty cool. They have really rough skin and thick and tough skin because they do live in these rocky reef environments. And since they're always kind of jamming themselves up under these rocks, they have to have that tough skin to keep them protected. Nurse sharks also have this really cool thing called buccal pumping. It's the way that they breathe, and it's how they're able to sit stationary at the bottom of the ocean and just being able to continually breathe. So a lot of sharks use ram ventilation, which is they have to keep swimming in order to breathe. Nurse sharks don't have to do that because they have buccal pumping. So they're using their cheek muscles to actively suck in water and pass it through their gills. So these are just some pictures of different nurse sharks just chilling under reefs. I'll also add that they are nocturnal. So the reason why we always see nurse sharks sleeping under reefs during the day is because they're active at night. So they're just resting, kind of gaining their strength to get up and go hunting later that night. So I can also say that nurse sharks, they're popular in tourism because they are like very chill sharks. So you'll usually just see nurse sharks just swimming around and just lazing around, and they're kind of like more of the safer type sharks to be around, because you know that nurse sharks, if they don't want to be around, they'll just swim away. If they're comfortable around, they're just going to lay there at the bottom. So that's another reason why they're very popular in this tourist industry. And then I recently went to the Bahamas a couple months ago and saw some nurse sharks doing some really cool stuff. I said that they do buccal pumping. So this particular area, they were buccal pumping and being able to kind of sit on these really shallow stairs. And nurse sharks, they're specially adapted to be able to breathe in that shallow water because they don't have to keep swimming in order to breathe. So they're just sitting on the steps, waiting for some people to throw some food in the water and actively buccal pumping. And this is just an example of how nurse sharks, they're just really popular in tourism, and specifically in the Caribbean. There are so many places that you can go swim with nurse sharks or interact with nurse sharks in the Caribbean, specifically the Bahamas. So we'll get into more of what my research was on, my master's thesis. So my master's thesis was looking at the effects of provisioning tourism on nurse sharks in Belize. So in Belize, I traveled to this small little island called Keynote. It's about 20 miles off the coast of Belize. The island is very tiny, like maybe 5 miles long, but it's a little place called Keynote, and the area that I did my study in was Shark Ray Village, which is right here. So Shark Ray Village was an area that provisioned both nurse sharks and stingrays, and it was right off of the barrier reef, the Belize Barrier Reef. So with this research, I looked at a lot of different things, and I'm going to really focus on one specific thing, but I'll kind of do a quick summary of all the things I looked at. So I would set up cameras in Shark Ray Village, and I wanted to see, I wanted to look at the abundance of nurse sharks in that area and compare it to areas outside of Shark Ray Village. So I wanted to know, are there, just compare the number of nurse sharks in Shark Ray to the numbers outside of Shark Ray Village. I also wanted to look at how attracted the sharks were to the boats. So I would, I'll go into it a little bit later, but I basically looked at the number of sharks when there were boats in the area and compared it to when there were boats out of the area. Just wanted to see, just how attracted these sharks were to the boats. I also did some behavior studies. That was the big chunk of my research, but also the most complicated part. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that, but I looked at different behaviors and just wanted to see how the provisioning tourism was affecting those behaviors or modifying those behaviors. And this is just a cool little video of the sharks in Shark Ray Village being fed. So boats would come into the area. It's a very shallow seagrass habitat, like 5 to 6 feet of water at the most, maybe 8 at the most. But yeah, the tour guides would throw food off the side of their boat, and the sharks would just kind of get in this big cluster and swim around and just eat as much as they could. Then, like I said, there were southern stingrays provisioned along with the nurse sharks, but the nurse sharks were kind of like the main attraction. So I talked about a little how I compared abundance and also looked at the number of nurse sharks when there were boats in the area, compared it to when there were boats in the area. So this is just kind of an example screenshot of what I would be looking at while going through my data. So I had lots of footage to go through, but I used a method called the max-in method to count the number of sharks within one frame. So this specific frame had the most amount of sharks that I could see in that whole 1 hour video. And that's what I used as my max in. So there were at least 10 sharks in this frame, but you can already see that there are a lot of sharks in this area. Probably the most that I've ever seen in one area, honestly. And I looked at a lot of different behaviors. That was the big chunk of my research, was that behavior, and I'll just summarize some of the behaviors I looked at. So milling was one. This is a swimming behavior, and it's when the sharks are constantly changing directions. So they're usually swimming in circles, kind of doing zigzags, and they just don't have any purpose to their swimming. Another swimming behavior was active swimming, and it's just when the shark is going from point A to point B in a straight line, and it's usually more energetic and more purposeful than the milling. I also looked at aggression behaviors. So this one, it's a little blurry, but these are two nurse sharks getting into a squabble, and I called that conspecific aggression. So just aggression between nurse sharks. Usually they're fighting over a food source or just for some reason angry at each other. And I also looked at interspecific aggression. So nurse sharks kind of not being nice to the stingrays. And that happened a lot since the stingrays were the second targeted species there. So you get a lot of nurse sharks kind of sitting on top of the stingrays, or nurse sharks like this one stealing the food from the stingray. And you can tell that the stingrays are always bullied by the nurse sharks, because they would just be like, all right, you can have it. And then the last behavior I looked at was shark-initiated human interaction. So the shark had to initiate interaction with the human, and that was either initiating touch or coming within at least like a foot of the human, kind of just going straight towards the human. And this was my favorite behavior because this nurse shark was just chilling on my fin, kind of like begging or just thinking that I was gonna give him some food, and it was really cute. So those were all the behaviors that I looked at. And then I also looked to see how attracted these guys were to the boat. So that's the part where I was comparing the different numbers of sharks when there were boats in the area and when there were boats outside of the area. And just visually, we could see this visually, and the data also showed that they were very attracted to the boats. But basically, these sharks in this video, they were already at a boat feeding, and then another boat came into the area, and they said, ooh, let's see if that boat has some food. So they would kind of just popcorn between different boats, seeing who had the food. If they got bored or there wasn't enough food at one boat, they would just try and go to the next boat. And I think this video kind of just shows the sheer amount of nurse sharks in the area. Usually the most amount of nurse sharks that I counted was about 30 nurse sharks at one time in the area. And if you've ever been in the water with nurse sharks, usually you see like up to 2 or 3 at a time. But 30 nurse sharks is just a whole different scene. It's slightly chaotic, but it's still pretty cool. And then my favorite video that just perfectly shows how attracted and habituated these sharks were to the boats. This boat is just going by the screen, and these sharks are following behind it like little puppy dogs. They are like, do you have food for me? We're gonna check you out. But yeah, so these guys, it kind of makes sense of why they're so attracted to the boats. Nurse sharks, each shark uses different senses they use different senses in order to find their food. And with nurse sharks specifically, they use auditory senses, their electroreception, and and smell. And nurse sharks have very small eyes, so they don't really rely on their sight in order to catch their prey. So with the boat spinning around, that boat engine is triggering their auditory and electroreception senses. And the fact that the tour guides are throwing food in the water, that's kind of giving them a reward for using those senses. So it's all kind of making sense to the nurse sharks because how they find food is smelling, listening, and feeling for the food. And this really explains why they're so attracted to the boats. They're really listening to that boat engine because that boat engine is the dinner bell for them. So unfortunately, because of how attracted they were to the boats, they would get hit by the boat propellers. So they would get really close to the boat propellers because the tour guides would feed on one side of the boat, and those nurse sharks kind of just would, they don't really know what a boat propeller is, but they would get really close to those boat propellers because that's where the sound was the loudest from those boat engines. So in this picture right here, you can already see how close this shark is to that boat propeller. And if this boat was to, decide that we're done here, we're going to move to another place and turn that boat propeller on, those sharks unfortunately could get hit by those propellers. We also saw the mid bodies of some of the sharks with cuts and wounds on them. But it definitely was, it was very apparent that these sharks would get really close to these boat propellers, and it was a negative effect that they were receiving from being fed on that side of the boat and from being so attracted to that boat engine noise. So just overall, quick summary findings from that. The main one was from the attraction to boats. They were just so attracted to those boat engines. You could see, I had, for my thesis, I did have a graph kind of showing how there were no sharks when there were no boats in the area. And then as the time got closer to the first boat appearing in the area, the number of sharks also went up. So the sharks kind of figured out around when the boats would come, and they also would be able to hear the boats coming into the area before they even got to the area. And also with the behavior, I saw there was a lot of different behaviors happening at different times, but overall, this practice has modified their natural behavior. So their natural behavior is being nocturnal, so active at night and just feeding at night, and just not being active at all during the day. But these sharks in Shark Ray Village were very active during the day. They had a lot of high energy swimming. They would swim from boat to boat. They would just swim in circles sometimes. They were eating a lot. So their nocturnal behavior was just completely reversed, and they were not behaving like normal, natural nurse sharks. And this can all really go into their overall health and fitness. And we saw that their health and fitness was compromised with how attracted they were to the boats, but with their behavior, they could be compromising their energy and metabolic, metabolic energy. So we kind of don't know, we don't know yet how much food the nurse sharks are getting, and if the amount of food that they're getting is enough to actually help them be normal nurse sharks. And also another question that I have is, are these guys hunting at night still, or are they getting enough food during the day? Or are they just completely reversed? Maybe these guys are only eating during the day and they're sleeping at night, which is completely opposite of what they're supposed to be doing. But yeah, so the big question that I always get is tourism good or is tourism bad? And my short answer is it depends. So it depends on the practice. It depends on the management. Good management tries to have as little impact and as little effect on the environment and the animals as possible. So I always say, when you are looking for tour companies that are, you know, more friendly to the environment and just are doing eco-friendly practices, TripAdvisor usually has this signa on different tour guide companies that are eco-friendly. So these are companies that usually they don't feed the animals. They make sure that if they're feeding you, they have all compostable or biodegradable food containers and no plastic or anything like that. And they'll also properly educate you on the environment and what environment that you're about to see. They'll instruct the tourists, you know, don't touch anything, don't take anything, watch where you're kicking your feet. And I think in Shark Ray Village, there's definitely some management that can change, or, you know, could be better, especially with how the sharks were getting hit by the boat propellers. A way to mitigate that is to have the boat guides actually put propeller guards on their boat propellers. And we've seen that in like whale watching tour boats. They put propeller guards on their propellers so that the whales don't get hurt by the boat propellers. So the same thing could happen in Shark Ray Village in order to mitigate the sharks getting hit by the boat propellers there. So yeah, my answer is always, it depends. Bad management, usually it just has absolutely no one's overlooking the area. No one's making sure everything is good in the area. No one really cares if the animals are being completely, usually there's no protections for the animal. So yeah, I would always say go look for those tour guide companies that are eco-friendly. If you guys are going out, you know, after everything subsides, if you're going out and participating in different tour guide activities or tourist activities. So with that, that is really the end of my presentation. These are just some of my socials for myself and for my organization, Minorities in Shark Science. So.
Well, thank you so much for taking us on a dive with you. That was really fascinating to learn a little bit more about the nurse sharks and the work that you're doing. So thank you so much for sharing that with us.
No problem. Hope
So I mean, I did. I'm sitting here like taking notes and like I find it all fascinating. So fun fact about me, my uncle had a book that was all of these like beautiful hand-drawn shark like scientific drawings.
Oh, that's cool.
That's the exact reason I became a science communicator, because I just fell in love with that shark book, and it's somewhere around the house, I think, in a storage. You know, it's one of those things like I've had this since I was like 5. Where is it now? So I have a question though for you. For the nurse sharks now, and this is a question for them. What is their normal role in their ecosystem where you find them? Because I feel like the boats are kind of messing with that. What would their normal role be?
Yeah, so nurse sharks, I wouldn't call them apex predators, but they're definitely mesopredators. So in the kind of in the middle of the food chain. So sharks, their overall like goal, well, not goal, but their overall like purpose is to kind of keep our oceans clean and everything. And nurse sharks, and specifically, they eat crustaceans and like mollusks and things like that. And really their role in that environment is to keep populations of their prey items down. And that kind of brings in the question, like, are they actually still preying on those food items in that area? And if they aren't, unfortunately, those food items can just kind of overpopulate, and that just creates a whole new problem. But yeah, and also kind of we can figure out if, you know, if the environment is being degraded by the boats being there all the time, it's, you know, it could definitely be bad for the nurse sharks because they need that environment in order to live and to eat and everything. So, and also their prey.
And we need the same thing, because we need that, because I'm sure that there's fishing and other, you know, industry and things that people need around there too. So really taking care of the nurse sharks is important to us too. So
exactly, it's a whole chain reaction.
So I have a question that came in from Fallon Willis, and I think you showed this, but I'm going to run it up just to make sure maybe, you know, someone who came in didn't quite, you know, see the beginning, but also maybe it's a time to have a conversation about, you know, are nurse sharks your favorite type of shark?
Yes, nurse sharks are my favorite shark. And sometimes I get made fun of because, like I said, they're very underrated, and it's like, oh, it's a nurse shark, like whatever. They can be a nuisance sometimes, but I like that about them as well. I don't know. They're so cool. I love nurse sharks. So yeah.
They remind me of Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon. Like the first thing I think of is like, that looks like the little dragon. So that's like, I find them very cute. Like for a shark, I'm like, you're kind of adorable. I can see this. I see why Carly likes you. I get it. So I have one last question that I'm dying to know. What tool is indispensable for your research? Because I feel like, but I want to know like topside and underwater. Like, what are the two tools you have to have?
Let's see. Topside, I would say, oh my gosh, there's so many. I can't even like narrow it down to one.
Top 2 maybe. Let's you know, we don't have to like, this isn't hard hitting journalism here.
I know. You know. All right, so I feel I'm on the spot. Top 2, I would say always to have tags, and the tagging.
For the
yes, just tags to make sure you can actually tag the shark, because if all else fails, at least you have a tag on the shark. And then another thing I would say is essential is let's see, I guess like regarding like the safety of the shark, we always have bolt cutters on board, because you know we have to hook the shark in order to bring it up and tag it. And if we don't have bolt cutters, we can't get the hook out. So that is essential. Yes. So we have to have bolt cutters or pliers. And then underwater, since all of my research was observational and like in the water, I would say the essential thing that I had was definitely my GoPros. And with charged batteries, that is important.
Batteries are important.
Yes, charged batteries. And also a dive slate. My dive slate was my best friend during my entire.
What's a dive slate for those who like me don't know what that is?
So it's just literally like a plastic slate that's usually white and usually like about this big and like
a whiteboard.
Yeah, just like a whiteboard, and you use a pencil. You can write underwater with a pencil like perfectly, and you erase it if you need.
I don't know this. How do you writing with a pencil underwater? This sounds like magic. This is amazing.
There's just something about pencils that I guess it doesn't erase underwater. I mean, you can erase it, but you can just write on the plastic slate, and it writes perfectly. Yeah.
So that's incredible. I learned that basically you're a dragon trainer because you're working with Toothless and you're performing magic underwater by writing on a whiteboard underwater. So basically scientists are just magicians doing crazy, amazing things and teaching us more about our world. That's what I learned. I don't know about anyone else. That's what I learned from this whole thing, is that Carly is incredible, amazing, and does some great scientific work. That's what I'm taking away.
I'm a magician. There we go.
You heard it here. She's a magician. Well, Carly, thank you so much for chatting with us and being part of Women Blaze Trails, and for sharing a little bit of an insight into your world and your magic.
Yes, thank you for having me so much. This is really cool.
Well, thank you, and have a great rest of the weekend. And next up, we're going to bring our next speaker up just in a minute. So thank you, everyone, for watching Carly talk about her love of sharks and the work that she does underwater. Next, we're going to kind of shift a little bit. We're going to go from underwater to above ground and talk with our next presenter, who is Sandhya Narayanan. She's a linguistic anthropologist, which is a long way, big words of saying she studies languages so we better understand humans and culture. So she takes a look at what language means for culture and for humans, and she looks at it, I think, a little bit uniquely. So let's have her come up and tell us about that. So I'm going to add Sandhya to the stream.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you, Wes. Thanks so much. That was a great intro.
Did I get it all right? Did I get like the okay?
Yes, you did. You totally did. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a linguistic anthropologist. My name is Sandhya. Thank you, Wes, for that intro. Thank you, Joe Grabowski, for inviting me. And thank all of you for tuning in. I'm coming in from Lexington, Virginia, which I wish to acknowledge as the homeland of the Monacan Nation and tribe. And that is important to know, because knowing the history of a place and a people also connects us with other things about their culture and history, and most importantly for me, their language and how they speak and how that all interrelates with each other. And so I'm going to share today with all of you a little bit of my story of like, what is a linguistic anthropologist? Why did I get into it? And some of my work in linguistic anthropology, particularly in South America. So I'm a linguistic anthropologist. I am not a computer specialist. So all glitchy, that's the disclaimer right now.
So you can blame those on me, as I'm, the one running virtual events here. Joe kind of teed me up as someone who knows what he's doing. So really, you can just blame it all on me. So I'll take that for you. Any technical errors are my fault here, everyone. It's not Sandhya. So we can assure you of that. So Sandhya's going to pull up her presentation, and it's fantastic. She's going to talk to us more about her work. And also, Sandhya and I get to work together a little bit more than just on this. We're also working together for the Lenovo EDU community, who is one of our sponsors for today, helping out. And she's one of our field experts for the series with Lenovo EDU, which is an online ed community for innovators. And as someone who's innovating how we think about language and linguistics, I think she's a perfect fit for that. And if you want to learn more, go to education.lenovo.com. And you can see some write-ups from Sandhya and a couple videos. And soon there'll be a podcast too. We're really going to explore multilingualism and talk a little bit more. So if you get the bug for linguistics, we can go ahead and you can talk more. So let's bring that presentation up. Just go ahead and start displaying it, and it should, oh, look, here we go.
Anyway, hold on. And I'm going to do this.
No secret peeks into her desktop. Sorry, everyone. We're going to make sure she's ready to go. Again, any errors are my fault, not hers.
So do you see 3 maps?
I see 3 maps. Oh, There's a ghost controller back here that's taken over. Yeah, I see 3 maps. I actually see 5 maps.
No,
I think I've seen your preview.
Okay, 3 maps. Here we go.
So Sandhya, real quick, we're seeing the preview. So I'm not seeing your, so you might want to switch view. There we go.
There we go.
3 maps. See, yes. Teamwork. This is what it's all about. Collaboration, learning from each other.
Exactly.
This is perfect.
Exactly. It's all about that collaboration. Thank you. And by the way, I also love your t-shirt.
Oh, my Explorers. Yeah, the Socially Distanced Learning Explorers Club. Yeah, it's pretty much what I've been doing all year. So we're going to keep that going with this. And thank you, Sandhya.
Well, speaking of socially distanced, so why did I get into linguistic anthropology? So a little bit about me, I guess, because I grew up, I basically grew up in a home, but also in areas where people spoke a lot of languages, and people spoke really differently everywhere. My parents are from southern India, and I grew up with my grandmother, and I grew up with extended families around me, and I grew up in a community where everyone spoke many different languages. But I was born in Canada, in Toronto, and I went to school with kids whose parents came from every corner of the globe. And in different neighborhoods across the greater Toronto area, you can go through it and you can hear a different language in each neighborhood that you go to and in each part of the greater Toronto area, each one representing a different place that people came from. I spent my adolescent years in Boston, also again, a place where not only are there different languages, but it's also famous for our very lovely and highly entertaining Boston accent. In another life, I could get hired to be an accent coach. Maybe one day I will. It'll probably be a Matt Damon or a Casey Affleck film because that's just what happens. But hey, I still have a lot of life to live. It could happen. So I always sort of grew up like interested in language and the role that it played because with more languages and ways of speaking, you use them for different things. You use them to talk about different things. You use them to gossip in different ways. You have different languages that you get punished in. You get different languages and ways of saying, I love you, or you're good. You can, of course, have many different ways to swear at other people, which is always fun to learn growing up, right? So a lot of my own understanding of the world came from understanding and noticing the different ways that people spoke and what that meant for them and where they came from and what did it mean to speak a certain way in a particular place and time. And so when I went to college, I was like most 18-year-olds. I was interested in the whole wide world, but couldn't really figure out what exactly I wanted to do. But I wanted to do it all, and I wanted to know it all. And then I came across a field called linguistics, and I'm like, what is this? It's the science of languages. Wow, that's awesome. Sign me up. I did a few of those. Some of those classes was fun. And then I took one course, linguistic anthropology. What's that? It's about how language intersects with culture, but also what does it mean to be a human person as understood through the languages that we speak. And I do mean human person. And that just blew my mind. I was like, wait, where have you been my entire life? Sign me up for this field of study. I want to do linguistic anthropology. That is my life. I've been trying to tell people this are the things that interest me, and finally a field that gets me. So I signed up. I did the major. I went to grad school. I have a PhD. I am basically too far deep down this rabbit hole to ever leave, and I'm loving every single moment of it. Now, this was sort of my upbringing, right? I come from South Asian immigrant parents. I'm first generation immigrant. I lived in multilingual places, but I also wanted to see how that might be different in different places around the earth, right? Around the globe, and what might be similar to my experiences, but also what might be different and what that says about who we are as speakers and what it means to speak languages that are specific or special to the places that we come from. So I sort of looked at a map and a globe, and I thought, I might want to go to South America. And I sort of looked at a country and I thought, let me go to Peru. I've heard a lot about Peru. And I ended up choosing not only Peru, but deciding to go to some of the highest places in Peru. So I went to this area right on the southern border that borders Bolivia called the Altiplano. And the Altiplano in Spanish, it basically means the place that is high and flat. It's basically a flat plateau, kind of like the plains of Montana or the Tibetan plateau, but it's high and elevated. My standard elevation every day was about 3,800 meters, and from there it just went up. I was mostly walking around places that were about 4,000 meters above sea level. So it's pretty far up, even though it's flat, it's still pretty high. And every time I go down there, there's about a week where I'm out of commission and folks there make fun of me because all I do is like drink tea and like hold my stomach in a fetal position to be like, it's okay, it'll be okay. But after that, I get used to the altitude. And the beautiful thing about the Altiplano is that the entire region is nestled right around Lake Titicaca, which is the highest lake in the world. And it is a beautiful lake. This is one of those panoramic views from me doing walks in and around the villages that lie right on the banks of Lake Titicaca. And this is actually one of these villages right after a hailstorm. Everything is, even though it hailed, everything is verdant green, flowers are blooming, and it's also the peak time of crop production. But the Altiplano is not only known for Lake Titicaca and this beautiful, gorgeous lake that is important to Puneños, people from Puno, people from the Altiplano. It's especially known because it's nestled in the Andes for its high mountain peaks. And these mountain peaks are important. They're significant. They actually play a significant role as local deities. And everywhere you go, people know what their local mountain deity or apu is. And they hold specific rituals for these apus every year to ensure that there's protection and also wealth and subsistence from them, because what's on top of these apus are these glacial ice caps from which the runoff waters flow down and water their fields and make sure that there's enough green pastures to sustain life for their alpaca and llama herds. This particular apu, by the way, every apu has a name, and this one's name is Apu Alien Kapak. In the Quechua language, that means he who is good and rich. And what is he good and rich in? 1, snow. But 2, also gold. There is gold under that mountain. There is gold under that hill. So this is Apu Alien Kapak, and a lot of the people that I worked with when I wanted to look at language lived at the foot of many of these mountains, and they would take me up to see these mountains during points of celebration and holidays, and to make offerings, yearly offerings, to ensure the survival of fields and the health of their livestock. But the Altiplano, yes, it has Lake Titicaca, and yes, it has high mountains, but there's also a small part of the Altiplano that goes deep into the Amazonian jungle, like a very small sliver. And that is when you cross those high peak mountains and then you go down, and it's literally just down. There's one of these roads that I would go straight up into, and there's a little church for you to like make your peace with God, because it is a straight drop down along a winding tiny road. But once you survive that little winding tiny road, because you made your peace with God up at that little chapel before you came down, you see this lush verdant valleys, and these are sort of the entrances to the Amazonian jungle. And these communities have been here for over half a millennia, about, more or less, living in these Amazonian lowland valleys. In the past, generally people grow the same thing that they do high up in the Altiplano, like potatoes and tubers. But if you go lower into these Amazonian valleys, the primary crop becomes something else, and we'll get to it later. So the Altiplano, fun fact, a lot of you actually eat this plant, but you don't know what it looks like. This is quinoa. That's what it looks like before it's harvested. And at the peak of harvest season in March and April, you could see fields of like bright purple and fuchsia and magenta, which is basically quinoa. And it's from those little flowers that you get the seeds that you make your like quinoa rice with, and quinoa flour and everything quinoa and quinoa bars. It comes from that plant. It's gorgeous. It's a lot of work to get out. It definitely is. It's a lot. There's a lot of, I spent many days beating quinoa like that. But if you go to the lowlands, their primary crops are the lovely chocolate cacao in these beautiful yellow pods and green pods. And of course, my favorite, because I can't live without it, coffee. Yes, I am a caffeine addict. I am proud of it. I love my caffeine. I must have it. And thank God for coffee. And thank God I know how it's made, and I've actually harvested myself. So you're wondering now, like, so what on earth did you go actually to the Altiplano to do? It's like, yeah, there's quinoa, yeah, there's coffee, chocolate, that's pretty awesome. But you didn't go there to eat that, all, you know, and just do that. And the answer is half right. I kind of did. I mean, I really did want to go down to the Amazon just to eat chocolate. That was a good part of the reason there. Who doesn't? And get coffee in the process. But I actually also went down there to look at how the indigenous languages were spoken. And I particularly chose the Altiplano because unlike other areas in the Andes, the Altiplano was home to not one, but two indigenous languages. And if you go today to the capital city in the area, Puno, you'll find the sign on their town hall building. And what's interesting about the sign is that you can see on it 3 languages written. In the center, right over here, Municipalidad Provincial Puno, it's Spanish for Provincial Municipality of Puno, basically on their town hall. But what's interesting is at the top and on the bottom, you have the same thing written in the 2 indigenous languages spoken in the area. On the top, you see it written in Quechua, Yaktlahuasin Punusuyupi. And then on the bottom, it's written in Aymara, Punusuyumarka Kamatirinakana Utapa, right? And that's what I wanted to go down and see. I wanted to see what it meant to be a speaker of these indigenous languages. What did it mean to be a speaker of Quechua and Aymara in Puno today, in the Altiplano today? And especially considering histories where speaking an indigenous language was not only devalued, but could also be punishable. And being indigenous and identifying with an indigenous identity, let alone speak that language, was something that was barred from public use. You could be punished for it. You could be beaten or killed for it. So what did it mean today, given those histories, to still be a speaker of those languages? And what did it mean to also be from an area like Puno, which had this type of multilingualism that seemed very familiar with areas that I grew up in and from areas that my parents came from as well, which were also really highly multilingual. So what does that all mean, right? And how is it working, and how is it changing? And how is it changing in the way people are talking, in teaching the language, and also thinking about the language, right? So I spent a lot of time interviewing people, going to parties with them and festivals. This is actually a festival from Apu Alin Kapakraini, the party celebrating the mountain god Apu Kapak, right here in the background, right back here, right? So every year in end of June, I think it's June 24th, this community of Pakahe and Makusani, all in this region and province called Carabaya, they would go up to the base of the mountain and have a major celebration in honor of their local mountain deity. They would make offerings, they would have ritual offerings, but they would also be singing and dancing, and many like large festivities. You could see cotton candy vendors in the background in this picture. But I would spend time. I would get to know folks. I would interview them. I would do recordings with them, and I would also follow them around in their lives to see what it meant to be a speaker of either of these indigenous languages. What did it mean to be a speaker of Quechua in this area? What did it mean to be a speaker of Aymara in this area? I also was really interested in how they might be teaching these languages to their kids, right? So how is it that parents who themselves were either told you shouldn't speak these indigenous languages were thinking about teaching them to their children for the next generation, since sensibilities are changing? And not only how they're teaching it at home, but what type of attempts were taking place at school, right? So in one of the schools that I did work in, there were very few programs that taught Quechua and Aymara in the school, but the few that did tried their best with, making alphabet charts. This is one for Aymara, and here is one for Quechua, conjugation tables, as well as activities, singing time, song time, and to see what was going on there, to understand, okay, so there's been so many years when no one wanted to talk about these languages, when no one wanted to even think about teaching them. People learned it from hearing their parents and grandparents, but the idea of actively teaching it was something that was like, that's crazy. Why would you do that? So what was happening now with these schools? But a lot of the time, again, was spent interviewing people, and interviewing them about everything, their stories, their language. I would have sentences and say, like, can you please say this for me in Quechua? Okay. Can you please say this for me in Aymara? Can you please say the boy stole a piece of cheese from the house in Quechua and Aymara? I would get a ton of recordings like that. And then in the process, there'd also be that give and take where, I would try and repeat and they would laugh at me and I would laugh at me because, like, I know it's wrong. I don't know why. And then they would say it again and I would repeat and it was wrong and they would laugh and I would laugh. But then every once in a while I would say something and they would be surprised. Yeah, I had a vegetable lady I would always buy from and I would haggle with her in Quechua. She enjoyed it. It was like our Thursday ritual. She knew I was going to come. She knew it was going to be like haggling time in Quechua from, this weird girl from the United States coming down from North America. Yeah, but that's how I would use it. So when I was asked to do this, I was thinking about, what were sort of the more memorable aspects of this field work, and kind of in keeping with the theme for this entire 3-day, festival of speakers, I would say the most memorable aspect of the work that I did was not just that I got to know the lives of the people that I was interviewing a lot of the time, but in particular, I got to spend a lot of time with the women of this area. So most of my teachers, most of my recordings, most of what I got to know about what it meant to be a speaker of Quechua and Aymara throughout the Altiplano came from me getting to know the women and indigenous women of this region and get to understand not only the history of Quechua and Aymara populations throughout the Altiplano, but also really understand what it meant to be an indigenous woman, an indigenous Quechua woman, female speaker and female Aymara speaker from the region. And that gave me insight because it wasn't just about the language, but how it connected with their lives. Take, for instance, this is a lovely picture of my neighbor, Senora Elena. She was my neighbor. And every time I wanted to talk with her, we would always be doing something, a lot of work, often in the fields, but more often than not, it was herding her sheep. I think she liked to take me along because I was faster than her. So if the sheep got away, I was willing and slightly stupid enough to actually go chase it on a mountainside, because that, it's like sheep running, gotta go get it. But Senora Elena has lived in these communities her entire life, in these communities overlooking Lake Titicaca, herding her sheep, tending her cows, and also tending her fields where she grew quinoa. That quinoa crop actually came from her fields, and you can see some like tiny baby ones here in this corner. So from Senora Elena, I learned not only how to speak Aymara, but also what did it mean for her to be a speaker of Aymara who's lived a little over 60 years at the time that this picture was taken in that community, see her parents be buried in that community, grow up in that community, get married in that community, have children in that community, see neighbors come and go with old age or move other places. And through her, I got a really interesting set of stories and a unique experience, not only about life in that village, but life in that village as told through her in her Aymara. The same would be from this lady, Senora Celia. Senora Celia was also an Aymara speaker, but unlike Senora Elena, who always lived high up in the mountains, Senora Celia lived further down in the Amazonian jungle. She was one of the first families actually in the 60s and 70s to leave the highlands to go down into the Amazon and create small coffee and chocolate plantations. So whenever I would go down there to visit her, we would always have a fun time because we would go, we would pick chocolate, we would pick coffee, and she would sing songs. The woman loved to sing. She asked me to sing once, and I sang something, and she didn't like it. So she told me, it's okay, I'll take care of the singing from here on in. But we would take lunchtime breaks. She would bring the little lunch pot, and we would have a little picnic underneath all the coffee tree branches. And during those lunch breaks, she liked to smoke her cigarettes. She said she liked the smell and that it kept the bugs away. I think she also liked the nicotine high. And it was during those lunchtime breaks when she would take a long drag from her cigarette, she would start telling her stories in Aymara. And her Aymara was slightly different. Not only because she lived in the jungle, but her own home village was in a different area of the Altiplano, different from Senora Elena. So her Aymara and her stories told a unique set of experiences that reflected her life. It reflected the story of her marriage, of how she moved down to the jungle, of how she would go up and visit her parents in their ancestral village back in that other province in the Altiplano, the story of her kids, and the story of what it meant to be for her, who had now spent the vast majority of her life in these newly developed colonies down in the Amazonian lowlands, smoking her cigarette and singing songs. But it wasn't only just my conversations with women, but it was also, I got really interested in how women were portrayed, what type of female indigenous speakers were valued, were cultivated, were created, and being popularized in the region. And one major one, it came from their mythical story of the founding of Puno and eventually the founding of the Inca Empire. This is the story of the divine twins, Manco Capac, who's the guy, and Mama Oclio, who's the woman. And according to the myth, Earth was a pretty bad place and the Altiplano not so great. So the sun god has sent his children, Manco Capac and Mama Oclio, to come out of the shores of Lake Titicaca, say that we are here, we are the children of the sun god, and from there go north and keep going further north until they hit Cusco to set up the Inca Empire. But the first stop on that journey was in Puno, was in Altiplano, thereby connecting Cusco with Lake Titicaca and the sacredness of that lake and the sacredness of that region. But of the two characters that everyone loved every year, they did this reenactment every year, November 4th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They would do these reenactments. They would hire actors. They would get local actors to play these mythical roles. And every year, the character that everyone wanted to see was who was going to be Mama Oclio, who was going to be the woman to play the indigenous mythical origin mother of the region. In more contemporary days, right, today, it's also, there are more opportunities for young girls to get interested and reaffirm their indigenous identity and their culture and their language. And this is mostly happening through beauty pageants. So there's a lot of glitz and glamour with beauty pageants, especially in the indigenous beauty pageants where you represent your region. But it is also an opportunity for these young women to also answer interview questions and to talk about who they are and where they're from and what it means and why it's important to them to know how to speak their language. This particular young girl, she actually went on to win the beauty pageant that evening, is from a small province actually close to the Amazon called Cuyo Cuyo. And they're famous for this headdress and for these long skirts and a very particular dance. But she also, notably that night, was really proud when they asked her interview questions about where she's from, why she's proud of it, and they asked her all of this in Spanish. She responded to everything in Quechua and was very proud to say that I am a Quechua speaker, I am Quechua, and I'm Quechua from Cuyo Cuyo. And these are these opportunities that are afforded not just to young people, but really to young women. as the new sort of standard bearers of really bringing about a new sense of Indigenous identity and pride in being an Indigenous person, an Indigenous language speaker in the region. I want to say thank you and end with this one little picture that I took during one of the major holidays that actually just finished, the Fiesta de Candelaria. It's a 2-week party blowout in the main city of Puno, but it's a chance for all of the various provinces and regions to come and dance in the streets of Puno and bring dances that are traditional to this area. And this particular dance is called the Ayarachis of San Jose de Esquilache, which is another border sort of lowland village area. This dance is typically a very militaristic style dance. It's a soldier dance. It has a lot of marching formations and sticks where they hit and play fight with each other as part of the dance. And it was pretty much only done by men, and still is. If you look at the troops that come in, it's a lot of men dancing. But in this particular year that I took this picture, I found a couple young ladies also participating in it, and I just had to take that picture. And I wanted to end it with this picture because this girl looked so excited and partially tired from dancing all day. So once again, thank you. Here my contact info, my Facebook page as well. And take it away, Wes.
Well, that was fantastic and a really fun look into the world that you spent so much time in, which I think we were down in Peru at the same time and ran into each other in all places randomly in the Lima airport. Nothing like looking over and seeing like, wait, I know that human and what's going on. So I have to ask, after all the questions about linguistics and accents and how that plays into things and the way we pronunciate, and pronounce things, pronunciate clearly. What is your favorite accent?
Oh.
And why?
Yeah, that favorite one, that very favorite one. I am partial to that Boston, Italian, Irish accent because there's a lot of fun stories I have growing up. Because my brother and I moved when we were teenagers. I just remember being like, everyone here talks differently. Why are they speaking so weird? And they're like, what's weird? I'm like, the way you're talking. I'm like, oh, you mean weird?
Yeah, well, exactly. You're like, what
it's like, that's weird. And I'm like, the way you're all talking, that's weird. I'm like, oh, they're like, oh, you mean weird? Yes. I do. So I am partial to that. I have lately been really into the New Zealand accent, the Kiwis.
Yeah,
I really love it. It's I love imitating it. I'm trying to learn it, but there's something. They also say things like weird like that, and their intonation patterns are really interesting because it's like their vowels are very short. The way they say their words is it's very crisp and short, and you can feel and hear the stress in syllables. But despite all of that, it's also like very intonational, like high and low. And I've been really getting into the Kiwi. I love the Kiwi. If there are Kiwis here, I love Kiwi English.
So I'm very partial to the Kiwi accent. Some of my very close friends are from New Zealand, and frankly, I'm just jealous because I also too would love to, have a home country with the amazing beauty and everything that place has. It's really incredible. So it sounds like for you that you like the languages that are a little sing-songy, and I'm curious, where does that come from? Like if there is that, what does that mean if an accent or language has that kind of like rhythm to it? Is there a reason behind it?
No, there isn't. There are some correlations, and usually they correlate with things like stress patternings, so where stress falls in the words, how words are made, so how many syllables go into a word, how many vowels there are within these syllables. So you can make predictions like that, but as to any reason why, no. That's the thing about intonation and tone. They're all sort of separate features of a grammar of any language, and they're sort of separate and distinct, but they all sort of come together. And that intonation and stress, those are the things that are the hardest to sort of track, but they're also like those are like they're like the defining aspects of the language as well. It's like the glue that makes that language or dialect very unique. Yeah.
And all that's running in the background while we're like doing all of our other thoughts is like how to talk that way. And I have my last question, because it's something that actually I've wanted to ask you for a while, but I keep forgetting to ask. So I know that sometimes when you're around people who have different dialect or accent than you almost mimic it sometimes, or at least I found myself to, like, you match their patterns. Why?
Yeah, it's actually called, there's a term for it.
Oh, really?
There's an actual term for it. It's called accommodation.
Oh.
Yeah, it's called accommodation. You sort of match and mirror it. And there's like psychological studies called like mirror neurons, where you want to be in tune with the person you're speaking with. But just generally, when we talk with people, we want to feel like we have a connection with them, right? Like when you speak with someone, you know, friend-wise, parent-wise, I mean, Valentine's Day, all of you guys are going to go on dates. You want to feel like there is a connection, and it becomes very clear when there isn't. Part of the sign and the reason of wanting to make that connection is having those like alignments or mirroring or similarities in how you talk with each other. So that is part of that way of just our sort of our human psychology, really, our linguistic human psychology, to wanting to establish that type of connection to keep those, you know, that conversation going. Yeah. So it's sort of like that linguistic psychological drive to make a connection and to keep it going.
That's exactly, I've been wanting to ask that forever, like, because I don't understand it, because I know I do it. So I was curious, is there a reason? So it sounds like it's a way to, like, okay, I want to be friends with you because I'm picking up some of your connotations and the way you say things. So we're friends, right? And I feel like that's what that is. That kind of how it works?
Yeah. Yeah. You and it's like, it was on both ends, right? Like both, like if you think of, I mean, two people, it's the easy.
Like any good relationship, it should have, you know, give and take.
It work on both ends. You need work from both parties. Both parties need to agree to work together in the middle. Yeah, but that's what it is. It's you want to make that connection, the other person does, so you can actually measure it individually, like what that gradual change looks like from both people over the course. And when it doesn't happen, like that's part of the reason why conversations fail, or, you know, that connection isn't felt. Like one person might be accommodating, the other might not be.
Yeah.
Or recognizing that there is subconsciously, right? Not just like active, like, oh, they're trying to accommodate me, but hearing and like somewhere in the back of your head, you recognize it, because that also gets reflected in how you continue to talk with that person.
That's so cool that just from that one little thing you can start to potentially see so much. And it's wild to think how much language is tied into how we connect with each other. I mean, it makes sense, but also even on that like deep level that it has some effect. So that's really cool. Thank you for like answering my question I've been wanting to ask for a while, and I'm hoping everyone else learned something from that too. And if you want to know more about Sandhya's work and what she does, you can actually head over to Lenovo's the Lenovo EDU site, and you can see a blog post from Sandhya and a video talking about multilingualism and her back and like how she got to, you know, where she is. And there'll be more coming out, as we're going to be talking very soon about multilingualism on the podcast for Lenovo EDU, the Meridian Treehouse podcast, which will be coming out sometime in the next few months. So we're going to have that with you, Sandhya, and a few other amazing field experts. So I'm looking forward to learning more and experimenting with some accents, because I have a feeling that's going to come up at some point. We're going to do some accent work.
Fun with accents. You know, Vanity Fair can do it, but you have experts. Why not?
Exactly. So 73 questions on accent sounds like something we might have to think about.
Yeah. Or what to think. What? How do you know it's a blah accent?
A blah accent.
Like fill in the blank.
Oh God, I was like, wait, there are accents that you just think they're like blah?
Yeah. No, there's not accents that you think that are blah, but there probably is a blah accent where it just goes blah blah blah. It's like the Peanuts teacher accent.
So that sounds like we're going to have to talk more. And if you want to learn more, definitely check out Lenovo.edu and follow Sandhya. She put up her socials and her contact information. So definitely get to know her a little bit better. And thank you, Sandhya, for hanging out with us on a Friday night and wrapping up the first half of the day. This is our day programming's wrapping up. We're going to have a few more people later on this evening, but thank you again. And it was just good to see you.
You too. It was awesome seeing you.
So we'll talk to you soon and have a great weekend. Thanks again.
You too. Thank you so much.
Bye. All right, everyone. We got Joe back. So,
hey,
how's it going? What'd you think of the last hour with swimming with nurse sharks and then learning how to talk about them and why your accent will and tell us something if you're talking about sharks with, Boston accent?
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great last hour. I personally love diving with nurse sharks. I've been diving with a bunch of nurse sharks in the Bahamas and great hammerheads. So it was really great to see Carly's presentation. And what can you say about Sandhya? She's just good personality. And, we've followed a few of her adventures in Peru. She even had one of our satellite units trapped in customs for 2 months. So
that sounds about right. Yeah.
We've had some adventures.
The downside sometimes to exploration and traveling is that sometimes your equipment may get locked up or disappear. I've had 30 cases disappear at an airport before. That was a fun adventure.
Yeah, that's not good. Well, I did want to pop in, Wes, just before we hit end broadcast and just remind everybody that we have a little 2-hour block of events, an evening session, if you will. And I want to share my screen really quickly just to give a sneak peek at what's coming up this evening. So bear with me for 2 more seconds. That is not what I want. There it is. Okay. So we start at 7 tonight. I want to see everybody back here with Jill Heinerth, an amazing explorer, cave diver, explored some of the most amazing places inside of our planet. And she'll probably talk about her new book as well. Then we have Kakani joining us. Kakani is illuminating life in the deep sea. So she's going to talk about some of the technology she uses to explore the deep sea. We have Tara Kier joining us, and she's going to talk about the human side of the poaching crisis. So she's got a great grant going on now with National Geographic, and she has been to South Africa and really diving into that story, talking to the rangers, but also those who are doing the poaching. And it's not really just a black and white cut and dry story. And then we've got Lauren's going to wrap up with us. Lauren is incredible. She's going to talk a little bit about her work in marine conservation and using different knowledge types, including indigenous knowledge. So it's a great evening to wrap up day one, Wes.
Really, really great speakers coming up. And basically I'm just going to tune in so I can feel like I'm hanging out with all my friends tonight. So this is amazing. And I'll get to learn new things. So everyone should come back and hang out with us.
Yeah, I like it. All right. Well, Wes, I will see you tomorrow. Yep. You've got some gigs tomorrow, and
I'll be back to chat soon.
8 hours plus tomorrow, 8 hours plus on Sunday, and we still have a couple more hours for our evening jam session tonight.
Well, enjoy the break and have a great night, everyone. It was great to be a part of the event today, and I'll see more of you tomorrow.
All right, we'll see everyone soon.